demanded a tour of the house. I want to know every detail. What it looked like when you started, what you're in the middle of now, and what you see it being like when you're done. Don't cut corners, Brooks, she'd said. I intend to travel each and every curve in its entirety, I'd teased back salaciously. She'd just laughed and shoved me down the hall we were currently walking. She'd seen the completely redone kitchen, the room I'd tackled first. I'd known it would be an outrageously extensive job, as well as the heart of the house. Crisp white cabinets, light stone counters, and dark wood floors. I'd kept the character of the house, but added a ton of modern twists and convenience. God, Kline, I still can't get over that island. It's freaking enormous. I know. 12 feet by 12 feet. It was nearly enough room to use as an elevated dance floor. Part of me worried that it was too much, but my reasoning was sound. Maureen and Bob Brooks lived their lives in the kitchen, hip to hip or one or the other relaxing at the counter while the other one cooked. I swore 95% of my childhood memories happened in that room. It's perfect, though. Like the epicenter of the house. My chest tightened with an unexpected surge of pride and accomplishment. The fact that she understood made me feel validated in a way I hadn't even known I'd needed. I turned quickly, grabbing her hips and slamming her surprised and open lips to mine. Thank you, I said. That's exactly what I was going for. I almost couldn't handle the feeling of her answering smile. Watch your step, I advised as we stepped into one of the completely unrenovated bedrooms. The original wainscoting was the only thing I really wanted to keep, and it was acting more like a temporary storage room for supplies than a bedroom at the moment. This place is amazing, Georgie remarked in wonder. It's almost like a time capsule. I know. It's nearly 100 years old, which was really fucking intimidating when I first started doing the work. I bet. Come on, let me show you upstairs real quick, and then we can watch a movie. I'm ready to cuddle. Kline Brooks, a cuddler. Born, bred, and proud of it, baby. She pursed her lips, scrunched her nose, and shook her head. Georgia's look of trying to figure something out. You almost never say what I'm expecting you to. You know that? I shrugged and nuzzled my face into her neck before touching my lips to the shell of her ear. Fine by me, as long as what I actually say is better. She shivered and then touched her lips to my cheek. Sauntering toward the door, she looked over her shoulder as soon as her small body lined up with the frame. You haven't failed me yet.
Chapter 21. Georgia. I slowly opened my eyes as Kline lifted me off the couch, cradling me close to his chest. I must have fallen asleep halfway through the movie. Only 2 glasses of wine deep. I hadn't been drunk, just a delicious mix of relaxed and sleepy, sated from resting by the fire and cozy from being wrapped up in his arms. His eyes met mine as we moved down the hall, toward the bedroom. I figured you'd want to be somewhere a little more comfortable than the couch. He gently set me on the mattress, pulling the covers back and tucking me in. After a soft kiss to my forehead, he whispered, "Go back to sleep, baby." I watched him move around the bedroom, charging his phone, sliding off his jeans, shrugging out of his shirt, and turning off the lights. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to how amazing Kline looked in just his boxer briefs. It should have been an offense to let a man who looked like that walk around without clothes. But I wasn't complaining. If he is a crime, then by God, get the handcuffs ready, because there is no way I can resist him. He slid into the bed beside me, oblivious to my awakened state and ogling thoughts. Tonight had been so perfect. He was perfect, sexy, kind, funny, and so very sweet. He made me want things I'd spent a lot of time wondering if I'd ever have. Under the covers, I slid toward him, moving my body on top of his. His eyes popped open. "Hi," I whispered. "Hi." He smiled softly, wrapping his arms around my back and holding me close. I didn't really feel like sleeping. I brushed my nose against his.
And what is it you feel like doing?
I shrugged my shoulders as my lips nibbled along his neck, kissing a path back to his mouth. I bit his bottom lip and then licked across the plump skin to soothe it better. He groaned, gripping my hips and flipping me to my back. His mouth locked with mine as he kissed me, long and slow and deep, so deliciously deep. I gripped the strands of hair resting at the nape of his neck. I swallowed his breaths and savored the taste of him. My body was getting more riled, almost restless, with each heady second that passed. He pushed my tank top up and over my chest, grabbing my breasts. He sucked a hardened nipple into his mouth, teasing the peak with his tongue, until switching to the other and repeating the same delectable torture. The pulsing ache between my legs was proof of how badly I wanted Kline. And God, I wanted to feel him. All of him. His mouth found mine again.
Tell me what you want.
Our tongues danced.
I'll give you anything.
I want you inside of me. I moaned against his lips. I wanted so badly. The need burned in a way it never had before. In a way I knew couldn't be otherwise extinguished. His eyes met mine, searching.
You know I'll wait, right? I'll wait until you know you're really ready. There's no rush.
A tiny self-doubting voice crept in. You don't want to have sex with me?
Are you kidding?
A soft laugh escaped his lips.
Baby, I'm losing my mind over the idea of feeling you come on my cock. I'd say that's quite obvious.
He playfully rubbed the proof against my thigh, spurring a giggle from my lips.
But I'm not rushing you.
He cupped my cheek, eyes tender.
You hold the power. You decide when it's right.
My hands found their way into his hair again, grasping the strands and pulling his face to mine. I kissed him like I'd never kissed him before. My mouth plundered his lips and tongue, taking what they wanted. I was out of my mind with feelings for this man. I had just told him I wanted to have sex, and he'd done the opposite of what I'd expected. He slowed us down, trying to make sure I was making the right decision for myself. I didn't need time to think, because Kline was right. He was all of the rights, and I wanted to give him another part of myself. I want this. I want this more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. I wrapped my legs around his hips, pulling him closer to where I was desperate for him. He settled between my thighs, his hardened cock pressing against me. My body shook in anticipation. This moment was why I had waited so long to take this step. I wasn't naive, expecting my first time to be beside a fire or surrounded by rose petals on a bed. I wasn't expecting cheesy lines of undying devotion or an engagement ring. I just wanted to make sure it was meaningful, that it was with someone I trusted, someone I cared about, and most importantly, I needed it to be someone who cared about me too, who wouldn't intentionally hurt me, not just physically, but emotionally as well. Everyone had their own views on sex. Some people could have sex for the pure act itself. They could savor spending the night with a gorgeous stranger and have no lingering doubts or feelings nagging them the next day. I had always been able to leave my emotions at the door when it came to an oral exchange. But when it came to full-on penis penetration, home run sex, I knew I couldn't approach it with that same mindset. To me, intercourse was more intimate than oral. There was something about looking directly into a person's eyes while your bodies became one. I knew that type of sex had to be something more than just physical for me. I trusted Kline so much, and I'd come to do it quickly. But I felt the way he cared about me with every kiss, every smile, every lingering touch. With him, it wouldn't just be sex. He was more than that to me. I truly cared about him. My feelings for him ran deeper than I was ready to admit. The intensity and depth of those feelings had awareness hitting me like a wrecking ball. My heart was on the line here, and I had just realized how much I could lose. Fear drowned my mind, spilling into my eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, assessing the uncertainty on my face, acutely in tune with my wavering thoughts. "I'm scared," I admitted. He stared deep into my eyes. "There's nothing to be scared of, Georgie. I'd never pressure you into doing something you're not ready for." I wiped the worry from his brow. "I know that. Believe me, I know that." "Tell me what you're scared of." His eyes were so earnest. "I'll do everything I can to fix it." "This guy." I swallowed around my heart and my throat. "I'm scared because it's so intense." I fumbled to find the right words. I feel like I'm falling too fast with you. It's scary as hell. I can't ignore the fear that one day I'll wake up and things will have ended badly between us. I don't want to associate you with hurt in the end." He cupped my face, gazing down at me. "No matter what happens, baby, it will always be a good hurt for me. You make me feel alive, and I'll do everything I can to make sure it's the same goddamn experience for you." That look. There was a gentleness in his eyes that let me know I wasn't the only one falling. This wasn't going to be just about sex for him either. This was more. He and I were going places, and his look said, "I'm falling too." And that look was why I reached for the nightstand to pull a condom from the drawer. The empty drawer. His eyes followed me the whole way. I could feel them, but when I turned back to him, they were slightly pinched together. "I thought there'd be condoms." He laughed a little, just enough to ease the tension and make me start to smile. "There aren't any condoms in the drawer." "Obviously," I replied. He smirked and rubbed at the skin of my waist. "I've never brought a woman here." A comforting statement to all, but somehow I managed to turn it on its head, panicking slightly, thinking that things were going to come to a very abrupt stop. I didn't want them to. I was ready now. "Please tell me you have condoms somewhere." He smiled fully at that. "In my bag." I shoved him off and jumped off the bed before running to his bag and rummaging through it without remorse. When the foil of the package met my fingertips, I took off in reverse, shoving him aside, resuming my position, and pulling him back on top of me. He shook with silent amusement as he grabbed the condom out of my hand, setting it on the bed beside my hip. But his mirth transformed quickly to heat as he moved his hands to my panties, slowly sliding them down my legs, pressing kisses down my body in their wake. He removed his briefs, his thick erection popping free. My eyes went wide for a beat, distressed by the size of him. It was one thing to take a cock of that magnitude in my mouth, but it was a whole other ballgame when that cock was going to be the first to slide into home. "Not gonna lie, I wish you were smaller," I blurted out before I could take it back. Kline stopped mid-kiss, and his forehead fell to my abdomen as a few chuckles escaped his lips. I could feel his smile against my flesh. "No can do, Benny girl. I'm big-dicked Brooks," I stilled. "What did you just say?" "Nothing." He laughed softly into my skin, his tongue sneaking out and licking around my belly button. "Did you just say, big-dicked Brooks? Huh?" He peered up at me, amusement on his lips and his eyes feigning confusion. My nose scrunched up. "Where did you hear that?" "I can't recall the exact moment." He shrugged, playfully biting my hip, "but I really did appreciate the sentiment." Goosebumps dotted my skin as he slid his hand up my thigh, slipping his finger inside of me. "God, you're wet, and I haven't even started with you yet." A hot flush crawled up my neck, my lips parting on a sweet sigh when his thumb circled my clit. God, if he promised to keep doing that, I'd call him Big-Dicked Brooks any time he wanted. "Remember when I had my mouth on you? How good it felt, how hard you came." He licked my inner thigh while his fingers continued working me over. "In my bed, when I sucked on your pussy,
until you were begging me to let you come. At the pool, when I had you spread so wide, and my mouth devoured you even though anyone could have walked in and seen us. They could have seen my face between your legs, while your tits bounced with each gasping breath that fell from your pretty lips. Remember that, Georgia? He moved to the other thigh, sucking a soft bruise into my skin. God, I can't stop thinking about how perfect you taste, how sexy you look, sound, feel when I make you come. I'm dying to know what you feel like wrapped around me. I was getting so hot, so wet, just from his words alone. As he kissed a slow trail across my pubic bone, my body relaxed, legs opening up and arms falling to the sides. I'm going to make it so good, baby. His mouth moved to my clit, sucking and licking and caressing me into an orgasm. He didn't stop until my body quaked and my limbs turned lax and sated. Hey, he rasped, moving up my body and kissing me. I moaned when I tasted my sex on his tongue. This enormous sense of relief took hold, wringing the air from my lungs. I was thankful, so very thankful that I had found him, thankful that he was taking his time with me, making sure my first time was what I wanted it to be. I hoped he could feel it in my kiss, my touch, that this was more, so much more than I'd ever experienced. He was spinning my world out of its orbit, taking me to places I had never been. I watched in rapt attention as he kneeled between my thighs and slid the condom on. He pulled back, pushing his hips forward and pressing the tip of his cock against my clit. My eyes found his as he hovered over my body, his hands resting beside my head. His blue eyes glowed in the moonlight, tender and soft. "You're beautiful," he whispered against my lips, deepening our kiss. Hips pressed into mine, he started to slip inside of me. The pressure built to the point of pain as he slowly, so very slowly, slid deeper. He didn't rush, didn't hurry to claim me, just took his time. He pushed himself a little farther, then stopped to kiss me until my body let go of the tension and relaxed into him. My eyes glazed over, overwhelmed by the intensity, not just of the deed itself, but of the feelings that passed between us. Tiny inward gasps accompanied my every breath. Once he broke the barrier, pain consumed me and forced an involuntary whimper from my lips. I was sure he could see it on my face. His eyes turned remorseful as he caressed my cheek. I wanted to remove that look from his face. More, Kline. Don't stop. I wanted this. Of course, there was discomfort. But there was also a perfect ache starting to build inside of my core with each small thrust of his hips. God, you're so tight, so wet, so perfect. I'm losing my fucking mind. His lips found my neck, sucking and licking and placing little bites across my skin. Every word eased an ounce of discomfort. Every kiss, suck, and lick eased too. Baby, move with me, he encouraged. My muscles relaxed and I lifted my legs higher to my sides, allowing him to slide in farther. He groaned. A hiccuping breath escaped my lungs. I needed more. I wanted Kline as deep as he could go. I rolled my hips, pulling him all the way inside of me. We both cried out. The sensations were overwhelming. His cock fully sheathed by my heat, my thighs pressing against his hips. I let out a raspy moan, whispering, God, this feels so good. Fuck yes, it does. He kissed my jaw, my cheek, the corners of my lips. My hips pushed up of their own accord, unconsciously telling him I still needed more. This is what it felt like to want to crawl inside a person, to be a part of them. It made me greedy. Every inch he gave just made me want another one even more. Kline moved in an easy rhythm, careful of my sensitivity but not lacking in intensity. He started to pick up the pace when I begged him to go deeper, harder, faster. He sucked savagely on my neck, growing uninhibited and frenzied, only to slow down again, finding my mouth and giving me soft, drugging kisses. My hands explored his body, moving down his arms, his back, his ass, savoring the flex and strain of his muscles as he thrust. "You okay, baby?" he asked, sweeping a few damp strands of hair from my forehead. "I'm more than okay." "Fuck, Georgia. You look so perfect like this. Here, under me." His eyes turned fierce and determined, like he wanted to make me lose control, completely turn my world on its head. My body started to shake as he sped up, only to whimper in taut frustration when he slowed down again. "Do you trust me, baby?" I didn't even have to think about the answer. "Yes, God, yes, I trust you." "I want to show you how good it can be when there's no rush." He kissed me, sucked on my lips, my tongue, stealing every one of my sounds into his mouth and swallowing them greedily. And God, I loved his hoarse noises, how he kept telling me how beautiful I was, how good this felt, how hard he was. I loved how he took control and knew the exact way to drive me wild. "I want to do this for hours and hours, but fuck, you're too much. It's too much." He shifted his pace, lazy morphine into quick and hungry. "Tell me how good it feels," he ground out, pressing his face into my neck. His voice was demanding, but he wasn't chasing my climax so hard for himself. He was doing it for me. All I could do was nod, too consumed with desire to answer. I gripped his ass, my nails digging into the toned flesh. "Good, because I'm going to make you feel even better," he swore. "I'm going to make you lose your fucking mind." He slid out of me, spurring a distraught moan to slip past my lips. He gripped my thighs and moved his face between my legs before I could stop him. His mouth consumed me, sucking and licking and tonguing at my pussy until my orgasm started to build at an explosive pace beneath my skin. Warmth spread across my body, a thin sheen of sweat following its lead. Unintelligible words escaped my lips as I started to come. "That's my wild girl. Let me watch you catch fire," he said, continuing to take me over the edge. I squeezed my eyes closed, mouth falling open, body bowing off the bed. I didn't just come. I screamed, exploded, burst into flames. Time, location, my name. Those things didn't exist, my senses too consumed by what Kline was doing to me. He moved back up the bed, gripping my thigh and pushing my knee to my shoulder, spreading me wide open for his straining cock. He pushed inside of me with ease and started fucking me deep, dragging in and out at the most mind-blowing pace. He propped himself up on his hands, staring down at where he moved in me. "Fuck, it's so good." Moving one hand between us, he rubbed my clit. "I need to feel you come around my cock." "I don't think I can. It's too much already." He didn't let up, determined. "Yeah, baby, you can. Come on my cock." I whimpered. "Let go." I was his instrument, and he had mastered the skill of making me sing. My body arched into his touch, my hips rocking faster with his. "Kline, oh, God!" "Fuck yes. Give me one more." His eyes focused on his hand moving over me, his cock sliding in and out. I closed my eyes, my mind drowning in pure sensation. My thighs quivered, my pussy tightening rhythmically around him, and my hips threatened to cramp up from the strain. A surprised cry escaped from my lungs as I came hard and fast. My head was thrown back into the pillow, and I gripped his ass, pulling him forward while he rocked into me. His eyes squeezed shut, lips parted as he chased his own release. His hair was mussed up, sweat wetting his brow, and God, his eyes, they were fierce and hooded with his impending climax.
"I want to feel you come," I gasped, dragging my nails down his back. I needed to see him lose control, needed to feel his body when he came. He stared down at my breasts that were moving with the force of his thrusts. His skin was sweaty and perfect, and I wanted to lick it off with my tongue. And when he looked up and met my eyes, I watched him lose control. The moment felt like a dream, everything slowing down so I could imprint every second on my brain. His mouth moved in slow motion with each soft grunt, each guttural moan, and his movements echoed that I was seeing the real thing. This was real. We were real. My feelings, his feelings, even though they hadn't been said out loud, they were real. Deep down I knew he was it, my person, my soul's infinitely interesting counterpart. "Let's stay here, wrapped up in one another until the sun burns out," I whispered into his ear, once his body had stilled and my burning lungs had cooled enough to fill with breath. He lifted my chin, staring into my eyes. My heart latched onto billowing blue and refused to let go. "I know you're not ready to hear what I'm feeling, but just know, for me, tonight was more. It was everything." I closed my eyes, letting his words wash over me. This moment would last forever. No matter what happened, I'd never forget the look in his eyes, the sound of his voice, and the feel of him claiming every part of me.
Chapter 22. Kline. I woke with a start, the brief confusion of my surroundings passing quickly enough that my hands slid across the sheets in search of Georgia's warm, sweet skin within seconds. The hunt for heated skin turned up nothing but cold cotton. I lifted my head and opened my eyes to continue the search, and the mid-morning sun filtering in through the glass windows highlighted her clothes from last night, strewn across the bench beneath the bay window. Sitting up to get a better visual perspective, I blinked the sleep from my eyes and scanned the room thoroughly, but still came up empty. With my sense of sight foiled, the others engaged, and the sound of her voice echoing from down the hall turned my short bout of panic into pride. Beautiful and brilliant, the unpredictably vivacious woman down the hall had chosen me to share last night with. Her voice wasn't as pretty as the rest of her, though. The familiar, high-pitched, nails-on-a-chalkboard tune of her unrecognized song bringing a smile to my face. And it was loud. So loud and unexpectedly inviting that I got out of bed and threw on a pair of boxers to find out what she was up to. Striding down the hall, I found her in one of the bathrooms. The door open and her body in motion, her back was to me as she slid a paint-covered roller across the wall and danced at the same time. Her voice boomed inside the small, confined room, and a Mary Poppins-like accent emphasized her tone. I'd never heard the song before, but I couldn't tell if that was because I didn't know the band or that she was only singing every third word. In disbelief that I'd found her making her own episode of something on HGTV so early in the morning and without cause, I leaned against the doorframe and just watched her, drinking her in. Blonde hair sat on top of her head, curls cascading from a messy bun. She was a mess, earbuds in with her phone tucked into the side of my boxer briefs, and her black lace bra was the only other article of clothing covering her petite and curvy frame. Her perfect little ass shook back and forth as she danced in place, painting the wall to the rhythm of whatever offbeat music filled her ears. I crossed my arms across my chest, smiling at her obliviousness to my presence. She was painting the room the wrong color, smearing the light shade of blue I had decided I hated weeks ago all over the unfinished walls, but I didn't care. She could paint the entire house this god-awful blue as long as she did it in her current uniform, and I got to watch. Bob and Maureen would have to learn to love it, because every time I saw it, I'd think of this, of her, of last night, and of this perfect, simple moment. I couldn't help but think, if I only made bad decisions for the rest of my life, At least I had made one really good decision with her. Asking Georgia out was the smartest thing I had ever done. Period. She turned to soak more paint onto the roller, and her hands flew to her chest, droplets of blue streaming across the room and staining everything in their path. "Christ, Kline, you scared the bejesus out of me!" she shouted, the accent of the band still hijacking the normal lilt of her voice. She removed her earbuds, letting the cords fall past her hips. "My apologies, love," I said, mimicking her English brogue. Her cheeks turned pink, an embarrassed smile cresting her full lips. "Sorry, I've been listening to English rock bands all morning." I grinned. "You sound like a young Julie Andrews. It's pretty fucking adorable." Georgia giggled, setting the roller down. She bounced around the room like a pinball, pouring more paint into the tray. Her excessive energy level piqued my interest. "Did I wake you? God, I really hope I didn't wake you up. I was up by 5 and I couldn't fall back asleep, so I put on a pot of coffee. I watched Home Shopping Network for about 20 minutes and walked through the house, and then I saw the room. I figured, why not make myself useful, right? So yeah, I saw you had already painted one of the walls this color blue, so I decided to finish the job. Are you still tired? Hungry? I can make some more coffee if you want some." Her words were strewn together in one giant, fast-paced, run-on sentence. I tried to recall the last time I'd seen her take a breath. She fiddled with bright blue painter's tape while tapping a persistent foot against the squeaky hardwood floor. I cocked my head to the side. "How much coffee have you had, sweetheart?" She shrugged. "A few cups. I guess I lost count after 3. Or maybe it was 4? My eyebrows popped in understanding. "Anyway, what do you think? Are you happy with the color? I think I like it. It's cheerful, serene. Hopefully your mom will like it. I guess her opinion would be the most important one, huh?" I nodded. "I think she'll love it." I lied. Fantastic!" she exclaimed, before I could ask her if she'd eaten anything. Her mind was like a damn hummingbird's wing, flitting around from one thought to the next faster than the naked eye, or in this case, ear, could process. She grabbed the roller again, sliding it into the tray, and resumed her painting with more than necessary focus. "So, last night, did you—" She glanced over her shoulder, eyes uncertain, and before I could offer a reassuring smile, her gaze was back on the wall, her arms sweeping up and down in quick succession. Her feet fidgeted a few times until she just blurted out, "I had a really good time last night." And then the light bulb went on. Normally, I could get a pretty quick read on someone's headspace, more quickly than this, but after waking up to find her painting my house, her beautiful mouth moving a mile a minute, I was a little off my game. Georgia was nervous, and about a pot of coffee deep into the caffeine jitters. She seemed uncertain if I'd enjoyed last night, which was insane. First time or not, Georgia Cummings knew just how to sexually woo a man. A tight, hot pussy was just the beginning, because the rest of it was what I would remember. The shake of her body, the gravel in her voice, the way her words turned into moans, and those, in the fiery inferno of her orgasm, gave way to nothing but enraptured silence. Her eyes held mine, and her heartbeat was my second favorite part of her chest. Nirvana was the only way to describe it. I knew she felt it along with me then, and I knew, deep down, she knew it now, too. I just needed to remind her. I moved to the shower, turning the nozzle and letting the water warm up. She glanced over her shoulder at the squeal of the pipes. "What are you doing?" "Just want to make sure the plumbing is still good in here," I lied. The only plumbing I cared about was hers. I smiled in reassurance. She kept the suspicious face, but turned back to her task. Once the water hit a good temperature, I moved toward her, wrapping my arms around her waist, and whispered into her ear, kissing the soft skin of her neck. "Hey, guess what?" "What?" She shivered, but didn't stop painting. I kissed her jaw and stepped back, holding my hand out. "Let me borrow that roller for a second. I have a little trick that makes it easier." I lied again. She shrugged, handing it to me. I set it down in the tray, glancing at the shower and noting the steam rising from the floor. Perfect. It was time to take this situation into my own hands. I grabbed her hips and tossed her over my shoulder before she could stop me. "Kline!" she squeaked as I strode toward the shower, the top fragments of her bun tickling the skin of my thighs. She smacked my ass and back as I stepped under the shower head, water drenching us both. "Holy shit!" she shrieked as the water soaked into her skin and very few clothes. "What the hell?" Chuckling, I set Georgia on her feet and ignored her glare. I reached around her back with a flourish, popping the clasp on her bra and dragging it off her arms and down until it landed at our feet. She was a vision, wet, waiting, and wearing nothing but my briefs. "I enjoyed last night." Her uncertain eyes warmed just slightly. "So much that I feel compelled to thank you." I paused and licked my lips with a wink. "And this perfect fucking pussy." Her eyes widened, but I didn't wait, sliding down her body, kissing between her swinging breasts, her belly, until I reached the waistband of my underwear. "Kline?" "Shh," I said into her skin, pulling a tiny section between my teeth. "I'm a little busy right now." She shook as I slipped the briefs down her legs and pressed my mouth against her pubic bone, licking the water from her skin. "God, Benny girl, last night you blew my fucking mind. It's safe to say I want to do that with you for the next 100 years. It was the best goddamn sex of my entire life." "Really?" she whimpered. "You were perfect." My lips trailed down her inner thigh. Her legs were trembling, her hands sliding into my hair and tugging desperately. "Did you enjoy last night?" I prompted, putting the ball back in her court. "Was it as good for you as it was for me?" "God, yes. Last night was perfect," she moaned, her head falling back thanks to my suction on her pussy. Sweet like candy, I feasted on the taste of her until her inner muscles tried to take possession of my tongue. God damn, I wanted that pussy to milk another part of me. "How sore are you, sweetheart?" She shook her head no, but her eyes said, "God, yes." "I need to feel what it's like to be inside you again. I want to feel that pretty pussy squeeze the cum out of my cock." "Yes," she moaned. "Please, now." I picked her up and wrapped her legs around me tight, moving us down the hall and into my bedroom before tossing her wet body onto the mattress. My sheets would be soaked, but fuck if I cared. I grabbed a condom out of my bag, tearing the package with my teeth as she watched from the bed. "So I guess this means there really weren't any painting tips?" she teased, biting her bottom lip. "It's all about the strokes, baby," I said, flashing a devilish grin as I slid the condom on, stroking up and down my length to punctuate that statement. I crawled onto the bed, moving between her legs. She gripped my ass as I held her thighs, my fingertips branding her skin and spreading them wider until the tip of my cock nestled against the one place I needed to be. "Now, Kline. God, I can't wait any longer," she begged. Her hips pushed up, urging me closer. The second I pushed inside of her, we both cried out, losing ourselves in each other and chasing each other's pleasure. I spent the next 2 hours using my cock and mouth and hands to reassure Georgia that sex with her was the single best thing I'd ever experienced, and she gave every second of that time to confirming it. Hands down, motherfucking nirvana.
Chapter 23. Georgia.
"Windows up or down?"
He asked, cranking the engine and putting the gear shift into drive. Reality started to set in. We were headed back to the city, and I knew I'd miss being wrapped up in my perfect Kline bubble. No responsibilities, no plans, just us, lazily enjoying the entire weekend together. Down, please. I wanted to smell the ocean one last time. The day was beautiful, sun shining brightly, and only filtered by the occasional fluffy white cloud strolling past its glow. He rolled down the windows, then leaned over the console, grabbing 2 pairs of aviators from his glove box and handing one to me. Such a gentleman, I smiled, slipping them on and tossing my hair into a messy bun. For you? He rested his hand on my thigh, squeezing gently. Always, baby. As we drove onto the main road, the Hamptons' house slowly diminished in the passenger mirror, and an unexpected surge of melancholy consumed me. I was going to miss that beautiful rustic house. If I could have made a Pinterest board of my perfect home, that place would be pretty damn close. Once finished, I bet it would exceed my wildest dreams. I was still in awe that Kline had bought a home for his mom and dad, and it wasn't a brand new house, which he could obviously afford. It was a home he was filling with love and care and thoughtfulness by fixing it up himself. Everything I had assumed about him had been dead wrong. He'd rented a Ford Edge, for goodness sake. Nothing against that vehicle. I'd have been more than happy to drive one around, but it wasn't the type of car you'd see a man with his kind of money drive. A Range Rover? Definitely. But an economy mid-size SUV that he'd rented? Hell no. He was so damn humble and endearing and practical. Every new facet of his personality I discovered, I adored. Kline was one of the most intriguing people I'd ever met. I'll drive. You handle the music. Sound good? He handed me his phone, iTunes already pulled up. I nodded, scrolling through his playlists and choosing Young the Giant's 12 Fingers. It was the perfect song for this kind of day. I hung my hand out the window and savored the unseasonably warm wind that caressed my skin. After slipping off my flats, I moved my feet up to the seat, knees finding their way under my chin. Catching sight of each mile marker we passed, I felt a twinge of sadness as the distance grew between us and that gorgeous beach view. I glanced at Kline out of the corner of my eye. He was softly singing the words, tapping out a beat on the steering wheel. He looked delicious. Aviators, 2 days' worth of scruff, handsome mouth set in a soft grin. I wanted to eat him with a spoon. A swell of emotions tightened my chest as our weekend replayed in my mind. It had been perfect. He had been perfect. Kline hadn't rushed. He'd been attentive and careful, and made sure my first time was good for me. And it had been. That night had been more than good. It had been amazing. He made me feel crazy in the greatest, most overwhelming way. It was hard to describe. Hell, it was hard to even put into words without saying things I wasn't quite ready to say. Just, God, this man. He was everything. I felt like I was on the best roller coaster ride of my life. In the beginning, when everything started with us, I had hesitantly hopped in, mind racing. What the hell am I thinking? Is this a good idea? The guy I'd known at work was a fair, honest, friendly guy, but not one I'd ever considered. But then, it had been too late to back out because I'd been moving. We'd been moving. We'd been climbing and whirling and twisting all crazy, and my thoughts had immediately shifted. I'm pretty sure I'll survive, because how many people fall out of roller coasters, right? But I didn't really know because I'd never really paid attention to theme park statistics. Shit, I had never really been into riding roller coasters. Until Kline. Every corkscrew and curve was exciting. I was enjoying every nerve-wracking minute, and I started to just let go and trust. I started to truly believe that as scary as it was, I was right where I needed to be. Then, there was that holy shit turn when the bottom would drop out and my stomach would fall to my feet. But I was soaring again, and screaming and laughing because I had made it. I was alive, and this, Kline and me together, was the most real, amazing thing in my life.
and the ride slowed just a little bit, and the turns and twists were more like reverberations of the really crazy ones from before. But I was fine with that. I was happy with everything. And when I pulled into place where I had started, I felt changed, overjoyed, enlightened, and knowing, without a doubt, I was right where I'd always wanted and needed to be. In the craziest explanation, that was what he made me feel. Complete. Alive. Amazing. The same, but somehow very, very different. The song switched to the used Smother Me. The lyrics and the slow, silky beat had me looking at Kline again, drinking him in. He sensed my eyes, glancing in my direction and smiling. One hand left the wheel, reaching for mine and entwining our fingers. I laid my head back on the seat and just enjoyed, savored, greedily soaked up this little moment. I memorized every second, locking it up tight with the rest of my Kline memories. We'd made a lot in a short time, but they were good ones. Every single one. Before I knew it, Kline was hopping out of the driver's side and opening my door. The drive had been nice and we'd made good time. He'd held my hand the entire way, his thumb caressing my fingers. We didn't talk much, just silently enjoyed each other's company. Sometimes, words don't need to be said. Sometimes, simply enjoying someone's company, just having them beside you, just being in their presence was enough. Plus, my inner monologue had said enough for the both of us. Since we had spent the majority of the day packing and driving, I was going to stay the night at his place. We'd take the rental car back on our way to work and get into the office a little later than usual. That was definitely one positive for dating your boss. If he wanted to take you away on a long weekend in the Hamptons and demanded you go into work a few hours later than normal, who were you to argue? "Let's leave the bags," he said, taking my hand. "I'll grab them later." He handed his key off to the valet and led me into the lobby and onto the elevator. "Did you have a good weekend, Penny?" he asked, pushing the button for his floor. I shrugged. "It was okay." "Just okay?" I nodded. He stalked toward me like he was a predator and I was his prey, and he caged me against the wall. "Are you sure about that, baby?" "It was pretty good." I stared up at him, fighting the urge to smile. "I have a feeling you're trying to get me riled up." He kissed the corner of my mouth. "Is that what you're doing? Is it working?" His hand slid into my hair, gripping the strands. "That depends. What kind of reaction were you hoping for?" "One that includes taking off your pants." "I think that can be arranged." His mouth was on me, kissing me hard, making my moan echo in the small confines of the cart. My hands were all over him, touching his chest and stomach, and then sliding up his back. I was about 2 seconds away from mounting him inside the elevator when the bell dinged, signaling we'd reached his floor. He didn't waste any time, picking me up and wrapping my legs around his waist as he carried me out, grabbing my ass. We were a mess of kissing and groping as we reached his door. It took him 3 tries to fit the key into the lock and open it. We tumbled into his apartment. He kicked the door shut. My back was pressed against the wall as he continued to kiss the hell out of me. "Kline? Is that you?" We stopped, glancing toward the female voice coming from the living room. "Shit!" he cursed, untangling us. My feet hit the floor and Kline discreetly adjusted my shirt. I looked at him, confused. What the hell? "My mom," he mouthed, just as she rounded the corner. Panic hit me. I was about to meet his mom. Kline's mom. She was here, in his apartment, and 2 seconds ago I'd been about to hump him in the elevator. I mean, what were the odds? Friday night Kline had popped my cherry, and today I was meeting his fucking mother. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. "Deep breaths, Georgia. You can do this. You can get through this without looking like a moron." "Kline, darling, we didn't know you'd be home so early," she greeted, moving toward her son and giving him a hug. His mother was beautiful. Dark hair that was cut into a bob, bright blue eyes, blinding smile. I was starting to see where Kline got his looks. Hi, Mom. He cleared his throat, scratched his cheek. Just out of curiosity, how did you get into my apartment? The spare key you gave us. You mean my emergency key? The one I gave you just in case I lost mine or managed to lock myself out of my apartment? Yeah, that one. She nodded and smiled, not catching his drift in the slightest. Kline sighed, scrubbing a hand down his face. Kline, my boy! A tall, handsome man walked toward us. He was a distinguished kind of handsome, with salt and pepper hair and glasses covering his brown eyes. Oh, shit! His dad is here, too? Hey, Dad, Kline greeted. The two men hugged, clapping one another on the back. His dad's focus turned to me. And who is this gorgeous woman? Bob, I was just about to ask that, his mother added, almost insulted that he'd gotten to it first. It caused a hint of a smile to spread across my face. This is my girlfriend. Kline wrapped his arm around my shoulder, tucking me into his side. If it hadn't been for the panic over his parents, I might have focused a little harder on the use of the label girlfriend, jumped up and down a couple of times, that sort of thing. Georgia, these are my parents, Bob and Maureen. He begrudgingly introduced us. I had a feeling he was peeved their unexpected visit had put a damper on our little moment in the elevator. I fought my normal urges to shout something awkward and completely inappropriate. Oh, hi! I'm Georgia. Your son took my virginity this weekend. You really did a great job with him. He sure knows how to please a woman. Yeah, don't worry. I managed to keep my foot-and-mouth syndrome under control. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I shook their hands. Kline has told me so much about you. Oh, she's very pretty, Kline, Maureen murmured, winking at her son. Can't deny that, Bob added. Looks like you're finally slowing down and enjoying yourself. Thank goodness, his mother agreed. It's about time our baby boy took some time for himself. He works too hard. She looked at Kline. You really do, honey. You work way too hard. Kline started to say something, but his father was already chiming in. Definitely works too hard. You look good, son, and I have a feeling it has a lot to do with this pretty lady here. Bob nodded in my direction. I felt like I was in the middle of a tennis match, moving my head back and forth, just to keep up with their constant chatter. They were pretty adorable, to be honest. So, what brings you guys here, to my apartment, on a Sunday? Your father still hasn't fixed my washer, and I needed to throw a few loads in, Maureen explained, giving Bob the side-eye. But don't worry, I went ahead and did all of your laundry while I was at it, and I cleaned your bathroom. It was a mess, Kline, Matthew, she scolded. He chuckled, shaking his head. Thanks, Mom. I really appreciate it. Well, it was the least I could do, but really, Kline, between that and the litter box, I nearly fainted. You should think about getting a maid or something. Georgia shouldn't have to see that. Pretty sure the last time I was here, what his bathroom looked like was the very last thing on my mind. The bedroom? Yes. Kline naked? Hell yes. But the cleanliness of his toilet? Yeah, not so much. Only one of those things is even remotely my fault, Kline grumbled under his breath. It was one of those moves where you want to stick it to a person by saying what you're feeling, but you don't actually want them to hear you. I tried really hard not to laugh. How was the Hamptons? Bob asked as we made our way into the living room. Fantastic. Kline encouraged me to sit down on the couch before settling beside me. We had great weather. Had you ever been to the Hamptons, Georgia? Maureen asked. A few times, but not since I was a teenager. It was nice being by the coast. Honestly, it makes me want to live there permanently. Kline grinned at me, gently squeezing my thigh. What'd you rent for the drive, son? Bob asked. Ford Edge. Sensible vehicle? Not my first choice, but I guess you didn't want to pick Georgia up in a Focus, huh? He chuckled, smiling at Kline. How was the gas mileage? Pretty good, Kline answered. 28 miles to the gallon. Not too shabby. His dad scrunched his lips together, nodding his head. The whole practicality thing was really starting to make sense. "Darling, have you offered Georgia anything to drink?" his mother whispered, but loud enough for me to hear. "I'm sure she's parched from the drive." Before I could decline, Kline was pulling me to my feet. "Come on, let's get you something to drink." "I'll take a beer, son," his dad called out to us as we walked into the kitchen. "She's so pretty, Bob," Maureen whispered to her husband, giddy. "Do you think they're having sex?" "Christ, Maureen. I hope to God our son is having sex by now. He's 34 years old. If he isn't, I've screwed up somewhere along the way." "Shh," she quieted him. "Keep your voice down and stop talking like that." "Pretty sure they can hear everything you're saying, Maur. You've never been too good with the inside voice." His father didn't even attempt to keep his volume down. "Do you think they are, Bob?" "By the way they looked when they walked in the door, I'd say they were about 2 seconds away from sexing. If they hadn't already shown me approval, I'd have been burrowing myself into the floor. The second we got into the kitchen, Kline was lifting me onto the counter and standing between my legs. He gripped my thighs. "Sorry for the ambush," he said, his eyes apologetic. "It's not like you planned it. Anyway, I really like Bob and Maureen." A relieved grin covered his lips. "They really do mean well. My mom can be a bit of a meddler, though. I'm sure that was apparent the second we walked into my apartment and found them making themselves at home." I laughed, nodding. "It's okay. Once you meet my parents, you'll realize you have nothing to worry about." He pressed a soft kiss to my lips. "I look forward to it, baby." "Do you think we'll have sex tonight?" I teased, waggling my brows. "God, I was praying you hadn't heard them," he groaned, dropping his head to my chest. I laughed, lifting his chin up to meet my eyes. "I'm glad you're finding this hilarious." "I can't wait until we have sex again," I whispered. Kline's face cracked, a smile consuming his perfect mouth. "I hope you put your mouth on my Pussy, too." "If I put my cock in your mouth, will you stop spelling shit?" I nodded, my mouth twisting into a devious smile. He tickled my ribs, urging giggles from my lips. "Stop it!" I whisper-yelled, squirming away from him. "Now, stop being so damn ornery and get me something to drink. I'm parched." He rolled his eyes, turning for the fridge. I stayed on the counter, swinging my legs and watching him rummage around for refreshments. "Hey, psst." I tried to get his attention. Curious blue eyes peeked over the fridge door. I cupped my mouth with my hands, whispering, "You have the best cock."
Chapter 24. Kline. I just realized maybe I should have chosen a more professional meal. Something delicate. Georgia rolled her eyes with a self-deprecating smile and took a sip of wine. Professional. Ha! These days, professional felt like nothing more than a fancy name for a distant memory. I was so wrapped up in her, my eyes were practically staring straight down the barrel of my asshole. It didn't feel remotely natural, but it sure as fuck didn't feel bad either. You're not a delicate professional. You're a take charge, no bullshit kind of woman. If Glenn would rather watch you eat a salad than a steak, he can go fuck himself. Kline? Well, he can. Don't worry about anything other than being yourself and the contract. Fuck the rest. It had been 2 weeks since our trip to the Hamptons. We were at a dinner meeting with Glenn Waters, president and CEO of Flowers First, to button up an exclusive contract with them that I hadn't been crazy about, until Georgia had outlined all of the guaranteed cross-advertising they were contracted to do. Full disclosure, I still wasn't 100% sold, but Georgia Cummings was a smart, efficient employee, and that wasn't even my dick talking. He got a vote, I supposed, not worth denying it, but that wasn't the basis of my decision. My confidence in her ability was what had brought us to this meeting. But the flower market share on Tap Next alone was gargantuan, and I didn't like giving any one entity the entire pie. Contracts were airtight for a reason, but swearing yourself to one person professionally was just ripe for a fucking. Glenn better have some real unicorn and rainbow-type bullshit planned for ad content, or I'm going to derail this train before it even gets out of the station. Sorry about that, Glenn apologized as he approached the table. He'd left to take an important phone call. It happened from time to time, so I understood, but he rubbed me as one of those people who thinks he's hot shit and irreplaceable. Everyone is replaceable in business. Some people like me or Georgia or maybe even Glenn could be an asset, but we sure as fuck weren't necessities. Businesses needed competence, patience, and drive, and plenty of people had those qualities. No problem, Georgia appeased easily, obviously feeling like telling him to go fuck himself a little less than I did. Now, we were just starting to dive into the specifics when you got pulled away, she began, steering Glenn back to the prize. I sat back to watch. We'd be looking at a 12-month exclusivity in exchange for majority placement in each of your ads, television, radio, and print. In general, our website makes up 20% of the online daily flower market alone. Brooks Media would contractually reserve the right to approve any and all ad content that references or deals with us. God, she was something. Every word she spoke made it clear. Business didn't need specific people, but love and relationships sure did. I was starting to realize my specific person was her. I checked back into reality just in time to find Georgia looking to me in question. Of course, I'd missed the question. Glenn, the helpful bastard, filled me in, though. Don't you think she'd look sexy in one of the ads, Brooks? No, I answered simply, hoping he'd drop it. We'd just gotten started, and I wanted to believe he was just trying to get into her good graces by complimenting her. Inappropriate in both context and manner, but a compliment all the same. He laughed and gestured at my girlfriend. Sex sells. You know this. I did. Sex was a huge share of marketing in the U.S. specifically, but there was a whole slew of creative ways to use it, and they didn't include Georgia. Your whole market is sex, and this girl would sell. I clenched my hand into a fist under the table, but worked to keep my voice and demeanor steady. I even managed a completely unfriendly smile. No, Glenn. Georgia is an executive and an asset within the company. What she isn't is sex to sell. Kline, Georgia whispered. My anger was building, and she wasn't oblivious to it. Oh, I see, Glenn said with a nod. Her sex isn't for sale because she's already sexing the boss. He reached out to brush the loose hair off of her shoulder. Good move, sweetheart. My mind raced with 1,000 scenarios of how I could strangle this motherfucker from across the table. Shit. I shoved back my chair and fished in my pocket for money at the same time. Rage bubbled and boiled under the surface, singeing the lining of my veins, but I didn't give in to the scene. He wanted that. He'd pushed the last straw to try to get a rise out of me and draw attention to himself because he knew the contract was already swirling the drain. Guys like Glenn were snakes, slithering around until they found the perfect opportunity to pounce. He wanted a physical reaction, one that would land me in handcuffs and balls deep in lawyers' fees, but I wouldn't be a party to it. He was the coward, not me. Instead of facing his poor, pathetic, unintelligible business decisions head-on like a man, he'd sexually harassed my girlfriend. The deal's dead, Glenn, I declared, throwing the money down on the white linen tablecloth. Contract's destroyed. Any future opportunity to do business with Brooks Media and any of its subsidiaries extinguished. And you've lost a powerful business ally and instead gained an enemy. I pulled out Georgia's chair and forced her to stand. Kline, Georgia, let's go. She nodded, grabbed her clutch, and followed, but I could tell she wasn't happy. And that made fucking two of us. Frank sat at the curb waiting, and I opened the door and ushered Georgia in without delay. Mr. Brooks, Frank said as he jumped to attention in the driver's seat. My apartment, Frank. Yes, sir. Georgia tried several times to meet my eyes, but I couldn't return the favor. I was too goddamn angry. At Glenn, at myself, and a little at her. I hated the last most of all. I expected her to call to me, tell me to look at her, something. But the more my anger stewed, the more her own built. When I glanced her way, she was staring out the window and grinding her teeth, the curves of her nails cutting into the skin of her palms every few seconds. The ride remained silent and tense and didn't break until the door to my apartment slammed shut behind us. I tossed my wallet and keys onto the counter and pulled the tails of my shirt out of my pants. As I loosened my tie, Georgia geared up for battle, turning to face me and slamming her tiny purse down on the kitchen table with force. "I can't believe you," she seethed. "Me?" I asked in disbelief, 4 fingers pointing to the outside of my chest and raging heart pumping under the surface. "Yes, you! That was a multi-million-dollar deal. Access to ads we don't have to pay for 12 months. She shook her head. "I've been working on it for the better part of 6 months, and you threw in the towel because you were a jealous boyfriend." "Fuck that, Georgia!" I yelled, and she jumped. It was the first time I'd ever raised my voice at her, and it felt just awful enough that I hoped it was the last. But she needed to hear this. I didn't screw shit. That deal was menial at best from the beginning, signing away our lives to him for an entire year. And the way Glenn conducts business is bullshit. I'm a woman, Kline. Sometimes I have to play the game a little differently than you. That's horseshit. She jerked back, and her face flushed red with anger. The moment you lower yourself to playing into fuckwits like Glenn is the moment you've already shot yourself in the goddamn foot and leg. I had it under control. You didn't have shit, I spat. He was touching you. There is nowhere, not one single place where that's appropriate in business, man or woman. Kline. It would be bad enough that I'd interrupted her, so I forced my voice to calm. You are a brilliant woman. When someone notices your beauty and belittles it like that, you tell them to fuck off, and you do it immediately. I was trying to... No, I interrupted again, pulling my tie from my neck and tossing it next to my keys, softening my voice even further. You're right about a lot of things, a lot of the time, baby, but about this, you are wrong. Anger lined every angle of her body, the way she stood and the expression on her face. But she didn't say anything. She knew I was right. She knew she hadn't been on her A game, and she was fucking pissed about it. Pissed that women had to be in that position in the first place. Infuriated that she hadn't held her ground when he'd pushed. She could carry that anger for the whole night for all I cared. In fact, I hoped she did. Stewed on it. Learned from it. I didn't mind one fucking bit as long as she got the hell into my arms. Be angry, I told her. But please, for the love of God, do it while you're touching me. 2 fuming steps ate half the distance between us, and I closed the rest, pulling her face to mine with a clutch of her jaw. Buttons scattered as she ripped my shirt wide open and pushed the destroyed fabric from my shoulders. Heat ran down my spine like a bullet out of a gun, burning a track all the way down and gripping my balls at the bottom. I could feel them tighten in excitement, and an aggressiveness I didn't know I possessed surged through my veins in accompaniment. As soon as the tattered fabric cleared my fingertips, my hands went straight for her ass and around, down the backs of her thighs and back up the inside, bringing her skirt with them. Scratching lightly, my fingernails tested her skin before the urge to grab overwhelmed me. Skin bunched and moved with the pressure before forming a perfect shelf below her ass where my hands could live. I lifted her with ease, forcing her legs up and around my hips with pressure at my pinkies, and strode for the bedroom. She wrapped her arms around my shoulders to ease the pressure on my own and redistribute it perfectly to my hard-as-fuck cock. Uninhibited, she ate at my lips, sucking one and then the other between her own and running her tongue along the seam of them. A groan rumbled in my chest and her breath came out in pants, but that didn't slow either of us. Time versus pleasure was a race. The culmination of both right on the edge with no chance of stopping. I wanted her more than I wanted to breathe, and when she threw her head back, let go of my shoulders, and ripped her shirt over her head, she confirmed I wasn't the only one. "Suck on them," she ordered, thrusting her tits in my face and reaching behind her back to unhook her bra. With my hands at her lower back to hold her steady, I didn't delay or disappoint, pulling one cup down with my teeth before she could find the clasp. Little nibbles and sucking kisses, I tortured every inch of skin, burrowing my face in the bottom swell and biting it enough to make a mark. She yelped slightly, but it morphed into a moan as she pulled the scrap of fabric down her arms in between us and threw it to the floor of my bedroom. With my back to the bed, I fell to my ass, unwilling to abandon our current position or circumstances. Her knees sank naturally into the mattress at my sides, and the newfound freedom of my hands made me test the weight of her perfect tits in each one. "God, Kline," she whimpered. "They ache." She let out 2 short pants as my tongue swirled the tip and sucked it deep into the warmth of my mouth. "I ache." "Make it better, Georgie," I dared after releasing her pink nipple with a pop. Always up for a challenge, she didn't hesitate, backing off of my lap in an instant and unbuckling the belt at my waist. Her tongue flashed out and tasted her own lips as she did, heady arousal running so hot in her blood that she couldn't stop. I nearly lost my fucking mind. Belt undone, she made quick work of the button and zipper and shoved her hands inside before I could make a move to reciprocate with her skirt. Jesus Christ. The feel of her hand diving in to grab my dick without remorse or hesitation nearly made me come in my pants. "Georgia," I whispered, and her bright, fiery eyes jumped to mine with desperation. She'd been pouring all of her angst and uncertainty from the meeting into us, and I didn't mind. But at the same time, I wanted her to feel what was coming from me. My jealousy, my rage, sure, but mostly my fucking disgust at listening to someone treat her like anything less than the smart, beautiful, goddamn goddess of a woman she was. "Come on, baby. Climb on. Fuck me until it only hurts good." She finally shucked her skirt, and I did the same with my pants, towing off my shoes in the process. She didn't bother, keeping her heels on her feet and climbing on top of me again. I reached to grab a condom from my pants, but she slid down on my dick before my fingers even met the fabric. "Fuck." "Oh yeah," she agreed, emphatic. "I'm going to. Condom," I reminded her, grabbing her hips to slow her already building speed. She just shook her head with a smile, a halfway distant look in her eyes, suggesting she didn't even understand what the fuck she was doing. If I thought for even a second there was a chance I'd hurt her in some way or give her some kind of a disease by taking her without a condom, I would have stopped her. But I knew for a fact I wouldn't. And if there were other consequences, like an unplanned pregnancy, I'd literally run myself ragged to make it worth it for all of us. Because, good God, I did not want to interrupt or ruin this show. I eased my grip on her hips just enough that she could move freely, and she took advantage. She found her rhythm quickly, her tits swinging deliciously and the plump cheeks of her ass cradling my thighs and balls with every stroke down. Her hair fell down and around her face, and her breath came out in staccato pants. I'd never seen a woman take hold of her pleasure so thoroughly. She squeezed me internally with every stroke, touched the skin on my chest like she couldn't get enough, connected. And yet she worked me with the focus of someone doing nothing but chasing their own pleasure. A smile swallowed my face as her pussy did the same to my cock. Up and down she went, her thighs shaking more and more with each stroke. "That's it, sweetheart." She was getting close now, and her fingernails were digging half moons into the skin at my chest. I grabbed a handful of flesh at the sides of her hips and held on, saddling up and getting ready for what was to come. When a moan exploded from her chest, I lost any pretense of control. A clap of sound cracked the heavy, sex-filled air as I reddened the skin of her ass with one hand and plucked at one of her perfect nipples with the other. "Ride that cock, Georgia!" Her pussy clenched. "Fuck yes. Make it yours," I demanded, pushing her to take it to the next level. With an ab curl, my mouth lunged for her untortured nipple and sucked it with a pop. Her pussy grabbed me again, and this time was slow to let go. "Fuck. God, this cunt. It's gonna make me yours for fucking ever." And it was. That and her mind and her single-minded determination to redefine herself, to redefine her evening's decisions, in one dominating ride on my cock. If this was how we fought, I'd fight with her forever.
Chapter 25. Georgia. "Honey, I'm home," Cassie yelled. A familiar echoing thud filled my ears as she dropped her bags to the floor. "Where in the hell are you?" "In here," I called from the bathroom. My lashes fluttered as I tried to apply mascara without poking my eye out. I liked makeup, loved when someone helped me apply my makeup, but I wasn't very good at doing it myself, which was why, if Cassie, the makeup guru, wasn't around to help me get ready, I stuck with the basics. "Aw, isn't this sweet?" she said, resting her shoulder on the door frame. "My little baby is all grown up, applying her own makeup and shit." "I even got my period last week, Mom," I tossed back, my voice monotone. "I think I'm officially a woman." "What in the hell are you doing?" she scoffed, watching my reflection in the mirror. "Are you trying to remove your eyelid with that brush?" See what I mean? Makeup and I weren't all that great of friends. Lipstick? Sure. Blush? Yeah, okay. Even mascara I could manage. But anything else, I was pretty much incompetent. "Give me that before you detach a retina." She snatched the eyeshadow brush from my hand. I scrunched my nose. "What do you know about detached retinas? I dated an optometrist like 1,000,000 years ago and there was—" She stopped mid-sentence, taking in my narrow-eyed expression. "Okay, if you want to be specific about it," she amended. "I banged an optometrist a few times." "That's better. Keep going," I urged her. "Well, there was an incident, and he freaked the hell out about my eye, mumbling something about a detached retina. Do I even want to know details? If you don't want to hear about how Wally's giant penis poked me in the eye while he was Yep, I held up my hand, laughing. "I'm much better without. I'll tell you one thing," she smirked, resting her hip on the sink. "Wally was my first uncircumcised penis." I stared at her. "What?" she asked, shrugging. I felt like I was playing with one of those toys from the 90s. You know, the ones filled with water that would slip through your hands. I wasn't prepared for the foreskin. She looked off into space, thinking about God only knew what. "But once I got the hang—" She stopped, taking in my wordless expression. Of course, internally, I was cracking up. But I knew Cass. Believe me, I had to disengage before she went any further, because if she continued, we'd all know far too much about Wally. "Geez, tough crowd," she muttered, fiddling with my makeup and finding her choice in eyeshadow color before gesturing to my eyes. "This color is all wrong, by the way. You have gorgeous blue eyes. You need something that'll make 'em pop." She motioned for me to sit down. I plopped my robe-covered butt on the closed toilet seat and waited patiently for her to work her magic. I was trying to do a smoky eye, I admitted. "Yeah, but these dark tones are all wrong," she said, moving toward me with a color palette in hand. "You can do a smoky eye, but you need neutral tones. Otherwise, you're just going to hide that spectacular blue." "Close 'em," she instructed, brush held up close to my face. I shut my eyes, sighing in relief. My best friend was home.
Sure, we'd still manage to chat nearly every day through texts and short phone calls, but it wasn't the same. 4 weeks was a long fucking time. I missed you. I missed you too, she responded, a smile in her voice. I'm happy you were actually going out and having fun while I was gone. What's that supposed to mean? I peeked at her out of my left eye. She flashed an, "Are you serious?" look. I go out, I disagreed. I go out all the time. I party like a freaking rock star. Yeah, she snorted. A very poor rock star who isn't in a band anymore and starts yawning by 9 and just wants to be home drinking wine. I'm not like that all the time, I denied, laughing despite myself. But seriously, you're never allowed to leave me again. The brush swiped over my left eyelid in smooth, sure movements. I wasn't even gone for a month, and I'm here for tonight. Anyway, you were a busy little bee with your new boyfriend. Boyfriend. It felt weird to hear someone else call him that. In private, we'd exchange the boyfriend-girlfriend sentiment frequently, but we were still keeping our relationship very much on the down low at work. My choice, of course. Kline was more than ready to make us public to everyone, but I just wasn't in that place yet. We had fallen into this relationship so quickly, and I didn't want to be rash about letting my coworkers know I was dating the boss. I couldn't ignore that nagging thought in the back of my mind that wanted to find a way to protect myself as much as possible if we didn't work out, and protect myself from the shrieks of Dean if we did. There was no denying we were together, but in a way, boyfriend didn't feel like the right word for what Kline was to me. It was too small, too casual. In such a short amount of time, he'd become a huge part of my life. The brush moved to my other lid, working a little quicker once Cassie had found her makeup-applying stride. As I thought about Kline and me and everything we had together, a smile crept its way across my lips, until happiness consumed my entire mouth. Well, look at you, all smiley and smitten. By the looks of it, I'd say someone has got it bad. My cheeks flushed hot. Are you blushing, Horgy? No. My hands went straight to my cheeks. I am most certainly not blushing. Of course you're not, she laughed. Tilt your head back. She gripped my chin. So, give me the scoop. What's the boss really like? He's just... I don't even know where to begin. That smile was back, taking over my entire face. Mouth, cheeks, even my eyes were crinkling at the corners. Dude, tone down the cheesy grin, or else I'll screw up your makeup. I laughed despite myself. Sorry, I can't help it. I really like him, Cass. She paused for a second and my eyes opened, meeting her intrigued stare. What? I asked, starting to feel self-conscious. Does the smoky eye look stupid on me? She shook her head. Then what? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Close your eyes again so I can finish up. Other people need to get ready around here, you know, she teased, her hip bumping my side. I did as I was told and enjoyed the luxury of having someone else do the tedious task of applying eyeshadow and liner. You know, she whispered, I think you're holding back on me. I think, actually, I know, this thing between you and Kline, it's a whole lot more than just like. I said I really like him, I retorted, my mouth staying in a flat line as she slid lipstick across my lips. I'm aware, she said, her voice tickled with amusement, but I think there's another 4-letter word rolling around in your brain. Fuck? I deadpanned. No, but how is the fucking? Is it everything you dreamed of when you were holding on to your coveted virginity? She teased. I feigned indifference. I could take it or leave it. I pulled the corners of my lips down into a pout, hiding another cheesy grin. She snorted, taking in my absurd expression, smiling eyes, frowning mouth, and cheeks about to burst at the seams. So what I think you're telling me is that he's better than you could have ever imagined. Your big-dicked Brooks billionaire can bring it." I shrugged, biting back a laugh. Something like that. "I knew it!" She fist-pumped the blush brush. "I'm not one to say I told you so, but yeah, I told you so." Cassie danced around the bathroom, shaking her ass and laughing maniacally. "All right, crazy. Less gloating, more fixing my makeup," I demanded, giggling at her antics. "I feel like we need a kitchen dance party to commemorate this momentous occasion," she announced, still dancing around in the silent room. Kitchen dance parties were our thing. We had been doing them since college. They were used for happy times, horrible times, and everything in between. When Cass told her nasty professor to suck it, kitchen dance party. When I got the coveted internship I was striving for, kitchen dance party. A hot barista asked Cass out, kitchen dance party. The time I managed to do all of our laundry with 4 quarters, epic kitchen dance party. There were only 3 rules: rotate who got dibs on the music selection, no boys allowed, and always bring your A dancing game. Some of my fondest memories of college were with Cass, dancing around in our shitty apartment, singing our hearts out. God, this girl, she was my rock. My favorite person to vent to, cry with, and most importantly, laugh my ass off with. I wouldn't have traded her for anything. "All right, sweet cheeks, you're all set," she announced, smirking down at me. "And your makeup is looking pretty damn fabulous, if I do say so myself." I stood, taking in my appearance in the mirror. I touched my cheeks as I examined the gorgeous shades highlighting my eyes. She was right. Neutral was better. Now, I didn't go crazy, just went with subtle and your signature bright red lips. I still wanted you to look like my Horgie. She winked. "You're gorgeous, friend. Absolutely stunning." Without hesitation, I wrapped my arms around her, hugging her tightly. "Thank you. I love you so much, Cass." "Love you too." She hugged me back. We rocked back and forth a few seconds until I whispered, "You really dated an optometrist named Wally?" "Banged," she laughed, shoving me away. "There was no dating. His name was Wally, for fuck's sake." I pointed at her, grinning. "You're a troll." She was completely unfazed by this. "I'm fully aware. I will not make apologies for my need to judge men by their names." "That is so weird. You know that, right?" While some women judge men by their looks or clothes or money, Cass judged them by their names. It was one of her little quirks, and it was off-the-wall bizarre, but downright hilarious. I'd seen her in action far too many times, a man asking her out or offering to buy her a drink, and her response always depended on one thing: his name. The name was always the make it or break it in Cass's dating life scenarios. "I know, but I can't help it. I can't bring myself to date, much less marry someone named Wally or Toby or Cliff. Just," she shudders. "Nope, no way. I'll never do it." I need to know how staunch you are in this mindset. My hand went to my hip. "Let's talk hypotheticals. What if Jude Law asked you to marry him, but his name was actually Morty Law?" She grimaced. "Nope. Sorry, Morty. Take your adorable accent somewhere else." "What about Angus Efron?" A look of disgust crossed her face. "I don't care how much cheese he can grate on his abs. Not happening." I stared at her for a few seconds, deciding if I really wanted to do it. Cassie eyed me with skepticism. "Don't you dare." She pointed in my direction. "Don't even think about it." I nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across my lips. "Georgia," she warned. "What if," I smiled, tapping my chin, "Eugene Tatum," she gasped, "was naked, asking you to marry him while grinding against you to pony?" Channing Tatum was Cass's guy. He would always be at the top of our list. When Magic Mike had come out, we'd seen the movie not 1, but 2 times on opening night, because she was a total hornbag for him. I hate you. A hand towel was tossed into my face. I'm going to forget you ever said that, she grumbled, striding into the hallway. Of course, I followed her. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up. You know, I think Eugene looked hotter in Magic Mike XXL. Georgia! Cassie threw her hands up in the air. I leaned against the doorway as she rummaged through her closet. What? I really think his stripteases were way sexier. Eugene can bring it. That's for damn sure. I will not let you ruin Tatum for me. I'd never, I raised both hands in the air, ruin the appeal of Eugene Fillmore Tatum. Oh my God! She placed her hands tightly over her ears, la-la-la-la-ing to tune me out. I laughed the entire way to my bedroom. Standing in front of my closet, I was wavering between about 50 different options. I wanted to look cute. No, I wanted to look sexy. I wanted Kline to be eating out of the palm of my hand. I swear that was where I was headed with that. I needed a guy's opinion. Tap Rose next, 5:30 p.m. Psst. Ruck. Come in, Ruck. Bad Ruck, 5:32 p.m. 5:32 p.m. Need something, Rose? Tap Rose next, 5:33 p.m. Little black dress, open back, and red heels, or black leather pants and lace top? Bad Ruck, 5:34 p.m. Neither. Clothes aren't needed in bed. Anyway, lace isn't really my style. Tap Rose next, 5:34 p.m. This isn't the bed game. I need a guy's opinion on outfit choices. Bad Ruck, 5:36 p.m. You meeting your some kind of wonderful tonight? Tap Rose next, 5:37 p.m. You betcha. Bad Ruck, 5:37 p.m. You're really into this guy. Tap Rose next, 5:38 p.m. Are you asking or telling? Bad Ruck, 5:39 p.m. Both. Tap Rose next, 5:41 p.m. For your information, Mr. Nosy, yes, I'm really into this guy. I'm meeting him for drinks later, and I want a guy's opinion on women's attire for date nights. Bad Ruck, 5:42 p.m. Which shows the least amount of skin. Tap Rose next, 5:43 p.m. Leather and lace. Bad Ruck, 5:44 p.m. That's the one. Tap Rose next, 5:45 p.m. Really? Bad Ruck, 5:47 p.m. Less is more when it comes to showing skin. There are certain parts of you he wants to be the only one to see. Tap Rose next, 5:48 p.m. I said the dress had an open back, not open crotch. Bad Ruck, 5:51 p.m. Just trust me, Rose. This is sound advice. I promise. Tap Rose next, 5:52 p.m. Okay. Leather and lace it is. Big plans tonight? Bad Ruck, 5:53 p.m. Maybe. Tap Rose next, 5:54 p.m. Your own version of some kind of wonderful? Bad Ruck, 5:55 p.m. Something like that. Be good tonight, Rose. Tap Rose next, 5:56 p.m. You too, Ruck. A part of me felt bad for still messaging Ruck, but we'd fallen into this odd sort of friendship, mostly chatting about one another's dating lives. We never attempted to take things to another level, never tried to meet in person. It had become a sort of unspoken rule since we were both involved with someone else. I tossed my phone on the bed and grabbed my favorite leather pants and lace blouse. It was black with 3/4 length sleeves, and the top revealed just enough skin to show off a bit of cleavage. The only other things I needed were the Dolce & Gabbana leather booties I'd found a week and a half ago in Soho. They had been a second-hand purchase, and a splurge at that, but I loved them. Georgia? Cassie called from the hall. Yeah? What time are we meeting Kline? Not until 8-ish. I figured we could have a little girl time beforehand. Harry Potter shots at Barcelona? I'm in. The bar in question specialized in shots. One in particular came with fire and was famously known as the Harry Potter. If you've never been to Barcelona bar, add it to your bucket list. It's not the bar you hang out in all night, but it's definitely the place you stop by to get your night started off right. My screen flashed with a text message notification. Kline. 8 p.m. at the Raines Law Room? Holy hell. It was one of those bars that had a secret door, and if you don't know somebody, no way you're getting in. It was a very unlike Kline place to go. Me. Pretty sure I don't have VIP access there. Kline. Well, don't worry, because I do. Me. Kline flaunting his money around? Are you feeling okay? Kline. Not flaunting, just using it to our advantage. Anyway, Will was pretty persistent since he's never been. I should have known my brother was behind it. If Will had Kline's money, he wouldn't have any damn money left. Good thing Will would earn a nice salary as a physician and be too busy taking care of patients to spend it all. Where I was more frugal like our father, he was impulsive like our mother, a true American consumer who could easily be talked into buying a new car or plasma screen TV on a whim. And I mean all of this in the most loving way. Me. Okay? Count me in. Cass will be with me. Kline. Perfect. Meet me there at 8. I'll leave your names at the door. Me. Okay. I'll let Will know. Kline. No need. He's with me now. Me. What? Are you having a bromance with my brother? Kline and Will had finally met over lunch last week in Gramercy Park. It had taken about 1 minute of introductions, and they were quickly bonding over rugby, scotch, and awkward stories about yours truly. By the end of the meal, they had exchanged numbers, and my brother had enthusiastically agreed to guest play for Kline's rugby team the following weekend. Kline. I had to find one somewhere. Walter certainly isn't filling the position. I smiled at his ongoing battle with his cat. Every day I witnessed or heard about something else. Me. What are you accusing my best friend of now? Kline. I'm not accusing him of anything. I recount the facts. I went to all the trouble of fixing him a fresh bowl of milk in the dish he likes, mind you, and the grumpy bastard took one drink and spit it out in front of me. Me. That's probably because you should really be giving him water, not milk. He's probably dehydrated. Kline. You always take his side. Another message came before I could send a sarcastic response. Kline. Are you standing around in your bedroom naked? Me. Don't try to change the subject. Kline. I'm not. I'm merely moving on to more important subjects. I glanced at myself in the full-length mirror on my armoire, fully dressed and about 5 minutes away from being ready to walk out the door. Me. Yes, dirty boy, I am very naked. Kline. Liar. Me. I'll never tell. Kline. I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to take your panties off with my teeth tonight. I promise you that. Well, shit. That had me wishing the night out was just a night in. In Kline's bed, to be specific. Kline. We're still going out, Benny. Finish getting ready. We'll revisit this conversation later. Did he suddenly become a mind reader? Me. In your bed later? Kline. My bed, my couch, the floor, against the wall, shower. When it comes to my version of later, the sky's the limit. Me. See you at 8. I'll be the girl with red lips and sexy heels. Kline. Tease. Me. You know it, baby. Wink. Okay, you've got about 30 minutes to get ready. We're supposed to meet Kline and Will at 8. That leaves us about an hour to grab a drink at Barcelona. I shouted from my room as I sat on the edge of the bed, slipping on my new shoes. Wait, Will is going to be there? Her amused voice echoed down the hall. Internally, I groaned, knowing full well where this was headed. Yes, my brother will be there. I'm definitely going with the dress then, and sky-high stilettos. I hope you break an ankle. Me too. That way Will and I can play doctor and naughty patient. You are not banging my brother, Cass. He is off limits. When you say bang, what exactly do you mean? No touching my brother. This was an ongoing joke between us. Cassie loved telling me how hot my older brother was. She adored him, and he mostly treated her like his little sister. But every once in a while, she could get him to play along and tease me about the two of them hooking up. The mere idea of them together had me cringing. They'd be like oil and water. Both were far too opinionated and outspoken. If they got together, my life would implode from their bickering. Grabbing my silver-studded clutch, I walked out into the kitchen and got my purse in order. Phone, wallet, lipstick, and keys. That's all I'd need for the night. When it came to New York, you learned quickly that the less crap you had to carry around, the better. Cass came strutting out a few minutes later, legs on full display beneath a form-fitting gray dress and black stilettos. She did a little twirl, grinning at me. How do I look? Tell me you have underwear on underneath that. Of course I do, she feigned offense. I have a thong on, Georgie. Go back in there, I pointed toward the hall, and put on another pair. Something that covers your entire ass. When you're around my brother and dressed like that, you'd best be double-bagging that shit. She laughed. I'm serious. I know you are. I'm serious, too. I'm real serious about getting Will naked. I guarantee his body is... All right. That's enough. I held up my hand. You made your point. Are we even? She nodded, visibly proud of herself for one-upping me. Yes. I will forget about the Tatum incident. Good. I grabbed my clutch and headed for the door. Eugene would be proud of you. She groaned behind me. You're an asshole. Let's go get drinks, I shouted, fist pumping my clutch in the air. Cass and I caught the train and made it to Barcelona in record time. We hung out for an hour, chatting and laughing and dancing for a few songs to the house band. We were one flaming Harry Potter shot and a beer deep by the time we left to meet the guys. The Rains Law Room was located in Chelsea, fairly close to my apartment. I had a feeling Kline had had that fact in mind when he'd given in to Will's demands, always trying to make things easy and convenient for me. I'd heard all kinds of cool things about the Speakeasy Bar, but it was my first time making an appearance. Hesitantly, I rang the doorbell outside of the discreetly marked door. I feel like we're going into a top-secret sex club, Cass whispered, even though no one was around us. Shit, now my hopes are up. I'm going to be so disappointed if we're at the right place. I gaped at her. Of all the places your mind could go, you're sticking with sex club? She shrugged. I've never been to one. I'm pretty sure most people have never been to one. Guess we need to add it to our bucket list, Georgie. No, I responded through a quiet laugh. That's not going on my bucket list. Speak for yourself. The door was opened, and an attractive guy dressed in a vest and tie answered. I gave him Kline's name and, just like that, access granted. In an instant, we were surrounded by silky music, velvety curtains, plush sofas, and dimmed lights. I felt like I had been transported back into the 1920s. Any second, a girl in a flapper dress with a glass of gin was going to stroll past me. Will had already spotted us, walking toward the entrance. Well, hello, Cassie Phillips, he greeted, a devilish grin on his face. He picked her up in a bear hug. The second her feet were off the ground, she squealed. Just so we're clear, I'm hating both of you right now, I teased, feigning annoyance. He set Cass down and pulled me in for a tight squeeze. Aw, don't get mad, Gigi. You know I love you the most. Why aren't you with Kline? I asked, scanning the room. I had to make a pit stop in the bathroom. He's at the bar with one of his buddies. Buddies? Will nodded. Have you met Thatch? I shook my head, more than ready to meet the notorious Thatch. I'd heard enough stories to understand he was an infamous jokester and a ton of fun to hang out with. But Kline and I had yet to get around to hanging out with him. Well, follow me, ladies. Will gestured toward the bar. Your boyfriend's been wondering where you were. I told him you guys probably stopped for shots and dancing at Barcelona before heading this way. That sounds like nothing we would do. Cassie disagreed, hiding her smile. Uh-huh, Will said, grinning. I'm sure you didn't get Harry Potter shots and request the house band to play Britney Spears, either. I shook my head, biting my cheek. Nope, definitely didn't do that. We totally did. It had taken a round of beers for the band to play Cass's request, "I'm a slave for you." But they'd done it, and we'd dance like fools. It was an ongoing inside joke when we went out together. If we were going to request songs, it had to be a cheesy pop song. We loved seeing the reactions of the patrons in the establishment when our ridiculous requests started to play. Annoyed, groaning, cursing our names. But like clockwork, by the end of the song, everyone would be singing and dancing along with us. Yeah, no way we did that, Cass agreed, laughing quietly. As we walked toward the bar, I caught Kline's reflection in the giant mirror, accented by liquor bottles. My gaze moved to the attractive guy sitting beside him, and déjà vu hit me full force, damn near knocking me to the ground. Holy shit! I stopped dead in my tracks, holding onto Cass's arm in a vice-like grip. What the hell? She turned toward me, confused. My hands shook as I realized why I knew the guy next to Kline. It was Ruck. Oh no. Ruck was here, and he was sitting beside Kline, chatting like they were the best of friends. Oh, fuck. I pulled Cassie away from the bar. Will turned toward us, hands pushed out in a "what the fuck" gesture. I forgot I need to go to the bathroom, I called over my shoulder, damn near dragging Cassie across the floor. Holy hell, what is going on? She questioned as I pushed through the crowd. I didn't answer her until we were safely tucked inside the ladies' restroom. Oh my God, Cass! I groaned, my voice echoing in the dimly lit room. I'm so confused, she muttered. What is going on? I know that guy next to Kline. Because he's Kline's friend Thatch, right? I shook my head, pacing the confined room like a caged animal. Are you going to give me a hint here? Or do I need to keep guessing? He's Ruck. Huh? Ruck! Tap next, Ruck! I stopped, my arms flying out in front of me. She tilted her head. The guy who sent the hunchcock? I nodded maniacally. Well, it wasn't really his hunchcock, I started to explain, but realized we didn't have time for that. I think I'm still missing something. I'm not really understanding your panic here. She paused, waiting for me to give an explanation. Well, I never really stopped talking to him, I muttered, feeling ashamed to admit it out loud. Excuse me? She asked, her eyes popping out in shock. You've been talking to him this whole time? I nodded. Cassie shook her head like she couldn't process it. Listen, I'll tell you all of the details later, but you need to act like you're familiar with him. With who? She was still not catching on. Ruck! Wait, who's Ruck again? I was about 3 seconds away from pulling my hair out. Kline's friend Thatch! That's Ruck! I whisper-yelled. Okay. She gripped my shoulders. Just take some breaths, G. Everything will be fine. I took a few cleansing breaths, calming my racing heart down. Just tell me one thing. Why do I need to act like I know him? I sighed, staring down at my feet. Georgia? Because you're still my profile picture. I whispered in a rush, hoping she wouldn't understand. She started laughing and shaking her head in disbelief. Remember this moment, she pointed a finger in my direction. Because you owe me. Big time. I nodded. Anything you want. When we get home, you're going to explain why you're still talking to other guys when you're very happy with Kline. I swear to you, it's not like that. She quirked a brow. I promise. I really like Kline. I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize that. Ruck is dating someone. I'm dating someone. And we never make plans to meet in person. Okay. I believe you. Cassie pulled me in for a hug. Who knows? Maybe he won't even know it's you. Well, me. Fuck. This is confusing. I groaned. How do I get myself into these situations? Don't worry, sweetheart. I've got your back. I'll distract what's-his-face while you and Kline enjoy a night out. Thank you. She handed me my clutch off the sink and moved toward the door. I glanced at myself in the mirror, making sure I didn't look as crazy as I felt. My makeup was still intact, not a hair out of place. All I needed was another drink, or 5, to calm my nerves and I'd be good to go.
Maybe. As I walked past Cassie, she whispered, "Just so you know, this is really screwing with my big plan of seducing your brother tonight." I rolled my eyes. She held the door open for me. "Don't worry. I'll save it for another night," she added, a smirk on her face. "Good plan, you slutty turncoat." "Hey," she slurred, hinting at less sobriety than I'd hoped for going into a situation like this. "I'm no fucking traitor and you know it. I'm getting ready to eye-fuck the shit out of this guy for an entire evening, just for you." "No," I corrected. "No fucking, I or otherwise, just talking. We're friends." She smirked as we rounded the corner and the guys came into view. "What's his name again?" she asked, her eyes glowing like the last embers of a dying fire. "Thatch," I answered by rote, minutely horrified that another member of my work world knew I was a virgin. Or that I used to be, even though he didn't know I was me. I was Rose. Whatever. "Thatcher Kelly." She moaned, fluffing her breasts into an even higher elevation in the cups of her bra and licking her lips. "I'd thatch that." Fuck. I should have known. For Cass, it was all in the name. This was going to be one long-ass night.
Chapter 26. Kline. "This place is unreal. You come here all the time?" Will asked as we walked into the Raines law room, dim lights and old-style sofas filled to the brim surrounding us. "Not really," I answered honestly, knowing it wasn't really the place, but the actual going that was the problem. "This is really more Thatch's style." The vibe was chill, but the allure was the drama. The cloak and dagger, the limited access. Will laughed and nodded in understanding. I turned from him to the room to finish what I'd already started. My eyes had scanned the crowded bar immediately upon our arrival, regardless of my knowledge that such an exercise was foolish and futile. My Georgie would be late to our wedding, the birth of our kids, and her own funeral. Wait. What? I glanced at her brother, panicked that he could read my mind, but he must have seen something other than outright terror in my eyes. "Don't worry, man. Georgie'll be here eventually," he laughed. "But if Cass is with her, they probably stopped at Barcelona Bar before even thinking about coming this way. That girl actually gives no fucks." I nodded along as though I understood, but I was barely even listening. I mean, I could almost understand the wedding thing. I was crazy about her, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But the kids? Jesus. My thoughts were in a tailspin, headed straight for the harsh reality of a quickly approaching ground when my pinballing eyes caught on something unexpected and unwelcome. Loud, boisterous, and impossible to ignore, it was quite possibly the only thing that could have superseded my line of thinking at that point. Shoving through the crowd as gently as possible, checking to see that Will was trailing along behind me, I sought confirmation of my new, much more immediate fears. Bodies moved with ease, and flirty smiles bombarded me from several female angles. I didn't have eyes for any of them, though, and for the first time in weeks, it wasn't because of Georgia. Thatch turned as I approached, a shit-eating grin topping his redwood-like frame at the sight of me. "K-Man! Fuck yes! Out on the town! I thought I'd seen the last of this," he spewed out in quick succession, the effect of being several drinks deep, slightly loosening his already slack tongue. Will smiled at his greeting, and I tried not to cringe. I really didn't need Thatch to be there tonight. I'd stupidly believed I could keep being Ruck and myself without the gun going off in my face. I was wrong. This was what happened when people played with things they weren't responsible enough to handle. The walls collapsed, or at least they felt like they did, and my tie set out to strangle me. Will smiled and greeted Thatch happily. I ran through the consequences of his presence and tried not to puke. God, if I couldn't get him the fuck out of here quickly, I was in trouble. His picture was on my profile. His face was the one Georgia had been associating with Ruck. What was already a goat fuck of dishonesty was setting up to turn into an all-out cluster. I leaned forward and right to Thatch's ear, using the crowd noise as an excuse to keep Will out of the loop. "You need to leave," I told him succinctly, knowing that if ever there was a time my girl would be less than 45 minutes late, this was it. He laughed and slapped me on the back. "It's good to see you too, man. I miss you. I only get to see you at practice these days." I shook my head in frustration. He laughed some more. "I'm gonna run to the restroom, guys." Will excused himself, fading into the crowd fairly quickly. Thatch nodded and smiled, taking Will's leave as an opportunity to shit-talk. "But really, I guess that's the same as always. It's just the reason that's changed, right? Instead of work, it's the mystic pussy. Thatch, I get it, man. Sometimes your dick just gets caught in the snare of a good snatch. Like a vice grip, am I right? Thatch, listen. How is Miss Georgia? Almost done with your ass and looking—" Eyes to the door. I only heard the first half of his sentence, thank God, because just as I knew she would, the object of my affection walked in looking like sex on legs right then. Leather and lace, and enough beauty to make me think my earlier panic about kids was actually the best idea I'd ever had. Her blonde hair was styled wild, just how I liked it, and I could see the blue topaz of her eyes shining from across the room despite their failure to meet mine. And arm in arm with her? The face of her profile. A woman I could only surmise was the infamous Cassie Phillips. I'd heard a laundry list of antics and anecdotes featuring Georgia's best girl, but I had yet to have the privilege of meeting her. Fuck. The web of lies was starting to look more like a convoluted clusterfuck of what are the goddamn odds. We'd each put our friends as our profile pictures, a scenario I should have predicted but absolutely had not, and now I had to sit through an evening where any second this mess could brilliantly blow up in my face. Out of time and patience, I turned to Thatch in a flash, and when I did, I led with my fist. "Ouch!" he said through a smile, rubbing his shoulder teasingly. "Fuck, Thatch, fucking listen to me." He mocked me with wide eyes and cupped his hands around his ears. I considered hitting him again, this time for real, but with a glance in the girl's direction, I knew I didn't have time. "The girl in the picture from the Tap Next profile, the one you took it upon yourself to traumatize?" I nodded. "Right. Well, I've been talking to her." "Behind the lovely Georgie's back?" he asked in faux outrage. Regardless of his mocking, I could tell he was curious. Talking to two women at once wasn't like me, and when it came to these two, he didn't know the half of it, and I didn't have the fucking time or means to explain. One quick glance showed the women and Will together, hugging and laughing and all too close to heading this way. I closed my eyes briefly to gain patience. He'd have to wait to hear how twisted my truth had become because that talk required more than 15 seconds and several glasses of scotch. "I've been talking to her ever since, and she's here. She's getting ready to come over here right now, and she's going to be doing it with Georgie." "With her? Ah, fuck, more like it is her." "Well, fuck me," he said with a smile, his eyes searching mine in an effort to figure me out. "Your picture is on that profile. You need to pretend to know her," I urged. He paused for a beat, but he couldn't miss how important this was to me. Whether he agreed or understood or wanted to play along or not, Thatch would always have my back. When you pulled back all of the prank-pulling, shit-talking layers, he was unmistakably one of the best kinds of people. "Got it." I took air all the way into my lungs for the first time in the last 2 minutes and turned to greet my girl. But she wasn't there. She and her friend had disappeared, leaving only her brother Will in their wake. As Will made it to us, shaking his head, Thatch leaned over and added with a whisper, "And all this after I gargoyle-dicked her?" He whistled low. "You must have more game than I thought." "What's up?" I asked Will, pointedly ignoring Thatch and hoping my face managed to do the same. "Who knows, man? Hell if I can understand women." When he provided no further information, I was sure my eyes tried to crawl all the way inside his head. "Oh," he said, turning from the bar to find my inappropriately intense gaze. "They're in the bathroom." I nodded woodenly in understanding, and Thatch nudged me as a result. "You gotta lighten up," he whispered, turning me to the bar and flagging down the bartender. "Order a drink, for fuck's sake, and calm down." I nodded again because I knew he was right, and it seemed to be the only action I could successfully complete at the time. "McAllen," I muttered, knowing he'd make sure my order got to someone who actually made the drinks. Ordering directly was too complicated for me right now. "Yeah, man," he said, smirking. "I know you drink McAllen. McAllen and lime, every day, every night, for years now." The cords of my throat tightened in frightened reflex. "No lime." "No lime?" I shook my head, feeling the tension drain from my shoulders a little at the memory of my sweet, doped-up girl. "Georgie's allergic." "Well, shit. That's problematic." I laughed. "Not really," I said, then clarified. "Not now that I know, anyway." "Make sure to leave out the lime," Will interjected, coming up on my other side to join the conversation. "I guess she told you?" I asked with a laugh. "Eventually. I still don't think she told me everything, but now that Cass is here, I'll find out the rest." "Cass?" Thatch asked. "Yep, Cassie Phillips. I'd say she's like another little sister to me, but I'm not sure she's the kind of girl who can be a little sister." Thatch's eyes flared with excitement, and my panic came back tenfold. "Wild?" Will just laughed and jerked his head toward the approaching women. "You'll see." I forgot about everything else as soon as I saw her again. Long legs, a sliver of tan stomach, and a nervous smile. She was so fucking beautiful, I literally couldn't take my eyes off of her. I pulled her straight into my arms, put my lips to her ear, and breathed, "Benny." Out with the words and in with her smell, I held her body to mine and kept it there until she started to giggle. "Kline?" I struggled to remove my face from her hair and my hands from her hips, but she helped it along, turning her body to include her friend in the conversation and making my hand slide along the skin at her back. "This is Crazy Cassie." "Crazy Cassie?" Cass squawked. "Is that my given name now?" "Yes," Georgia challenged adorably. "Oh, okay then," Cass conceded with a gleam in her eye. "I see. I'm a little slow, but I get it now." Her hand reached for mine, and I took it without question, giving it 2 quick shakes. "Hi, nice to meet you," she said. I smiled. "I'm Crazy Cassie. You must be Big-Dicked Brooks." Thatch spewed his whiskey everywhere, coating us all with a layer of spit to complement the shock, courtesy of Cass. Georgie squealed and Cassie just laughed, and through the chaos my eyes met those of an amused Will. He raised his glass in a gesture of confirmation. Wild, and unpredictable, and funny, and completely apathetic. Good God, the people in this party were going to make this one interesting night. I hoped we all survived. I grabbed some napkins from the bar and handed them to Georgie, watching closely as she wiped Thatch's half-drunk whiskey from her cleavage. She shook her head slightly to let me know she'd noticed, and I felt my face dissolve into an outright smile before I turned back to Cass. "That's me," I told her. "It's a wonder your friend is still alive." Thatch and Cassie burst out in hysterics as Georgie slapped at my chest and Will covered his ears playfully. "Kline!" Georgie screamed. "Come on, baby, let's go sit down," I told her, scooping her into my arms before whispering in her ear. "My legs are tired from carrying this thing around." "Kline! It's a real problem, Benny." "Kline—" She started to chastise again, but I didn't give her the chance. Sealing my lips over hers, I licked and sucked and nibbled out a real hello. The night had just started, and the implications of my lies hadn't even begun to be realized. But God, I'd missed her. And right then, in my mind, that was all that mattered. "Where have you been all my life?" I asked against her lips as our kiss pulled to a close. She smiled just for me. Lust and like and maybe a little bit of love lighting her eyes and reflecting into mine. She rubbed the bridge of my nose with her own as I settled her into my lap, finding a space on a couch by sheer miracle. Hell, for all I knew, someone had moved at the last second to avoid having me on their lap. I wouldn't have noticed. "I've been eep!" she squeaked as she was ripped from my arms. For a full second and a half, I feared for every single patron, a Hulk-like rage overwhelming my emotions and tensing the seams of my clothes. "Relax, Kay," Thatch teased, cooling my rage but stoking the fire of my aggravation. "Just rearranging the seating chart." My eyes narrowed as he set Georgie down on the sofa across from me and pushed me back to sitting next to him. My thoughts were nearly murderous. "Sheathe your claws, buddy," he cooed in my ear. "You're gonna have to get over your tantrum because old Ruck here needs some information, and there's no one else to give it to him." God damn, I hated when Thatch was right, and I hated it even more when it meant Georgia's ass couldn't be in my lap. I looked at her, across from me, and found startled eyes bouncing back and forth between Thatch and me. To her, we were both a significant part of her life. It felt weird, and I felt jealous, but mostly I just felt bad. Bad for lying to her, and bad for putting her through the confusion she felt now. The responsibility for all of it sat squarely on my shoulders, and believe me, I could feel the weight. The sooner tonight was over with, the better. "Cassie, right?" I heard Thatch ask above the ringing in my ears. "Yeah?" "You know," he pushed, clearing his throat, "you look familiar." "You too, actually. You look very Ruckish or Ruck-like or something." I shook my head and glanced at my panic-ridden girlfriend. She couldn't see it like I could. She was too nervous. This was like watching a bad spoof film of Ruck's and Rose's lives where the blind were leading the blind. We would never have reacted like this to seeing one another. Not in a million years. Thatch's laugh was boisterous, his body nearly falling into my lap with the action. Turning his face to mine, he mouthed, "Name," quickly. I had to fight the urge to sigh. If it wouldn't have been a spectacular failure and an embarrassment for Georgia, I would have told everyone to give it up right then. Instead, I typed out Rose on my phone and showed it to him quickly. "Rose!" Thatch practically shouted. Cassie nodded along while Georgie's eyebrows pulled unconsciously together. She was rightfully confused. "I thought that was you, Rose. I can't believe how beautiful you are in person, Rose." I discreetly elbowed Thatch in the ribs. "Say her name one more time and I'll kill you," I whispered through gritted teeth. He grimaced and shut his mouth. "What's going on?" Will asked, the spectacle apparently just as confusing from the outside looking in. "I was wondering the same thing," I said, playing along. Georgia mumbled. "It seems like they know one another or something." "Thatch and Cass?" Will asked, confused. "Yeah," Cassie confirmed. "We've been talking online ever since he sent me a picture of his big, ugly dick." Will jerked in surprise. "What?" "It wasn't his," I interjected at the same time Thatch taunted through a smile. "Well, you've got the big part right." Georgie's eyes came to me. "Or so I've heard," I added. She looked upset. "He talks to you about it? What?" She paused and swallowed. "About what they say?" God, this was horrible. I hated this and myself and every fucking buddy right now. "No, baby, that's the only thing he told me," I assured her, digging my fucking grave a couple of feet deeper. The urge to flee was strong, but we'd literally just fucking gotten there. To hell. The Rains Law Room was definitely what hell looked like. The devil and fire and the roaring fucking 20s. She'd confided in Ruck, and she felt badly about what that meant to her relationship with me. I could see it written in cursive, scribbled and scrawled all over her beautiful face as she warred with herself about not wanting me to know the things she'd told him, and feeling like a liar and a cheat for having hidden something behind my back in the first place. It made me sick inside, twisted the lining of my stomach and my intestines alike, and I just barely managed to stop myself from jetting to the bathroom for reprieve. But my face was her lifeline in this situation. For as much as she feared being outed, every smile I gave her was a comfort. I refused to leave her on her own in this stormy sea to float and flounder. Bottom line, Rose would have ditched Ruck ages ago if I hadn't twisted every conversation to my advantage. I was the guilty party here. As Thatch started to flirt, I pulled my attention from Georgia long enough to tell him to pump the fucking brakes. One comment about her tits and the ruse would be roasted. Ruck and Rose are friends. Ruck's dating someone else, and Rose is a virgin for fuck's sake, I informed him. Lay the hell off. Wild eyes jumped to mine. I wanted to shove the words back in as soon as they escaped. Excuse us for a second, Thatch said with a smile, dragging me from the couch and over to the bar in a way no one else could. My ass hit the stool in front of him, and he leaned in menacingly. You better start talking, dude. I'm fucking dying over there in the name of your two-timing ass, and you can't take your eyes off of your girlfriend long enough to save me. I shook my head. What the fuck is up? If that woman is a virgin, I'll freeze my fucking nuts off with one of those wart removers. I grimaced. Yeah, he nodded. Not a pretty fucking picture. So tell me, what's the real deal here? I considered it for a second, what it would hurt if I told him versus what he would hurt if I didn't. I decided I liked all of my bones like they were, and anything I told him to keep to himself I knew he would. Georgie is Rose, not Cassie. But she doesn't know I know that, and she doesn't know I'm Ruck. Jesus! He put his face in his hands and rubbed at his temples. You don't pay me enough for this level of complication. Yeah, well, you're not here as an employee, you're here as a friend. And I didn't invite you, if you'll remember. I tried to get you the fuck out of here before they got here. All right, I get it. You and Georgie need to leave or something. I can't keep this shit up, but I can't abandon you either. Noble of you. Duh, dude. My character is top of the pyramid. I shook my head and scrubbed a hand over my face. Realization flooded him in a surge, like the swelling of a tide. Wait a minute. Does this mean Georgia girl is a virgin? I tried not to give him anything, but my face must have conveyed some kind of confirmation. Oh, holy hell, Kay. Thatch? But she's not anymore, is she, you dirty dog? Thatch. Kline? Georgia asked from behind Thatch, timidly. My tongue made a valiant attempt to choke me. The conversation, the circumstances, all of it was fucked, and a timid Georgia was the last fucking straw. My girl was a fucking shark, and I was completely over anything that made her feel any different. Hey, baby, I greeted her from around Thatch, leaning out to make sure my eyes met hers. Is everything okay? With one last look to Thatch that conveyed just how important his eternal silence was, I was up, moving toward my woman to the slow beat of the house band. I was done with the secrets, done with the space, done with the whole scenario of the night, and nothing made me happier than dragging this woman out onto the dance floor when she least expected it. How about a dance, Benny? Her eyes cruised the room, but I made her walk as she did, a warm palm at the small of her back, allowing her to lead, but still guiding the way. But no one else is dancing. I like being the first, I teased, as I pulled her around to face me and planted her square in my arms. She blushed furiously. Kline, I'm selfish, I admitted through a smile. I don't want to share you anymore. The color in her face drained to white. The transition from blush to blanched, one of the fastest I'd ever witnessed. Immediately, I regretted the words despite their validity. She didn't need any more evidence to build a case against herself in the court of Georgia's opinion. Lips to hers, I apologized the only way I could, loving her on an endless loop of licks and swoops and tongue-to-tongue connection. She hummed right into my mouth, the rightness too powerful to be contained in silence. My fingers in her hair, I rubbed at her jaw with my thumbs and sank every ounce of myself into her. I didn't worry about Thatch or Cass or Will or anyone else, and for a couple of minutes, neither did she. I'd never been this consumed. Not in my entire life, not by anything or anyone. Wrinkles formed in her little button nose as she pulled back, her delicate hands loosening my tie just enough that I could breathe again. Relaxed by the music or me, Georgia finally felt comfortable enough to address the night. "It really is a small world, huh? People crossing paths and never realizing that they already had, or maybe they should have sooner." Complicated and twisted, she spoke of herself and me and Rose and Ruck and everyone else all at once. But the answer was simple to me. The world is small, baby, but love is large. Big enough that coincidence occasionally rubs elbows with opportunity. "Where'd you get that?" she asked. "Ernest Hemingway again?" I shook my head and pressed my lips lightly to hers briefly. "That one's all me." I lived in her eyes as she searched the depths of mine, swimming in the pools of blue and fighting to stay there. I was so deep in her, deep in this, entrenched in the muck and lies, and I still felt high. High on her, high on us, and high on everything I wanted us to be. The wedding, the kids, the happily ever after. I thought it because I wanted it. Every minute, every hour, every day, I wanted her to be mine. I was in fucking love with her, and I needed to show her. "Let's get out of here," I pleaded softly, rubbing the tip of my thumb along her perfect bottom lip. She could feel my desperation, a tremble running through her from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes. Her gaze jumped to our seats, and I followed to find Thatch and Cass deep in flirtatious conversation, and Will missing. I scanned the room ahead of her, finding him at the bar in conversation with a woman and pointing him out. "They're all busy, Benny," I coaxed. "Come home with me." I expected her to survey them again, but instead her eyes just found mine. "Okay, Kline." Okay. All it took was a little love-making to turn that okay into a repeated yes.
Chapter 27. Georgia. I was straddling the line between asleep and awake. My eyes were still shut, but the morning sun rested against my face. Kline's arms were wrapped around me, holding my back to his chest. Big spoon, little spoon. We fit perfectly. My mind replayed last night. The bar, finding out Kline's best friend, Thatch, was actually my tap-next friend, Ruck. Talk about a twisted kind of irony. When I'd seen Thatch's reflection in the mirror, a million emotions had steamrolled through me, but the biggest, most palpable one had been disappointment. That in itself had my gut clenching from guilt. That emotion made me feel like I had done wrong by Kline. I couldn't deny chatting with Ruck had become one of the highlights of my day. He was funny and sweet and charming. And the more I thought about it, the more it didn't really make sense. Thatch was a nice guy, but he was also very different from the man I pictured as Ruck. He was boisterous and seemed to have a propensity for using the word fuck. A lot. In all actuality, he was Kline's version of Cassie. They were both crazy opinionated, a bit impulsive, and often tossed out humor in otherwise serious conversations. Nothing like the Ruck I had come to know. But then again, it was the internet, and just because we chatted often didn't mean I really knew him. But I knew Kline. Despite the awkwardness of last night, it had still been a good night because of him. It was becoming a theme. If he was there, I was happy. My own little Kline and Georgia movie played behind my lids.
I curled into him more, keeping my eyes closed, and watched. I saw us dancing on our first date, and the way I couldn't stop smiling when he kissed me. His eyes, worried and concerned when I was having an allergic reaction to lime juice. The way he looked that morning, sleepy and handsome and mine. I saw us walking through New York, holding hands and taking it all in together. I saw him at the pool, playfully taking off his boxers and turning around, dancing for my entertainment. I saw us in the Hamptons, and the way he'd looked when he'd been inside of me, moving and kissing and loving me. And then, him laughing the next morning when I tried to feed him burnt toast and told him it was supposed to be that way. The way he'd often sneak into my office, shut the door, and pull me into his arms. All of the inside jokes and secret smiles that we shared. We weren't just boyfriend and girlfriend. We weren't just lovers. We weren't just one thing. We were all the things. I was back in the present, blinking sleep from my eyes. I turned in his arms and took him in. The way his chest moved with each soft breath, the way his eyelashes separated into tiny points near the corners of his eyes. I brushed his cheek, fingers sliding past the tiny freckle near his ear. My mind raced while my heart sped up, pounding in an erratic rhythm. And then heart and brain collided, becoming one in the way I felt for him. The bedroom was silent, only the faint sounds of the city filtering past us, but in the stillness, I could still hear it in the way my breath quickened. I could see it lying beside me, jaw slack and eyelashes resting against his cheeks. I could feel it. God, I could feel it. I was in love. I was in love with Kline. Leaning forward, I pressed my lips to the corner of his mouth, silently saying, "I love you," against his skin. He mumbled something, but otherwise barely budged. Looking at his handsome face, blissfully content in sleep, I knew what I had to do. Scratch that. I knew what I wanted to do. I didn't want this whole Rux situation hanging over my head. I wanted to move past it, and most importantly, I wanted to move forward with Kline. Sliding out of the bed as quietly and smoothly as possible, I threw on one of his t-shirts and headed into the kitchen to grab my phone out of my purse. I dialed Cass's number as I stepped onto the terrace and shut the door behind me. She answered on the fourth ring. "What in the fuck time is it?" "I need you to take over my Tap Next account." "Georgia?" she asked, her voice scratchy with sleep. "Of course it's Georgia. Who in the hell did you think it was?" "An asshole who decided to call me at—" She paused, and the sounds of sheets rustling filled my ears. 8 in the morning. Jesus, Georgia, couldn't you have postponed this conversation for about 4 more hours? "I couldn't wait. I have to fix this, Cass. I feel like the worst person in the world." "What? Why?" God, I'm such an asshole. Why did I do that? Why did I keep talking to Ruck when I knew the possibilities I had with Kline? I feel like I've been emotionally cheating on him the entire time. "Georgia." She started to respond, but I was already chiming in, too damn worked up to stop. In some weird way, I think I was invested in Ruck. Not even close to how I feel about Kline, but still, I liked talking to him. I wanted to talk to him, and you know what the worst thing is? When I found out Ruck was Thatch, I was fucking disappointed. It felt like a letdown. "Shut up," she groaned. "You didn't cheat on him. You were just chatting with someone, as friends. This is not something you need to feel guilty about." I stayed quiet, mentally chastising myself for being so stupid. "Georgia, did you ever make plans to meet up with Ruck?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "Never." "Did you ever tell him you love him? Or want a relationship with him?" "Of course not." "So stop berating yourself over this. It's pointless, and honestly, completely unwarranted. You haven't done anything wrong, sweetheart. You've been completely faithful to your boyfriend." I took a calming breath. You're right. I was completely faithful to him. "Okay, Great. I'm so glad we have that settled. I'll call you later. Cass, I warned, don't you dare hang up on me. I'm so tired, Georgie, she whined. Why won't you let me sleep? Because I need you to promise you'll take over my Tap Next account. She let out an exasperated sigh. Why would I want to do that? Because you love me? Just unsubscribe from the damn thing, she muttered. I don't want to be a complete asshole to Ruck, and I felt like you guys hit it off last night. You're talking about Thatch, right? Yes, Thatch. Your face is the one on my profile anyway, and you can just take over and act like it was you the whole time. This is a little weird, G. I know, but I don't really know what else to do. She was right. It was bordering on insane to have her take over the conversations, but it felt like the best option. That way, Ruck wasn't left in the dust. And hell, maybe Thatch and Cass would be an interesting little matchup. I'd just wait to mention all of the random jokes and personal shit I had divulged to Ruck at a later time. Like, never. I had a feeling once he started chatting more with my crazy, beautiful, and smart best friend, she'd eventually just be Rose to him, without him knowing there was ever a difference. It had to work, right? She was still quiet, and I wasn't sure if she actually fell back asleep or was mulling over her options. Cass? Yeah, okay, she agreed. Send me your login shit. I'll message him. Really? Oh my God, you're the best, I squealed. I'm not doing this for you, Horgy. When I said I'd thatch that, I meant it. I have a feeling that man is a beast in bed. Seriously? I started to say, but the line clicked in my ear. A word to the wise. Never call Cassie before noon. I was lucky I'd managed to keep her on the phone as long as I had. I don't know how long I stood out on Kline's terrace, elbows resting on the banister, eyes staring off into the distance. I watched the clouds move in, covering the sun and filling the sky with an impending sense of doom. Lightning flashed in the distance, but the city, it still moved below me, still hustled and bustled, and never quit showing off its boisterous personality. I missed you in my bed. Warm arms wrapped around my waist, the smell of his soap and clean laundry, and Kline assaulted my senses. I sighed in contentment, resting my head on his shoulder. What are you doing out here? I had to call Cassie, I admitted, omitting the details about the actual conversation. Even though I still felt guilty about the whole Ruck thing, I decided it was best to leave it in the past. No good would have come from me rehashing it with Kline. Because at the end of the day, he was who I wanted. The only man I wanted. And now you're just standing out here, watching the storm roll in? Something like that. God, you smell so good. His nose was buried in my neck, inhaling for a brief moment, until he rested his chin on my shoulder. I turned in his arms, interlocking my hands high, around his strong neck. Playful blue eyes stared back at me. He swept my hair off my shoulder, moving his lips to my neck, and then my ear, cheek, before he leaned back, taking in my attire, or lack thereof. A rogue hand slipped down my side, gripping my thigh. And you're standing out here in nothing but my t-shirt. I think you need to come inside, baby. My lips found his, placing sweet kisses against his smiling mouth. Are you trying to have your wicked way with me? He slid his fingers up my thigh and brushed across the one place I ached for him. I'd say I'm not the only one trying in this scenario. He bit my bottom lip, tugging on it, until I moaned. His hands moved to my ass, lifting me up and urging my legs to wrap around his waist. Kline was hard beneath his boxer briefs, and the second he was firmly pressed against me, I whimpered, against his mouth. And then he was kissing me deeper, coaxing my lips open, and tangling his tongue with mine. Candles melted when you lit them. I melted when Kline Brooks kissed me. Into a puddle of pliant, swoony mush. His mouth was my own personal brand of perfection. Every soft caress of his lips against mine only made me crave him more. I doubted I'd ever get tired of this. Him. Us. My breathing sped up, his touch sparking every tiny nerve ending inside of me. His hands. God. Whenever they were touching me, I was losing my mind. I shuddered against him. He felt it, smiling as he kissed me. Thunder filled the air as the sky opened up and started to pour over the city. The wind caused drops of rain to slide into the terrace and onto us. He didn't break our kiss, whispering against my mouth all of the dirty things he wanted to do to me as he did. My hair was wet, and his t-shirt stuck to me like a second skin, but I barely noticed, too consumed by him. My hips moved of their own accord, desperate for the hardness he was so graciously offering against me. "Fuck, you're perfect," he growled. Yes, he actually growled. I always thought the growl was bullshit, a mythical unicorn put into romance novels, but the guttural noise that came from his lungs proved me wrong. He moved us back inside the apartment, kicking the door shut with his foot. We were walking across his bedroom one second, and then tangled on his bed the next, our mouths never leaving one another. I giggled against his lips as my ass bounced on the mattress. Kline pulled back, staring down at me as he moved the wet strands of hair plastered to my cheeks. I shivered against him. I couldn't help it. Having him this close, wrapped around me, completed me in some odd way. I'd never felt this before, for anyone. And it scared me to think I could have messed this up by never agreeing to that first date or meeting Ruck in person. I could have lived an entire life without getting to feel this. His eyes turned, concerned. "What's wrong, baby?" "Nothing." I swallowed down my emotion and distracted him with my lips. "I want you," I whispered against his mouth. He grinned, purposefully taking in my soaked attire. "Is that why you're doing your best impression of a wet t-shirt contest?" I bit my lip. Am I being too obvious? His large hands caressed my breasts through wet cotton, thumbs brushing across my nipples. "I've never been to a wet t-shirt contest, but is it normal to grope the contestants?" He waggled his eyebrows. "This judge does." "What else does this judge do?" He leaned forward, sucking my nipple into his mouth and licking around the sensitive peak. I felt the warmth of his tongue and the cool wetness from his t-shirt all the way down my body and between my legs. My fingers found his hair, gripping the strands tightly as he moved to my other breast. "I think I need to enter these contests more often," I said, moaning. He glanced up, shaking his head. "No one is ever going to lay eyes on this perfect fucking body." He held my hips and pushed his pelvis against me, spurring another moan from my lips. "No one else will get to hear your sounds, or watch your lips part when you lose control." He nipped at my bottom lip, and then trailed his mouth across my jaw to my neck, until his breath was hot and seductive by my ear. "But if you promise to be in my bedroom, you can do it any goddamn time you want." "Deal," I whispered. "Now, less talking and more getting me naked and fucking me until I forget my name." "Fucking you until you forget your name?" His eyes turned heated, mouth curving into a devilish grin. "I think I can work with this." And believe me, he did. I had praised Mother Teresa, Jesus, Buddha, and was calling myself Oprah by the time he was finished blowing my mind.
Chapter 28. Kline. "I'm sorry." Georgia apologized for the 29th time as she knocked on the door to her parents' suburban New Jersey home. "Baby, it's fine. I want to meet them. Didn't I tell you I wanted to meet them?" "Yes, you did, but I don't think you meant this afternoon." I had to laugh at that. It was true. When I'd had Georgia wrapped around me in bed this morning, I hadn't envisioned meeting her parents only 5 hours later. But when her mom had called on FaceTime that morning and Georgia had run away to take the call in private, I hadn't been able to resist popping in for a hello. "It's my own fault. You told me not to show my face on the call," I reminded her. "I know. It is your fault. Maybe I'm mad at you." "You're not," I disagreed. "Okay," she conceded. "I'm not. Honestly, I'm just sorry that when Savannah makes demands, I can't turn her down." The power of a mother's guilt trip is compelling. Trust me, I'm familiar. I'd love to bottle it and use it at the office, I consoled, just as the door swung open to a man with slightly wild hair that grayed around the edges. "Georgie!" he called, engulfing her in a hug and pulling her through the door. He nuzzled her hair and breathed her in for a good 5 seconds before his eyes met mine and turned hard. "Who's this clown?" "Dad!" Georgia chastised, her cheeks going cherry with mortification. I couldn't help but smile. In his most laid-back tone, her dad had thrown the ultimate insult my way. No warm-up or pretense or gestures of fond small talk. This was a man who cared about one thing in this scenario: his daughter. I liked him immediately. "Kline Brooks," I introduced myself, offering my hand. Dick Cummings." He shook my hand with fervor, purposely trying his damnedest to crush my fingers. Dick Cummings? Thank God Thatch wasn't here. He would have had a field day with that one. "His full name is Richard," Georgia's mother interrupted, forcing her way into the open doorway. "I'm Savannah, by the way. It really is a pleasure, Kline." "Stop with the formality shit, Savannah. If the man can't handle that I'm Dick Cummings, then he's not the right man for our Georgie," he retorted, eyeing me with slanty eyes. "Does it bother you, Kline?" "No, sir," I answered, fighting the urge to laugh. I literally hadn't even set foot inside of the door to their house yet, and a full-length daytime drama was rounding its way into the second arc of the storyline. "Son," he patted me on the shoulder, nudging the girls out of the way and pulling me inside. "When you've got a last name like Cummings, you can either be a chicken shit or you can grow some balls and roll with it. That's why I go by Dick, and I had my son go by Willie for most of his life. Hell, George is lucky we didn't name her Vagina," he said through a laugh. "Plus, it's pretty fucking enjoyable to watch someone squirm when they meet me." He grinned, big and wide, his eyes turning jovial. "You handled yourself well. Much better than the other idiots Georgie's brought home. I like you already." "Jesus, Dad," Georgie sighed. "Think you can tone down the F-bombs for now? It's not even 5 p.m. "No siree, Bob. You're in my home, and I'll do anything I damn well please. If I want to walk around in my underwear all night, I'll fucking do it," he responded, unfazed. "Anyway, like you should talk. Last phone conversation I had with you, you were ranting about the fucking subway." "And 5 o'clock is an antiquated schedule associated with alcohol, Georgia. The fucks have always been given free rein," Savannah put in. Georgia's parents were a trip. I was having a hard time keeping my smile in check. "Come here and give me another hug," her dad ordered. "I've missed you, baby girl." She flashed a pointed look. "Only if you promise not to bust my boyfriend's balls all night." "Deal," he grinned. She hugged her dad, a genuine smile on her face, and then moved to her mom. Hugs and smiles overflowed the small space of the foyer. It was apparent she was close with her folks. I loved we had that in common. "And Richard," Savannah tisked, "you know the no-pants rule doesn't start until after dinner." He growled under his breath, wrapping his arm around his wife and whispering something I could only assume was full-on dirty into her ear. "Later," Savannah giggled, a perfect incarnation of what I knew as her daughter's laugh, and slapped him on the chest. He chuckled, waggling his brows at her, visibly amused with himself. "Why don't you two make yourselves comfortable and freshen up from the drive? There's fresh sheets on George's bed and clean towels in the bathroom. Dick abruptly turned for the hallway, striding toward the kitchen, muttering something about a fucking grill. Her mother still remained, smiling at both of us in a way that made me a little concerned about what would come next. "There's also a box of condoms on the nightstand," she whispered. "Feel free to put them to good use." "Gee, thanks, Mom," Georgia sighed, tipping her red face to the ceiling in an effort not to meet my eyes. "Any time, baby girl." Savannah patted her cheek, smiling. "I'm just thrilled you're finally being adventurous with your sexuality." This meet the parents' visit was getting more interesting by the minute. "Dinner will be ready in about 15 minutes, she called over her shoulder, following her husband's lead. The second they were out of eyesight, Georgia sagged against the door. "I told you they were a little offbeat. Please don't hold it against me." I grinned, pulling her into my arms, and avoided the urge to tell her that her definition of a little felt more like a lot. "I love everything about your parents." Her eyes showed she was skeptical, but I spoke only the truth. I'd take a free spirit and a ball buster over 2 sticks in the mud any day. "They're your parents, baby. Believe me, I like them. Dick and Savannah are great." "Yeah, they're real awesome. I mean, how great is it that my mother thought to put condoms in my bedroom, just in case we decide to bang it out when they're 2 doors down?" "Very practical." I fought my smile, rubbing her shoulders to ease the tension in her muscles. "Come on," she took my hand. "Let me show you my childhood bedroom. Who knows, maybe my mother left a complimentary bottle of lube on the nightstand." I stopped her before she could head up the stairs, pulling her tight against me, her back to my chest. "Like you'd even need lube when I've got my hands on you," I growled into her ear, then kissed along her neck. "Okay," she let out a soft sigh, head falling to my shoulder. "Maybe we can follow the no pants rule after dinner, too." "Wouldn't want to go against house rules," I added, smirking against her soft skin. "We are guests," she said, lifting her chin and urging my lips to continue down her neck. "Definitely wouldn't want to come across as rude." I nibbled along her neck a bit more until I pinched her ass, earning an adorable squeal. "Show me your bedroom, baby." The stairs creaked as we climbed, and pictures of Georgia and Will lined the wall. One of a toddler Georgia stood out in particular. "Aw, look at your cute little—" "Don't even say it." "What?" I asked innocently. "I know you. I know where you were going, and we're not going to talk about the fact that my mother keeps a naked picture of me on the wall." "I was just going to point out that your tushy then was nearly as cute as it is now." "Kline!" she snapped with a finger in my face. I threw her over my shoulder in a fireman's hold and slapped at said ass. "Don't worry, baby. I'll pay special attention to it tonight, especially if there's lube." She shrieked and kicked as I ran up the rest and paused, throwing her to the hallway carpet at the top of the stairs and tickling her sensitive sides. "Kline, stop!" Her breath heaved. "Stop!" When I removed my hands, she scurried up and out from underneath me, slapping at my shoulder lightly. "What is it about being in a childhood home that makes a man act like a child?" "Fun? Freedom?" I smiled. "Memories?" "I just bet. Were you a bad boy in your youth, Kline?" "Nope," I answered honestly. "As a boy, I didn't know enough to be bad." I waggled my eyebrows. "I'm much more convincing now that I'm a man." She ran again at that, shrieking the whole way and trying to close her bedroom door between us. I played tug-of-war with the handle convincingly enough, reserving my full strength in an effort not to hurt her, before finally busting through and tackling her cackling form to the bed. She turned her head to the left and sighed. "Ah, the condoms." I pulled her eyes to mine and touched our lips together softly before rubbing my nose along the line of hers. "We didn't use one the night that we fought," I whispered. I hadn't even thought about it until now, too consumed by lies and love and the complicated mix of the two, but the box on the nightstand brought my oversight into stark relief. She nodded. I'm okay with that in all the ways I can be. Are you? She nodded again, and a shiver ran through her body. I pulled her closer. I'm on the pill, and I trust you. I'll do every single thing I can to deserve that, baby, I promised. She looked back over to the nightstand. I feel like we have to use a condom tonight because my mom put them there. Do you even know what you just said? Kline? Okay, I laughed. Just tell her we used our own because she failed to get Magnum. Her body shook with laughter despite her stern face. Get cleaned up for dinner. Yes, ma'am, I agreed with a wink, sliding my body all the way down hers and pushing my face to the front of her pants. I inhaled. I think I should help you clean up here. I'll lick up all of my mess, I promised, pledging my truth with a hand at my chest. She just shook her head and smiled, sliding a hand into my hair and yanking up on my head. Go get changed and throw some cold water on your face, you bad man, you. I reached into my pants with a grin and adjusted my dick to a more comfortable position. I can't help it, baby, I teased. It's the house's fault. She shook her head again, climbing to her knees and pushing her lips softly to mine. She spoke softly right there. What am I gonna do with you? Keep me. What am I gonna do with me? She whispered. So lost in you. I squeezed her tight and answered with a prayer. Stay there. Forever.
Chapter 29. Georgia.
Let me show you one of my favorite places in the house,
my father instructed, leading Kline toward the garage. This was another one of his tests. Hell, he'd been testing my boyfriend all weekend. There had been the beer test. Dick had offered Miller Lite and Guinness. Kline had chosen Guinness, and my father had patted him on the shoulder, adding, I'm happy Georgie didn't bring a light beer, piss-drinking pussy into my home. There had been the liquor test. Dick had offered him a martini. Kline had politely declined and asked if there was any bourbon or whiskey in the house. Dick's response? Another pat on the back. There had also been the pizza test. Last night my mother hadn't felt like cooking, so Dick had handed Kline a menu from Papadoro's, a mom-and-pop pizza shop up the street, and told him to order a bunch of pies for everyone. Kline had gotten another pat on the back when he ordered 3 large meat lovers supremes and cheesy garlic bread. Sports, cars, politics, you name it, and Dick tested. Surprisingly enough, Kline had passed everyone with flying colors. How'd I know this? The pat on the back, of course. We stepped out into the 3-car garage, and Kline immediately removed his arm from my shoulder, walking over toward one of my dad's cars. A 428 Cobra Jet Mustang. Wow. He let out a low whistle, eyeing my father's car with an appreciative gleam in his eyes. She's a beaut. Probably my favorite person in the house. My father patted him on the back, chuckling. Bought her in '68. She's in prime condition. Engine was restored a few years ago. Tell me you kept the low-riser cylinder heads, Kline added, moving around the car with his hands on his hips, his eyes plastered to the red paint of my father's most prized possession. Sometimes I wondered if he loved this car more than he loved his own kids. Of course I did. Thank God. Kline skimmed his fingers across the paint, light enough that he wouldn't leave a mark, and a giant smile consumed his face. This, right here, was the game changer for Ford. Dick stared at my boyfriend like he was falling in love. She redeemed the Ford name in the factory of horsepower. Kline nodded and glanced up at me, a boyish smile still etched on his handsome face. Why didn't you tell me your father had this in his garage? I shrugged. I had no idea you'd get such a hard-on for a car. Are you kidding me? Kline laughed. This is one of my favorite cars. Ever.
My father's a Ford man, through and through. He'd lose it if he got his hands on this car. I think your dad and I would get along just fine, Dick said with a smile. Jesus, I'd never seen my dad smile so much in my life. The pulsating vein in the center of his forehead, yeah, I'd definitely seen my fair share of that, especially when I'd missed curfew in high school. But this giant smile that had taken up residence on my father's face, it was so rare that it was almost creepy. Dick Cummings was a pretty happy guy, but he didn't usually pass out smiles and giddy looks on a daily basis. Honestly, I think the last time I'd seen him smile like this, my mother had brought home 3 bags from Victoria's Secret. I'd let you take her for a spin, but I've got to take her into the shop come tomorrow morning. She's having issues when I try to crank her. Mind if I take a look? Kline asked. By the sounds of their conversation, you'd think my dad's car was an actual person, a female at that. Men were so weird. By all means. My dad gestured toward the car. He grabbed the keys from the hook and tossed them to him. Kline hopped in the driver's seat and attempted to turn the engine. It didn't start, and I'd never claimed to know car sounds, but whatever abnormal sound was coming from the car couldn't have been good. See what I mean, son? Dick asked, elbows resting on the driver's side window. Son? One bonding moment over his car and my dad was calling him son. I was sure any minute he'd give Kline his blessing and tell my mother to start planning my bachelorette party. No doubt Dr. Savannah Cummings would prefer picking out penis straws to floral arrangements. If anyone bought me dicks for my bachelorette party, it would be my mother. Cassie would provide the liquor and gift bag filled with crotchless panties. Now that I thought about it, it was a wonder I'd stayed a virgin for as long as I did. I was surrounded by a bunch of horny floozies. Dick, I think it's the starter motor relay. Really? Kline nodded. I can hear the high-load relay engaging. Mind if I pop the hood and take a look at the engine? Of course! My father stood back from the car as Kline hopped out and busied himself under the hood. After a few minutes, my boyfriend was convinced he knew the issue and could fix it. And by the look on Dick's face, I was starting to wonder if he would be the one to marry Kline. I'm grabbing something to drink. You guys want anything? I offered. I'm good, babe. Kline declined while my father merely mumbled, no. Too damn entranced by what was going on underneath the hood of his car. I walked out of the garage and into the kitchen, leaving them to their man time. Popping the tab on a can of Coke, I leaned my hip against the counter and took a gulp from the sugary soda. To say I was shocked by the open-armed, constant back-patting greeting my father had been giving Kline would be the understatement of the century. My dad was never this nice to any guy I brought home. Growing up, it had been a common occurrence for Dick to clean his guns in the living room if he knew a boy was picking me up. Sheesh. No wonder I'd fallen so fast for Kline's charms. He practically had my dad, the boyfriend ball-buster, eating out of the palm of his hand. I walked past my mother's office, finding her typing away on her laptop. She paused, sliding her glasses to the brim of her nose. What are you up to? Nothing much. Dad and Kline are in the garage, talking car shit. I shrugged, leaning against the doorframe. Seems like they're hitting it off. Pretty sure Dad's going to propose to my boyfriend before we head home. I hope he lets me plan his bachelor party, she joked. See what I mean? She smiled a wistful smile. It's always been a dream of mine to jump out of a cake and do a sexy striptease for your father. The closest we ever got to that was when I held up my hand. For the love of God, I do not want to hear about you and Dick doing the nasty. Georgia, sex is a normal human urge. It doesn't matter how old you are or how many kids you have, you still want to do it. Are you finished psychoanalyzing my views on human sexuality, Dr. Cummings? I asked, raising a skeptical brow. Her smile turned curious, and I braced myself for the next question that would come out of her mouth. Speaking of sex, how are things with you and Kline? I'm not talking about my sex life with you. She pouted. Oh, come on, sweetie. Nope. I raised both hands. Not happening." My mother cupped her mouth, whispering, "Last night, it sounded like things were going really good." I groaned. "I get that you're a sex therapist, and you're extremely open when it comes to talking about sex, but it's a little creepy you were eavesdropping." "Actually, I wasn't eavesdropping. You were just that loud." I gaped. "I can't tell you how happy this makes me." You realize this isn't a normal mother-daughter conversation, right? It's not the normal conversation society thinks we should be having, but I know it's the conversation we should be having. Just know, I'm beyond thrilled you found someone who makes you happy in every facet of your life, not just in bed, which I have to say, from the sounds of it, Kline knows what he's doing. She winked. But it's obvious he makes you really happy, and anyone who can make my daughter walk around with a constant glow and a gorgeous smile is someone I hope she keeps around. She paused as I smiled, and she considered me closely. He seems like a really good man, Georgia, and he's extremely lucky he found you. Although my mom was her own type of crazy, she was still my mom and I loved her. I'd always want her acceptance. And I'd definitely want her to like the man in my life. I walked toward her, leaning down and wrapping her in a tight hug. "I love you, Mom." "I love you too, sweetie. I've missed having you home. I hope you'll start visiting more often." "Consider it a done deal." I squeezed her tighter. "As long as you promise not to eavesdrop." "Deal," she agreed, laughing. As I walked out of her office, she added, "But seriously, sweetie, I was a little jealous. That orgasm must have lasted a good 2 minutes. 3 minutes, I called over my shoulder. It was 3 minutes, and it might have been more, but I'm pretty sure I lost consciousness. I heard her laugh the entire way to my bedroom. The second I stepped into my room, I threw my body onto the bed, my back hitting the mattress, causing pillows to fall onto the floor. My eyes took in the many nuances of my childhood stronghold. My parents hadn't changed a thing since I'd left for college. Everything was as I had left it. Old pictures of prom and homecoming littered my desk. My graduation cap hung next to the door, and the pink and yellow flowered wallpaper still lined the walls. It was hideous, by all accounts, but it was still my room, the bedroom I had grown up in, the place I'd had sleepovers and gossiped with friends about our latest crushes, the place I'd had my first kiss with Stevie Jones, even though we were supposed to have been studying for our algebra exam. Nostalgia was potent, filling my lungs and plastering a reflective smile on my face. So much in my life had changed from the day I'd grabbed my last suitcase and headed to college. I had a great job, amazing friends, and now, Kline. It was funny how 2 years ago, I'd thought of him only as my boss, refusing to see him as anything else, and now he had become this fixture in my life, one I was starting to hope would be permanent. The sound of a phone vibrating across the surface of my nightstand caught my attention. I picked it up, tapping the screen, wondering if Cass was getting ready to harass me about using the last of the coffee creamer and leaving a sink full of dishes before heading to my parents'. The screen lit up with a tap next notification. Tap rose next. "Hey you, how's your day going?" I tilted my head, confused. Why was I getting messages from my account? The one I'd told Cassie to take over? Turning over the phone, my mind registered the case. Not the glittery sparkle one I'd bought a few weeks ago, but plain old simple black. Kline's phone case. Not mine. Kline's. I dropped the phone like it had caught fire. I hit the hardwood floor with an awful thud, and I cringed, wondering for a brief second if I had broken his phone. But then the shock of the entire situation took over. If he... Wait a minute. Is this... No way. No way! I just stood there, staring down at the screen and the profile name, Tap Rose Next, glaring back at me. If he was getting messages from my Tap Next account, then that meant... I gaped, my eyes popping wide. Jesus Christ in a peach tree! Did this mean that when I had been messaging Ruck, I had really been messaging Kline? My heart pounded in my chest, erratically enough that I was a little concerned I might go into cardiac arrest. Slowly, I bent down and picked up the phone. My mind warred between my options. I could either do the right thing and set the phone back down and act like I had never seen it, or I could swipe the screen, put in his passcode, and see if it was really what I thought it was. The only reason I knew his passcode was because I'd had to retrieve a few emails for him while we were in the Hamptons. He had remembered he needed to check on a time-sensitive contract and just so happened to be elbow-deep in soapy water and dishes. So he'd told me the passcode, and I just so happened to still remember said passcode. I scrubbed my left hand down my face while my right white-knuckled his phone. I was sure the correct choice was to act like I had never seen it, set his phone down, and walk away. But I needed to know if what I was seeing was real. Which was why my fingers slid across the screen and pulled up the Tap Next icon. I took one glance at his profile, and when the username Bad Ruck met my confused gaze, I refused to invade any more of his privacy and immediately locked his phone, setting it face down on the nightstand. He was Ruck. My hands went into my hair, resting on top of my head as I paced my bedroom. I felt like I couldn't breathe, the four walls closing in on me. I had been messaging Kline the entire time without even knowing it, and he had been messaging me, but he didn't know it was me. But wait, he had met my best friend. He knew her face was Rose's profile picture, but he hadn't known I was the one to put it there. Irrational jealousy and anger started to build inside of my chest. Had he still been chatting with Rose after meeting Cassie? Fuck. I picked his phone back up and quickly unlocked the screen again, pulling up the Tap Next app within seconds. My heart threatened to thrash its way out of my body as I found the lone conversation in Ruck's message box. I felt insane, completely off my rocker, as I found the last few messages and scrutinized the timestamps. Relief robbed the breath from my lungs as I met the realization that the last message Ruck sent Rose had been before we had met up at the Rains Law Room, before he had met my best friend. The edges of my anger, my jealousy, still shook my hands. I couldn't deny I felt betrayed over the fact that he had been chatting with another woman while dating me. But I breathed through it, slowly talking myself off the illogical ledge as I set Kline's phone back on the nightstand. How could I be mad at him when I had been doing the exact same thing? Of course, I was upset he had been chatting with another woman, not really knowing that woman was me. It hurt. A lot. But I couldn't deny it made sense. It made sense why we would continue to talk, even though we were dating other people. We were drawn to each other, in every possible way. I was filled with this odd feeling of relief, but it was quickly pushed aside when I started to realize the consequences of my decisions. My world had officially turned on its axis. I was in the Twilight Zone and playing the star role in a weird modern remake of You've Got Mail. The only difference was that I wasn't Kathleen Kelly in this scenario. I was Joe Fox. Holy Fox. And I had gone off script. I hadn't planned a big grand gesture when I would unveil it had been me the whole time. No. Not only had I given my best friend free rein to message my boyfriend, I had all but forced her to do it. Holy foxing shit! Finding my phone on my desk, I dialed Cass's number and went into the bathroom, shutting the door and sitting in the bathtub fully clothed. "Hey, sweet cheeks. How are the parental units?" she answered, her voice too goddamn cheery for the shitstorm that was my life. "Do not message Ruck ever again." "Huh?" I shut my eyes, resting my head on the edge of the tub. I fucked up, Cass. I fucked up big time. Whoa. Slow down, Susie. What's going on? Thatch isn't Ruck. Kline is Ruck. The phone was dead silent. "Do you hear me? Kline is Ruck!" I shouted, my voice echoing in the bathroom. I clamped my hand over my mouth, realizing anyone walking by my bedroom would be able to hear me screaming like a lunatic. I listened closely for any sign I wasn't alone, and was relieved when I didn't hear anything but my erratic breathing. "Okay," Cassie started. "I'm officially confused, so please, spell it out for me in slow, clear sentences." I rambled on for a good 2 minutes, giving her the step-by-step details of how I had discovered my boyfriend was Ruck. "What are the fucking odds?" she asked, sounding just as shocked as I felt. "I know! I should probably buy a lottery ticket today," I muttered. "You realize what you've done, don't you? Screwed up big time?" "No! You catfished your boyfriend," she laughed. "Holy shit, G! He catfished you too!" "This is so messed up," I groaned. "You're like 2 fucking catfish, sitting at the bottom of the lake, doing fish shit and stuff." "Okay, enough with the fish," I snapped. "I'm freaking out here, Cass. What have I done?" "You haven't done anything wrong," she placated me. "Oh my God," I stuttered, panicked and overwhelmed over the entire fucked up situation. "How do I fix this?" "Jesus, Georgia. Relax," she sighed. "Stay calm. Act completely aloof. I'll send him another message and nip this crazy town shit in the bud." "What? What are you going to say? For fuck's sake, stop panicking," she chastised. "I'll say something along the lines of, 'I'm happily involved with someone else and I can't continue our conversations. Have a nice life.'" Okay, that would work. It would put an end to the confusion. Rose would message Ruck, they'd stop chatting, and the world would be right again. Would it work? And is this even the right way to handle this mindfuck of a situation? I warred with myself over pretending it never happened versus telling Kline the truth. But then I started remembering the many conversations I'd had with Ruck. My openness, my flirtation, questions and commentary about anal. Jesus, I cringed in embarrassment. The mere idea of talking to Kline about it had my stomach clenching in discomfort. I just wanted to leave the whole Ruck and Rose debacle in the past. Truth be told, if I could have paid someone to bury it in a shallow grave somewhere in the depths of the Pinelands, along with my stay at masturbation camp, I sure as fuck would have done it. Not that I knew anything about that sort of thing. I sighed. Could this be any weirder of a situation? "Well," she said deadpan, "considering he had foreskin, Wally sure put a weird spin on the old phrase, 'taking ol' one eye to the optometrist.'" "Old phrase?" I snorted. "I didn't even know that was a phrase." "Savannah would be so ashamed of you right now," she teased. That spurred a few giggles from my lips. "Hey, I hate to do this, but I gotta scoot or I'm going to be late for my shoot," she updated. "Are you going to be okay?" "Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Cass. I honestly don't know what I'd do without you." "Probably live a horribly miserable life trying to find your own way out of your crazy-ass situations." "So true," I agreed, smiling. After we hung up, I was so damn exhausted from the roller coaster of emotions that I stayed in the bathtub until I drifted off to sleep. A throat being cleared startled me awake. "Fully clothed bathtub nap?" Kline asked, squatting down beside the tub. "Would you like to join me?" I grinned and scooted over. He didn't hesitate, squishing his large frame beside me and wrapping his arm around my shoulders. "Fix my dad's car?" I asked, resting my head on his chest. "Yeah. Pretty sure your dad thinks I'm a mechanic now, but honestly, it was an easy fix." His fingers found their way into my hair, running through the strands so softly, I nearly purred. "I think my dad is falling in love with you. He might propose marriage before we leave." "Don't worry, baby. I won't let your dad steal me from you." I laughed. "I'm not sure we're going to be able to fit that giant head of yours out of this house." He wrapped both arms tightly around my body and slid farther into the middle of the tub, forcing me to lie on top of him. "There. That's much better." "You're too damn big." I nodded toward his feet that were hanging over the edge. "I thought we already figured this out, Benny. I might be big-dicked Brooks, but you're perfect tight.
I clamped my hand over his mouth, laughing. He licked my palm, waggling his eyebrows.
Gross,
I scoffed, feigning disgust and wiping his spit on his own shirt. He chuckled a few times, and then his eyes turned soft, and he brushed a few strands of hair out of my face. I'm glad you brought me this weekend. I had fun meeting your parents. I rubbed my nose against his. Thanks for coming with me and being such a good sport. My mom and dad can be a little overwhelming.
Your dad is a riot.
He really likes you, I grinned. That's huge, by the way. Dick doesn't like anyone.
After you left the garage, your dad and I had an interesting conversation.
What was it about?
I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to freak out or get embarrassed.
I'm not sure I like where this is headed. My nose scrunched up in skepticism. His index finger tapped my nose.
Just promise.
Fine. I promise.
Your dad asked me for a few tips.
Car tips? Kline shook his head. I don't get it. What kind of tips? His eyes creased with amusement. My jaw dropped to his chest. Oh, God. I whined. Please tell me what I'm thinking you're about to say is not what happened.
Apparently, your mother encouraged him to talk to me about sex, particularly 2-minute orgasms. I'll be honest, I have no idea why your mom thought I knew anything about that.
I shut my eyes and buried my face in his chest. She heard us last night.
What?
Well, she heard me last night.
Oh, shit,
he said before quiet laughter started vibrating his body. I rested my chin on his chest, glaring at him. Thanks a lot, asshole. You and your Jedi sex tricks had me screaming like a lunatic while my parents were 2 doors down.
You didn't seem to be complaining about my Jedi sex tricks last night,
he teased, grinding his hips against mine. Don't even think about it, I warned, poking him in the belly. You will not get all frisky with me in this bathtub. He waggled his brows.
What about in the bed?
No, I retorted. I refuse to go into an orgasm coma again. He tilted his head, an endearing smirk highlighting his lips. Well, not ever. Just not here, I quickly backtracked. Because, yeah, no way in hell would I deny myself that kind of orgasm forever. I wasn't a crazy person. He laughed, kissing my nose.
Whatever you say, Benny girl.
Chapter 30. Kline. As the plane throttled forward and took off down the runway, Georgia screamed like we were on a roller coaster, shrieking at every bump, lump, and wind gust. "Jesus!" I shouted over her squeals and rubbed at the meat of her thigh. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you'd never flown before." We'd both been surprised by the trip, a last-minute meeting with a vendor that wanted to go live on our site ASAP. It didn't happen often, but when people jumped up and down and waved money around, we jumped back. This was one of those times, and the reason we found ourselves San Diego-bound this early in the day on the Tuesday after a weekend with her parents. "It's different on a private plane," she yelled back, even though there wasn't a need. I'd only had to yell before to be heard over her screeching, but she wasn't concerned. And she didn't seem tired either. I, myself, was exhausted from a weekend filled with Savannah and Dick, and Georgia and my Dick. Truly, the D was everywhere. Gemma, my regular personal flight attendant, smiled happily from her jump seat. Thankfully, she seemed rather amused by it all. "Baby, it's the same as a normal plane," I argued at a conventional volume. "Just smaller." "No, nuh-uh," she disagreed. "This is not like regular planes. Regular planes make you feel like a poor, desperate vagabond, willing to subject yourself to any treatment just to make it to your destination." "What airline are you flying?" I laughed. "Third World Air?" She shook her head and smiled before looking out the window again. "It's more whoop-dee or something," she tried to explain. "Whoop-dee?" "Whimsical. Roller coastery." I smiled and she laughed, throwing her hands up and pointing to her face in confirmation. "Fun!" I leaned over and kissed the apple of her cheek. "I'm the fun part. You are, she agreed with my lie. She was the fun, hands down. You mind if I take a little nap? I asked, knowing I'd need my business brain later instead of the current mush. Aw, Kline. My old man is tired, huh? I had to laugh as I nodded. He is. Her body seemed to deflate all at once as she laid her head on my shoulder. I am too. I feel like I haven't slept in ages. We haven't, I pointed out. Weeks of courting and falling and fucking had taken its toll. Just snuggle into me, baby. We'll both catch some shut-eye. We've got about 5 hours until we get there. She didn't say anything out loud, just nuzzled the top of her head farther into my neck and crossed an arm over my body. I breathed in the smell of her shampoo and rubbed the soft strands of her hair with my fingers. I wanted to stay awake and savor it, talk to her, laugh with her, soak more of her in. But the lull of the plane and the hum of the engine enhanced a pull into sleep that already needed no help. With my eyes shut and heart full, I was mere moments away from a deep sleep when Georgia called my name. Yeah, baby? I asked, my voice thick and sluggish with the impending doze. I've never been happier to miss sleep in my life. Ditto. Just one room, I told the front desk clerk as she handed me our cards. My assistant, Pam, had, of course, made the arrangements, and she'd have had no way of knowing Georgia and I were following a one-room sleeping plan. Personally, I didn't have even one fuck left to give, but Georgie cared, and I cared about what she cared about. It was a really mushy, complicated web of romance, but in the end, all that mattered was her. Yes, sir, the young girl agreed, taking the keys back and tapping away at the computer. We'd gone straight from the airport to the meeting, and from the meeting to dinner. Thanks to one of the best plane catnaps I'd ever had, we had just enough time to spend another night not sleeping before Georgia had to be on a plane back home in the morning. Here you go, the desk clerk offered, handing me back a solitary key. Room 554. The elevators are down the hall behind you and on the right. Thanks, I smiled, and grabbed my small bag from its spot at my feet. Georgia was already down the elevator hall, pacing the tile floor in front of them as she talked over the details of things she needed for tomorrow's meeting with Dean. As imperative as the phone call seemed on the surface, I had a suspicion it was more of an excuse to avoid awkwardly standing next to me at the desk than a necessity. Ready? I asked, as I came to a stop in front of her. Her finger shot to my lips and pushed to say, "Be quiet." "It was just Mr. Brooks," she said into the phone, rolling her eyes. "No, I'm still in the lobby." I went to speak, but she pushed on my lips harder. "Nope. The meeting ran really late, and we still have a couple of things to go over before we call it a night." I smiled. No one here was going to be calling it a night. She shook her head in the negative and bit her bottom lip. My balls tightened immediately. Even they knew it was time to play. "Georgie girl," I whispered mischievously. She shushed me and waved me away, pointing at the phone with wild eyes. She was just too easy. "Come tuck me in," I teased, grabbing at her hips and backing her toward the elevators. I pushed the up button to call the car and pulled her hips into mine. Hair loose from its earlier binding, she looked wild and willing and altogether too much like sex to stop. Dean, she called, obviously trying to break into his end of steady conversation. "You know, you've got this covered." I smiled bigger, pulled her breasts tighter to my chest. "It was really just my neuroses calling. You're plenty competent to have everything ready on your own." "Mm-hmm," I hummed, moving the hair off of her neck and sucking at her skin greedily. She was dying to give me one of her signature scolding Klines. I could feel it in her posture and staccato-timed wording, but with Dean on the line, secrecy won out. "I know. I'll be sure to give Donatella Versace my recommendation should I ever run into her on the street." She nodded at the phone, at something Dean said, a gesture he obviously couldn't see, and I swooned. Hands down, Georgia Cummings was one of the most charmingly fascinating women I'd ever encountered. Dichotomous in nearly everything she did, I never knew which way was up or which version of her I would get. Awkward or easy, bold or shy, endlessly clever or laughably bumbling. Every time, day or night, work or play, I'd take any version I met. "Hang up the phone, baby," I coaxed, pushing her gently into the open and waiting car. "I'll see you tomorrow," she said into the line. "Yes, but fucking early." We both smiled like lunatics. "I'll see you then." Finally, blessedly, she cut the call just as the doors of the elevator shut out the people. I grabbed her hips, groping and squeezing at the top of her ass. "God, it's about time," I teased, running my tongue along the closed seam of her lips. "Fuck," she breathed as her head fell back and her hair hung well past her shoulders. I gripped the ends of it and yanked her throat open even farther. "Ah," she moaned, shoving her tit right into the palm of my waiting free hand. "That's it," I cooed, circling her hard nipple with the tip of my thumb. "Kline," she breathed. She could barely keep up with the rhythm of her pants. "I can't wait to hear you say that again. On my face, on my cock. I'm gonna strip you down and sit you up on every fucking thing I can think of." "God," she moaned as the doors opened on our floor. I scooped her up and into my arms, glancing at the sign that would tell me which way to go to our room. Too fucking far from the elevator, at the end of the hall, I finally came face to face with our door. Georgia clung to me as I set her down to pull the plastic keycard from my pocket. I couldn't wait to make love to every single inch of her petite body. As the door clicked open and I slid our intertwined bodies inside, I knew without a doubt that was what this was. Just lust was gone. Like had grown, and love was positioned in Georgia's sumptuous mouth, right at the tip of my tongue.
Chapter 31. Georgia. "Just 3 more questions," Kline demanded, his voice raspy and sleep-filled. We'd been at this game all night, asking random questions to one another in between bouts of kissing that always ended in more. Crazy, sexy kind of more. Best game ever. But it was 3:30 in the morning and I had a 6:35 flight to catch. A contract meeting was sending me home today, and because he'd tacked on an additional meeting tomorrow morning with one of our regular investors in the name of efficiency, today meant 1 day earlier than Kline. No need to make more than 1 trip, he'd said. Now he had to face the consequences of that decision. I hadn't packed a thing and needed a shower. As badly as I wanted to stay in bed wrapped up in him, I had to get my ass moving. I sat up, the sheet pooling around my waist. "You said that 3 hours and 2 orgasms ago." 2 orgasms? I thought it was 3. He was lying on his belly, resting his chin on the pillow, his eyes locked on my bared breasts. "If you can't remember the last one, I'm demanding a redo." A redo, the bastard. He licked his lips and moved his gaze from my breasts to my waist, until finally making the slow circuit to my mouth. Jesus. Kline flashing me smoldering glances during business meetings was dangerous enough, but this? That look, those heated blue eyes, his sexy bed hair, and that tight ass. It should be illegal. "Stop smoldering at me," I smacked his shoulder. "I have to get in the shower. I have a flight to catch, remember?" He pounced on me, wrapped his arms around my body and slammed my back into the bed before I could stop him. "Don't leave." His mouth found mine, his teeth tugging on my bottom lip. "Stay here with me. Let me ask you questions and kiss these lips." He kissed me deeper and touched this perfect body. His fingers slid up my sides, resting below the curve of my breasts. "And put my mouth on you." He punctuated that statement by gliding those devious hands down my belly until his fingers were touching me where I throbbed. I'd never had marathon sex. Okay, before Kline, I'd never actually had sex, But I'd never experienced this feeling before. I'd never been so attracted, so turned on, so undeniably in love with someone, where the only thing I wanted to do was spend every day for the rest of forever touching him, kissing him, fucking him. It was overwhelming and amazing, and should have had me running for the hills. But when it came to Kline, I didn't want to run, unless it was toward his open arms. I trusted him, cared for him, loved him. I wanted him and only him. He was everything I'd always dreamed of, plus a million things I never even knew I wanted. "Kiss me, baby," he whispered against my lips. "I am kissing you," I retorted, my mouth still pressed against his. "No. Fucking kiss me." He growled, his tongue slipping past my lips and making me moan. "I'll never get tired of this. I'll never not want this. With you. Only you." "I'm going to miss my flight, and it'll be all your fault," I whimpered. "Fuck the flight. Fuck the meeting. Stay here and fuck my brains out." That devilish mouth moved to my neck and then my collarbone, sucking softly while his tongue licked along the sensitive skin. My hands found his ass, tugging him toward me. "You don't play fair." My hips arched up into his, my body begging for him to connect us. "With you, I'll never play fair." He pressed against me, the tip of his cock moving through my wetness. "I'll do whatever it takes to get you to keep doing this with me. For fucking ever." "We're gonna fuck forever?" I teased. His laugh vibrated my skin. "Yes, me and you. Fucking, kissing, groping, making love, coming. All the goddamn time. Forever." "I want this in writing." He moved away from me, rustling inside the nightstand and finding a complimentary pen clipped to a notepad with the hotel's logo written along the top. He tossed the pad across the room and put the pen in his mouth, removing the cap. "Pretty sure contracts need paper. Not this contract." He settled between my thighs again, eyes locked on my belly. The tip of the pen touched my skin and I shivered. "This is a different kind of contract, baby." Blue eyes peeked up at me, smirking. The pen moved across my skin, but I couldn't see what he was writing, his messy hair blocking my view. "Excuse me, sir, but what are you doing? Are you branding me?" "Stop calling me sir. I'm trying to focus here and you're making me hard." "You've been hard for the past 8 hours. What's new?" "You'd think you would have tried to help me with this difficult situation. Honestly, Georgia, I'm disappointed. You really need to work a little harder at this whole girlfriend thing." I fought my grin. It was stupid that I still felt giddy over hearing him say girlfriend. I had officially reverted back to high school, but I didn't care. I loved that he made me giddy and girly and head over heels in love. "Oh, so when I did that thing where I put my mouth on your dick and then didn't remove it until you came, that wasn't what a good girlfriend would do? I'm sorry I did that. I'll make a note to never do that again. Don't worry, baby. I'll learn from my mistakes." "Now, wait a minute. Let's not get too hasty here." He backtracked, still focusing on tattooing something on my skin. "I think you need to do that thing a few more times, like every day for the next 5 years or so, before I can really decide if I like it." I grabbed his hair, pulling his head up so he looked at me. "You didn't like it?" I asked, my eyes narrowed. "I can't really remember." He shrugged, fighting a smile. "Why don't you do it again, and then it might help me give you a proper answer." "Oh," I feigned innocent understanding. "So I should just put my mouth on your cock again? You know, slide it in real deep until it taps the back of my throat, and then suck hard while I run my tongue all over you? Would that help, or should I do something else?" "No," he said, swallowing hard enough to make his Adam's apple bob. "You should do those things." He cleared his throat, his body's answer growing hard and straining against my thigh. "All of those things you just said. Yeah, do those. My face cracked into a smile, amused by the strain in his voice and his, yeah, that too. I was definitely enjoying that reaction. Okay, all set. Per your request, the contract is in writing. He tossed the pen back onto the nightstand. He gripped my thighs as he kneeled on the bed between my legs. Now, let's get back to what you were saying before. I believe you said something about putting your mouth on me? He smirked, waggling his brows playfully. Or do you want me to just slide inside of you? Because I'm a big fan of this perfect pussy. He ground against me. The biggest fan, actually. No one loves this pussy as much as I do, which is why no one else will ever see it, touch it, taste it. Consider me your orgasm donor for life. Any time, hour, second of any day you need to come, I'm your guy. I giggled. Like my orgasm soulmate? I was rewarded with a smile. Exactly like that. He brushed his fingers across my belly and hip bone, where the pen's previous ministrations still had my nerve endings tingling. This is the sexiest thing I've ever seen. What did you write? My eyes followed his, to the place where his hand rested on my skin. Move your hand, I urged. I swear to God, if you drew a penis or... I stopped mid-sentence, my gaze locking onto the straight and narrow lines of his masculine script. My heart in your hands, and you in my arms. That's all I'll ever need. I mean it, he whispered. I mean every word, Georgia. I looked at him. Really looked at him, hovering above me, his hands now resting beside my head. His heart was in his eyes, tender, loving, perfect. What simple words for such a profound declaration. Kline had just laid it all out there. He'd just told me I had him. He was mine. His heart was in my hands, and all he wanted was me. And that would be enough for him. I love you, I said, my voice choking on emotion. I love you so much, Kline. I love you too. He kissed me hard, deep, and desperate. His lips, his touch, the way he made love to me. It told me everything I needed to know. This was real, him and me. This was it. And the best part of that revelation was that we were both certain. Neither of us was in limbo, waiting for the other to catch up or decide if this was right. We were all in, both of us, in love. Intense, life-changing, forever a part of one another kind of love. I handed my boarding pass off and walked onto the plane. I was beyond exhausted, my arms damn near giving out as I lifted my carry-on up and stowed it away. Kline had switched my seat without my knowing. Yesterday, he had seen my boarding pass on the nightstand and asked if I was in coach because the flight was overbooked. When I responded that I didn't want to take advantage of the company's budget, he told me to never book a seat in coach again. I'd acquiesced with a sassy, "Yes, sir." Apparently, he'd appreciated that answer because I had been generously rewarded with his talented mouth between my legs. The second I arrived at the airport and got through security in record time, thank God considering I was running 30 minutes behind schedule, I was called over to the gate, where an attendant instructed that I had been upgraded to a first-class window seat. He sure was one sneaky, adorable, demanding man when he wanted to be. I clicked my seatbelt into place and grabbed my phone from my purse as passengers continued to board the plane and find their seats. Even though he was probably sound asleep, I decided to send him a quick text. Me. Someone changed my seat. I'm currently relaxing in first class, enjoying the view from the window. Kline. I think you should thank whoever did it with that really awesome thing you do with your mouth. And I thought I had sex on the brain all the time. Pervert. Me. When I figure it out, I'll keep that idea in mind. Kline. If I told you it was me, would you make that idea a reality? Me. I don't know. I'm an in-the-moment kind of gal. I'm not very good with hypotheticals. Kline. It was me. I'll fit time into my schedule tomorrow night so you can properly thank me. Me. Now that I'm in the moment, I'm not feeling all that into your idea. Kline. Did I mention there would be an exchange? You thanking me thanking you kind of thing. Me. Slot me in for tomorrow night at 7. Kline. Sudden change in feelings. Me. You presented a very attractive offer, Mr. Brooks. Kline. Always a pleasure doing business with you, Ms. Cummings. Me. Likewise. I miss you. God, I really was a goner. It had only been an hour since I'd kissed him goodbye while he was all sleepy and adorable and begging me to stay, and already my chest ached over the idea that I wouldn't get to see him again until tomorrow night. Kline. I haven't stopped thinking about you since you left. I think you should quit your job. You should still be in this bed beside me and not on a goddamn flight back home. Me. I'll let my boss know ASAP. Kline. Good idea. The third round of passengers started to filter down the aisle, heading through the curtains and into coach. I tapped the email icon, drafting a quick message to my boss. From Georgia Cummings to Kline Brooks. Subject. My boyfriend's requests. Mr. Brooks. My boyfriend isn't too happy I'm on a flight instead of in his hotel room fucking his brains out. I'm requesting that this doesn't happen again. He's very upset. Sincerely, Georgia Cummings, Director of Marketing, Tap Next, Brooks Media. From Kline Brooks to Georgia Cummings. My boyfriend's requests. Ms. Cummings, I am taking this concern very seriously. From now on, I guarantee any business trips you are scheduled to attend, you will be booked in the same room as your boyfriend. I will also make sure there is plenty of time scheduled in throughout your day to allow you to fuck his brains out. And just because I feel terrible about this, I'm requesting you leave work early tomorrow and go to his apartment. His front desk probably knows you need a spare key, so you're there when he gets home. I bet he'd prefer you to be naked and lying in his bed, too. Sincerely, Kline Brooks, President and CEO, Brooks Media. From Georgia Cummings to Kline Brooks. Subject. I think my boyfriend will be very happy. Mr. Brooks, thank you for your utmost concern. I will be sure to leave work early tomorrow and wait for my boyfriend at his apartment. I will also use your suggestion about my attire, although I think my boyfriend would prefer me to be wearing the sexiest pair of heels I own while I wait. Sincerely, Georgia Cummings, Director of Marketing, Tap Next, Brooks Media. P.S. I'm crazy in love with my boyfriend. From Kline Brooks to Georgia Cummings. I think my boyfriend will be happy. Yes, he will. Ms. Cummings, I think your boyfriend would love that. Actually, I bet he'd insist on that. Sincerely, Kline Brooks, President and CEO, Brooks Media. P.S. He's crazy in love with you, too. For the sake of everything that's right in the world, don't forget the fucking heels tomorrow. Eyes tired, I set my phone in my lap and rested my head on the seat. My mind replayed last night, highlighting everything from Kline stealing kisses between asking me my favorite bands, movies, and vacation spots, to him making love to me over and over again. My fingers touched my lips, hiding my ridiculous smile. I know that look, a woman softly whispered beside me. My eyes blinked open, finding an older lady with salt and pepper hair and a rounded, smiling face in the seat next to mine. You're thinking about someone special, aren't you? Am I that obvious? I laughed, my cheeks flushing. Don't be embarrassed. Love is a beautiful thing when you find it. It's something to be happy about, something to cherish, something to wear on your face every single day, she said, genuine happiness in her voice. Is he a good man? I nodded. Kline's handsome face flashed in my mind. In that moment, I could picture every one of his smiles. Happy, teasing, playful, loving. It was an endless list, and one that I wanted to memorize and keep with me forever. Yeah, he is. He's definitely one of the good ones. Is he your husband? No, I shook my head. He's my boyfriend. She grinned, her cheeks puffing out in soft delight.
By the looks of your glow, I'd say you're headed in that direction. Were we? My rational head wanted me to slow the hell down, but my heart was already picking out invitations and flowers. Even though we had just started exchanging I love yous, there was no denying I'd fallen hard for Kline. I was in so deep, I honestly couldn't picture myself without him. Ever. Before I could respond to her statement or ask her something about herself, she was adjusting in her seat, placing a pillow around her neck. I wish you the best of luck, dear. I hope you and your wonderful man get a very happy ever after. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to rest my eyes. I can feel my Xanax kicking in. She flashed an apologetic smile. It's for the best, though, she added. I'm a very nervous flyer. She closed her eyes, and within seconds, soft snores fell from her lips. I made a note to tell my doctor I was a nervous flyer, too. The long flights I often took for business trips would have been much more tolerable with the magic that was Xanax. I'd much rather have slept through a 4-hour flight than toss and turn without getting any rest. Sorry for the delay, a woman's voice filtered through the speakers. We will be taking off shortly. My phone buzzed in my lap, catching my attention. It was a picture message from Cassie, with the words, I'm so sorry, Georgia. Huh? I tapped the photo and it filled the screen, zooming in so I could figure out what she was talking about. It was a screenshot of a Tap Next conversation. Tap Rose Next, 7 p.m. You're a very nice guy, but I can't continue talking with you anymore. I've gotten more serious with the man I'm seeing, and this just doesn't feel right. I'm sorry. Good luck with everything, Ruck. Bad Ruck, 6:45 a.m. I get it, I do. But I think we should meet in person. Just the two of us. Please, Rose. I white-knuckled my phone as I stared down at the screen in disbelief. I don't think I breathed for an entire minute. I felt like someone had reached down my throat and pulled my heart straight out of my body. My eyes closed of their own accord, my mind in self-preservation mode, my heart roaring in my ears. I took a cavernous breath and found the strength to open my eyes again, hoping, no, praying. I had missed something along the line. But I hadn't. I fucking hadn't. The screenshot, Kline's response, it was real. 100% real. I scrubbed a hand down my face, pressing into my lids to stop the tears wanting to spill down my cheeks. A shaky sigh escaped my lips as I tried to focus through the blurry mess of emotions. His message was time-stamped from this morning at 3:45 a.m. Pacific. My throat constricted, cheeks straining in agony to stop myself from losing it. I won't cry. I will not sob in front of a plane full of strangers. This morning. He sent that message in between playfully asking me questions and making love to me. Or was it faking love to me? Because that was what it felt like now. I'd never felt so betrayed, so utterly devastated in my entire life. The pain built in my chest, burning like I had swallowed hot coals. I was hanging by a thread, my free hand gripping the armrest in a pathetic attempt to hold myself together. Miss, we're about to take off. You need to turn your phone off now. I pulled my eyes from the screen, finding a flight attendant with long blonde hair and a pink smile standing above me. All I could do was stare at her. Honestly, I didn't even know what she was saying to me. Your phone? She nodded to my hands. I followed her eyes and realized what she was asking. Oh, sorry, I mumbled, and with shaky hands, turned it off. I felt like I was a passenger in a crash-and-burn landing, going from the highest high only to be catapulted into the lowest of lows. Memories flooded my mind. The night at the Hamptons, when I had given myself to him. I choked on a sob as a few tears slipped down my cheeks. I swiped at the liquid emotion, telling myself I could do this. I could get through this flight. A man across the aisle glanced in my direction, his head tilted to the side in concern. Oh, God, don't look at me like that! I wanted to scream at him. I did not want pity. I couldn't handle someone recognizing that I was falling to pieces. That would for sure make it impossible to hold this in until I was somewhere private. Long, slow breaths were inhaled through my nose and exhaled from my lungs. I stared down at a non-existent piece of lint on my pants, plucking at the material just because it was something to do, something else to focus on besides my heart falling out of my chest. More memories drowned me. Last night, with each kiss, each touch, each soft caress, he had silently been asking me to fall the rest of the way with him. And I had. I had followed his lead, and on the way down, he had made love to me until my heart was beating like he'd wanted it to. Like I'd wanted it to. My world had changed. Inside, my walls had fallen down and he was all around me. All I knew. All I wanted to know. Kline had gone from being my boss to my best friend, my lover, and my intoxication until he let the needle break off in my skin. This wasn't a little cut that would scab over and flake off. No. He had cut me so deep I hadn't even bled. The pain was so unbearable that all my emotions fled the scene. I switched from distraught, fighting the sob threatening to bubble up from my lungs, to robotic. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to ask him why, after the night we had shared together, he would still want to meet someone who wasn't me. Initially, when I'd found out Kline was Ruck, and he had been chatting with Taprose Next without knowing it was me, it didn't upset me. I looked at the entire situation with a rational, understanding head, because I had done the same thing. But the second I had met Thatch, the guy whose picture was on Bad Ruck's Tap Next profile, I'd known I needed to stop. I knew I wanted Kline. I knew I was falling in love with him, and I didn't want anything to ruin that, which was why I had told Cassie to take the reins. Who would have thought that the whole time I was chatting with Ruck, I was actually talking to Kline? It was the ultimate mindfuck. Unfortunately for me, that mindfuck had just gotten a whole lot worse. This was different from a simple response to another woman on an online dating profile. He was requesting to meet someone that wasn't me. Someone he knew was my best friend. What on earth did he think he was going to gain from that? Was he planning on being in a relationship with me while screwing Cassie on the side? God, it didn't add up. Didn't seem like the Kline I knew, but the proof was right in front of my face. I felt so devastated, knowing what we shared and all of the possibilities of what we could have been. Why would Kline have risked that? In a matter of a few sentences, he had just ruined everything. Destroyed us. Destroyed me. I felt sick. Nausea coiled my stomach, constant and unrelenting. The minute the seatbelt lights went off, I made a beeline for the lavatory. My breakfast filled the small toilet within seconds. It took a good 5 minutes before I could stop dry heaving. I held myself up over the sink, staring at a woman I didn't even recognize. I did my best to clean up, splashing cool water on my face and rinsing my mouth out, before I made my way back to my seat. God, I had never felt so cold, so fucking alone. I didn't want to feel like this. I wanted the pilot to turn the plane around so I could talk to Kline. I wanted to forget that Tap Next conversation had ever happened. But I wasn't going to be that woman who couldn't step back and face the facts. Even though it was going to kill me, I was going to be the woman who knew when to end things. The woman who could end a relationship with a man, even though she loved him, because she knew she didn't deserve to be treated like that. He had told me he loved me. He had touched me and kissed me in ways a man would only do when he was in love. But while he had been doing that, he had also found time to request to meet another woman. These were not the actions of a man I wanted to be in a relationship with. For the entire 5.5-hour flight, my mind raced. Every memory was a picture in my head, his betrayal scratching over the surface of each photograph and tainting it forever. I was fucking miserable. Stuck on an old airplane with no Wi-Fi after finding out the man I wanted to spend the rest of my life with was going behind my back and requesting to meet other women on the side.
If he did that knowing it was my best friend, what else was he doing behind my back? I knew it was crazy to go in that direction, but who could blame me? Trying to talk this out with him was pointless. I could only take so much, and a nasty breakup would push me over the edge. I was afraid of what I might say to him. Hell, I'd have to hold my breath if I was in the same room as him, because breathing the same air meant breathing him in. And my heart couldn't take any more. I walked off the plane, my mind fogged with heartbreak and anger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to curl up in the fetal position and sleep for 40 years. Pre-life-altering screenshot? I would have sent Kline a text message telling him I had landed, but I didn't even bother turning on my phone. What was the fucking point? I had nothing to say. Eventually, I found baggage claim and grabbed my suitcase. I had options. Either I could let this drag me down and turn me into someone I didn't want to be, or I could find a way to get past this. My decision was made and there was no going back to what we had. There was no explanation he could give that would fix this. Save us. Steadfast in my choice, I hailed a cab and threw my bags in the back before the driver could even get out of his seat. Winthrop Building, 5th Avenue, I instructed without a second thought. When he pulled up to the building, I tossed money in the front seat and hopped out, grabbing my suitcases from the trunk. It was afternoon and everyone would be there. My co-workers would be roaming the halls. Dean would be waiting for me to attend the meeting. Fuck. No way could I handle sitting through a meeting. I had to go in, do what I needed to do, and get the hell out of there with as little interaction as possible. I was striding off the elevator within minutes. I offered a few small waves to Meryl and Cynthia as I passed them in the hall, before ducking into my office. Leaning against the closed door, I shut my eyes, biting my cheek to hold back the tears. God, I didn't have time for a breakdown. I had about 20 minutes before Dean would stroll in, ready to escort me to the conference room. I sat behind my desk and booted up my computer. My hands shook, and my foot tapped against the tile as nervous energy radiated off me in unpredictable waves. A letter of resignation was typed out at a quick, efficient pace. I sent a screenshot of the tap next conversation to my email and printed it out. And then I was walking down the hall toward the one place I didn't really want to be. "Oh, hi, Georgia." Leslie stopped me as I rounded the corner. "Is Mr. Brooks back? I forgot to give him a few messages last week about some meeting." She scrunched her eyebrows, her pea-sized brain trying to remember. "I think it was important, but, I'm not really sure." "He won't be back until tomorrow." "Oh." Her huge mouth jutted out into a pout. "Are you feeling okay? You look really terrible today." Wow. As if my day wasn't already fantastic. I didn't even have the energy to form a sarcastic retort. I just nodded because she was right. I looked like shit. "Hey, do you mind going into Dean's office and letting him know that I had to go home? Tell him I'm sick and I'll call him later." He would be crazy pissed at me, but would understand. Plus, I was betting on the fact that Leslie would ramble on and on about my haggard appearance. It was the first time I could use her obsession with being the prettiest girl in the room to my advantage. Okay," she begrudgingly agreed. You'd think I was the intern in this scenario, asking my superior for a favor. The second I stepped into Kline's office, my heart clenched. I glanced around at the familiar surroundings, taking everything in, knowing I wouldn't last long. I pulled open a drawer on his desk in search of paper. My eyes got blurry when they caught on a photograph of us in the Hamptons, resting on top of everything else. We were sitting on the porch, his arm wrapped around my shoulder. I was looking into the camera, grinning, while he gazed down at me, a soft, smitten smile on his lips. What should have been a happy memory only made me want to throw up again. I was starting to wonder if I ever really knew Kline Brooks. I had to get out of his office and back to my apartment. The impending breakdown was sitting in my throat. Slamming the drawer closed, I wrote out a simple note on the top edge of the screenshot Cassie had sent me, placing it on top of my resignation letter. Walking out of his office and getting on the elevator, I was certain I'd never be the same after this. I knew getting myself to a place where I even felt like smiling was going to be the hardest thing I ever did. I knew there was no getting over Kline. But I also knew I deserved better. I'd find a new job. I'd find a way to move on. And I'd be just fine pretending that I was.
Chapter 32. Kline. I shook the ice in my glass, watching as the cubes moved from side to side and melted into one another. One water droplet plopped from each surface to the next until it finally disappeared into the shallow amber liquid at the bottom. I'd taken to drinking scotch on the flight to pass the time, the bouncing of my knee having grown old within the first 15 minutes. Georgia was still on a plane, too, having taken off precisely 2 hours and 17 minutes ahead of me, according to the FAA, but every minute felt like a lifetime, and it took real concentration to keep myself from bombarding her turned-off phone with a stream of sappy messages. Last night, the last few weeks of nights, had been the best of my life. Everything I'd worked for, built for myself, and strived to keep healthy felt like a drop in the life bucket. Finding someone who made me anticipate each day and crave her company, someone who made me feel even more like me, well, that was what made a man realize the truth, the importance in working to live rather than living to work. I wanted my days to start and end with her, and I wanted the privilege to have even more of her in the middle. Put simply, I was in love, and it was irrevocably clear why I never had been before. None of them were her. "Gemma," I asked, like the pathetic shell of a man I had become. I'd told Georgia I loved her, but it hadn't been enough. I needed some kind of confirmation, some kind of peace, some kind of promise of forever. Gemma had the grace to smile. "She should be landing sometime in the next 5 minutes, sir." I could have been the butt of many jokes, the object of numerous men's end-of-world postulation, but I couldn't find it in me to care. And it was clear I'd been feeling that way for the greater part of the morning. Cutting short a meeting with Wallace Fellers, one of my biggest regular investors, and heading straight for the airport only to chase George's plane across the country was not exactly precedented behavior. The flight attendant's phone rang, and my head jerked up from my lap at the sound. Gemma laughed as she hung it up and showed compassion for my pitiful existence by delivering the news from air traffic control immediately. "She should be on the ground, sir." Phone in hand from the cup holder at my side, I scrolled to her number and dialed. 2 short rings gave way to her voicemail, and I hung up without leaving a message. I knew it was crazy, dialing someone the moment the wheels of their plane touched the ground, obsessing over their arrival so valiantly in an effort just to hear their voice that I couldn't wait the 5-minute security delay a Google search would imply. But I was a very sick man, the first stages of love overwhelming my cells and multiplying by the minute. It was aggressive, like most terminal cases, taking down one organ after the next until I had no choice but to succumb to the crazy, desperate lengths to make contact and the desire to swaddle myself in her presence and never unwrap. I typed out a text instead. Me. After a few bribes and several heinous displays of my money and influence, I got the FAA to give me an exact schedule of your arrival time. Call me as soon as you can. Several minutes and an intense one-man conversation later, I added the words I should have included in the first place. Me. P.S. I love you. When she didn't answer immediately, I knew I was one short step away from throwing myself off the proverbial ledge. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something else, be something else, if for nothing more than the sake of my poor, overexcited heart. A nap. That was the only answer. Determined, I sunk into my seat, reclined the back, and forced my eyes closed. I pictured her smile and her hair, and as I focused really hard and gave myself over to the dream, I could even smell her perfect Georgia smell. I woke, hours later, to the jolt of our wheels meeting the pavement of the runway. Gemma smiled and waved as my eyes met hers, and I jumped to pull my seat back to upright and grab my phone from the cup holder. No messages showed on the screen, so I unlocked it to be sure, but no amount of hope could make the status change. Nothing. No calls, no texts, no messages from Rose. I checked each and every folder rigorously, searching for some phone cyberspace loophole that had robbed me of the one thing I desired so much. But 10 minutes and a mild case of carpal tunnel later, I still came up empty. I prided myself on being a smart man, and something didn't feel right. But I quieted my thoughts with the power of sheer will and unbuckled my seatbelt as we pulled to a stop. She'd had a meeting to get to immediately upon landing, and as much as I'd bitched about her waiting for a later plane, she'd already had it scheduled to the very last possible minute. With New York as her habitat, it probably took every ounce of concentration and a pledge of sainthood to make it there on time, in one piece, and with an inkling of schmooze left in the tank. She wouldn't have much left for me. I moved to the front of the plane, re-strategizing on the fly and focusing on the element of surprise. I was here, in the same city, free to chase her down until the sun came up if I had to. She didn't know I'd flown home earlier than expected, and keeping it that way would only amplify the reunion. Jesus. Yeah. I liked the sound of that. Thanks, Jem, I said, giving her a genuine smile as she stepped to the side of the main cabin door to let me by. Any time, Mr. Brooks. I took 2 steps down the stairs when she called my name again. I looked back at her over my shoulder. She's very lucky, sir. I shook my head and laughed. Me, I corrected, tapping my chest with a wink before scooting down the rest of the stairs to a waiting Frank. He stood, holding an open door and wearing a smile. Mr. Brooks? Hey, Frank, I greeted. Straight to the office, okay? I'd start at the beginning and work my way around the city until I found her from there. I couldn't wait to see her face. Yes, sir. The lights of the office were dimmed enough that they rubbed off on my hope, but I headed for the back anyway. As long as I was here, I'd check my desk for messages and change into one of my spare shirts before heading for Georgia and Cassie's apartment. I kept my pace to a near jog, but considering the strength of my desire to run, I counted it as a victory. My door was cracked, the lamp at my desk illuminating the immediate surrounding space softly. My eyebrows pulled together at the sight, but I didn't slow my gait, striding for the beckoning light at a canter. The surface was clear, except for 2 loose sheets of paper. I shuffled them to the side in a hurry, grabbing for the tray at the back where Pam often placed my messages when the photocopy caught my eye. It looked like a screenshot of a message window on a phone. At the top, a few short strokes of delicate scrawl demanded my immediate attention. Ruck. Of all the people in the world, my best friend? I hate that I still love you after seeing this, but I can't be with someone who lies to me. This doesn't hurt good. Benny. One word bled into the next as I tried to make sense of the simple sentiment, but a mushrooming cloud of dread jumped and swooped, swallowing me whole. Bold and cruel, the screen of the messaging page of the Tap Next app taunted me. Tap Rose Next, 7 p.m. You're a very nice guy, but I can't continue talking with you anymore. I've gotten more serious with the man I'm seeing, and this just doesn't feel right. I'm sorry. Good luck with everything, Ruck. Bad Ruck, 6:45 a.m. I get it, I do. But I think we should meet in person, just the 2 of us. Please, Rose. No, I muttered, reading the words in a flash and reliving each of the seconds that led up to them and followed. No, 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 no! I screamed into the echoey silence. So lost in the haze of new and all-encompassing love, I'd foolishly, faithfully believed I'd get the chance to straighten everything out in my time. Practiced, planned, and in a completely unmessy setting. That was what I'd been after, the meeting in person. I figured I could control the situation. She'd have the space to react, and I'd have the chance to explain. I'd naively thought an in-person revelation could even be a little idyllic. But as I ran through the hours and the days I'd kept it to myself, the time I'd harbored my secret even after learning of our faux foursome with our friends, I knew I'd missed my chance. Sometimes time is valuable, but it can also be your worst enemy. Because no matter the root of my intentions, lies never led to romance. This moment, this feeling, this was hell. I jumped into action, pulling the phone from the pocket of my pants and considering all the ways I could fix it. I was a fixer, a problem solver. I could fix this. Couldn't I? I fought the tightness in my throat, but it was potent in a way I wasn't prepared for. I opened my text messages and typed out several drafts. Me, please let me explain. I know it doesn't look good. Delete. I shook my head and scrubbed at my face, willing the right words to come. Me, I love you. God, let me explain. Delete. Me, Georgie, please talk to me. I've known it was you for a long time now. Delete. I opened the Tap Next app and drafted a message to Rose. Bad Ruck, 6:54 p.m. You've got this all wrong, Rose. I know who you are. Delete. Accusing her of any wrongdoing in this scenario was probably not a good idea. Bad Ruck, 6:55 p.m. Remember the gargoyle dick, Rose. Not everything is what it seems. Delete. God damn it. This was definitely not the time to be a smartass either. None of it was good enough. No words powerful enough to convince the inconvincible. My nose stung and my eyes burned and the screen of my phone blurred before my eyes. I'd fucked up in a way I didn't know how to fix. Didn't know how to breathe through the fucking pain. Jesus. If I couldn't even put together a few fucking words that sounded convincing to myself, she was never going to believe me. Not ever. Fuck! I screamed until fire raged in my throat and chucked my useless phone clear across the room and watched it shatter. I punched at the top of my desk over and over until my hand developed a throb, pulling the pain and blood away from my pathetic pumping heart. Each thud enhanced the ache, and I prayed that somehow, some way, I'd find a way to make it end before the cycle purged my vital organs of enough blood to end me. Time. I needed it. Time to think, time to plan, time to understand what this was going to take. Taking a deep breath and blowing it out, I pulled the sheet of paper over to expose the one beneath it, and immediately lost my footing. I turned just in time, sinking to the floor with my back to the mahogany of my desk and clutched at the paper. Her resignation letter. Effective immediately. She didn't want my hollow words or pleading looks. My little shark had bitten the lines of contact clean through. It was done. Done in a way that I wasn't remotely ready for. Done in a way that I couldn't even conceive. Done in a way that would never actually be done. Not ever. This pain would haunt me for the rest of my life.
Chapter 33. Georgia. I gave myself 24 hours to wallow and cry and browse Reddit. My boyfriend is a cheating, cocksucking piece of scum dirtbag threads. Okay. Maybe they weren't really titled that, but I'd always enjoyed nicknaming shit. And when I wasn't trolling internet threads, I could have been found doing any of the following. 1. Crying. A lot. 2. Turning my phone on and off every 5 minutes in hopes that Kline would attempt to contact me. He didn't, by the way. Not a text, a call, nothing but complete radio silence. 3. Rewatching the first 4 seasons of Gilmore Girls. If only we could combine Logan, Jess, and Dean to form the perfect man. 4. Eating all of our food. Cassie was not happy about this. 5. Taking 1,000 BuzzFeed quizzes. I was a Hufflepuff who should live in San Francisco and preferred NSYNC over Backstreet Boys. Chris Pratt should have been my celebrity husband. I'd have 2 kids and my chocolate IQ was insane. Just in case you were wondering. When BuzzFeed told me The Notebook was the Nicholas Sparks book that best described my love life, I gave it both middle fingers and shut my laptop. If I was a bird, Kline Brooks could go fuck himself. But you know what the hardest part was? I still loved him. God, I loved him. I loved Kline just as much as I had before I'd seen that screenshot from Cassie. And this voice in the back of my head kept insisting something was off. That Kline wouldn't have broken my trust like that. Stupid voice. It was that kind of voice that made people stay in relationships with someone who didn't deserve them. I also gave that voice both middle fingers. Frankly, I was ready to give every fucking buddy the middle finger. Misery loves company and all that jazz. Day 2, post Kline breaking my heart. I had managed to get myself out of bed, shower, and make some phone calls to a corporate headhunter so I could find a new job. Sure, I'd slept in Kline's t-shirt that night and cried myself to sleep, but at least I was taking a step in the right direction. And it should be noted, I left my cell phone on and only checked for missed calls or texts every 10 minutes that day. Baby steps, folks. It was all about the baby steps. Day 3, post Kline breaking my heart. I woke up red-eyed and snotty, but had several voicemails with possible job prospects and interview requests. One good thing out of the entire Kline mess, I had a killer resume, and other companies really wanted me on their payroll. I took an interview that day. It was a marketing position for an NFL team, popularly known as the New York Mavericks. They had a recent change in management that had left them in dire straits. I didn't know anything about football, but I knew marketing. When I sat down for the interview with Frankie Hart, the Mavericks' GM, I reminded myself of that very fact. It didn't matter how much I knew about the game. All that mattered was if I could market their franchise in a way that was both profitable and creative. I showed him slides of the successful campaigns I had done for Brooks Media. I asked questions about their current marketing outlooks and financial profitability, and then I showed Frankie the kind of ingenious skills I had by tossing out a few possible changes that would help build the Maverick name. He loved my ideas. I left the interview feeling really proud of myself, and I hated that the first person I wanted to call was Kline. I hated that he had become such an important part of my life in such a short amount of time. After drowning my hate and irritation in 3 beers and a plate of nachos at the bar up the street from my apartment, my headhunter called with a job offer. The New York Mavericks wanted to hire me and presented their offer with a generous salary and investment plan. I was shocked by their quick trigger. My experiences with getting a response from corporations was never this prompt. But maybe football franchises are different? Who knows? I didn't waste time trying to figure it out. Immediately, I accepted the position. Even though football, or any sport for that matter, wasn't my forte, I was excited about the challenge, and honestly, I couldn't afford to sit around for months without a paycheck. Student loans and rent did not accept IOUs. That night I slid into bed and checked my phone one last time. Still no response from Kline. I clutched my aching stomach and forced my racing mind to sleep. God, I missed him so much. I felt physically ill from it. Later that week, Cassie surprised me by coming home a few days early from her shoot in San Francisco. This was why she'd always been one of the most important people in my life. I needed her, desperately, and she didn't hesitate to rearrange her schedule to be my shoulder to lean on. We ordered Chinese, gorged ourselves on chicken fried rice and crab rangoon, and lounged on the couch for a Friday Night Lights marathon on Netflix. If anyone could brighten my mood, it was Tim Riggins.
right? Wrong. I only got a few episodes deep before I was on the verge of losing it. The second I saw Lila Garrity smile against Tim Riggins's mouth mid-kiss, the emotional dam was ready to burst. "Are you okay?" Cassie asked as I strode into the bathroom. All I could do was shake my head, because I was very far from okay. Probably the furthest I'd ever been from okay. I stared at myself in the bathroom mirror, my legs trembling and hands gripping the sink, like it would somehow give me the strength to fight my pitiful emotions. "Don't cry. He does not deserve your tears." When that didn't work, I attempted to distract myself by peeing, but I quickly found it didn't serve as any type of distraction because after about 15 seconds, I was just peeing and crying at the same time. If you'd ever found yourself in that horribly tragic set of circumstances, you'd have understood it was the worst feeling ever. Not only could you not stop peeing, but you couldn't hold back the sobs. Pathetic was the only true way to describe it. Cass found me in the bathroom that way, pants around my ankles and tears streaming down my cheeks. "What can I do?" Her face was etched with concern. "Nothing," I cried, shoving a clump of toilet paper against my nose. My elbows went to my bare knees. Yes, I was still on the toilet, and my head was in my hands. "Have you talked to him since?" She rested her hip against the doorframe. "Nope. It's been a week, and he hasn't tried to contact me. Hasn't called, texted, fucking tapped out Morse code. No Skyrider or carrier pigeon. Nada, zip, zilch." I stared up at her, my chin resting in my hands. "He even knows I was out looking for a new job. How do I know this? Because when the headhunter called with the offer, he also mentioned my prior place of employment provided an amazing recommendation." "But," she started to interrupt, but I kept going. "So, basically, Kline Brooks doesn't give a shit. He saw my letter of resignation. He saw the screenshot with the note I left him, and guess what? He never attempted to contact me. Plus, he was more than happy to give my future job prospect a glowing recommendation. Am I going crazy, Cass? I mean, was I completely deranged and thought Kline and I were way more than what we actually were?" "No, sweetie," she responded. "I saw you two together, and it was more than obvious he adored you." "Then why did he want to meet up with you? Why did he want to meet up with my best friend?" I stifled a sob, pressing more toilet paper against my eyes. "Obviously, this is nothing against you, Cass," I muttered. "I know, Georgie. And seriously, you don't have to apologize to me. This entire situation is fucked up. That's for damn sure." I nodded, blowing my nose. "How about you get off the toilet, and maybe we can find something else to watch? It's safe to say Tim and Lila are a little too much for you at the moment." "Okay," I agreed through a hiccuping breath. "I'll give you a minute to get yourself together," she called over her shoulder, moving into the hallway. I stood by the sink, washing my hands and face. I would not spend another night bawling my eyes out. It was just getting pathetic at that point. Obviously, what I'd thought Kline and I were, and what he'd thought we were two very different things. The voice in my head tried to remind me of the way his blue eyes had looked the night he told me he loved me. Tender, vulnerable, his heart resting in their depths. I told that voice to fuck off. He wouldn't be the first man or woman in the world to profess love to someone they didn't really care about. Believe me, I had seen the threads on Reddit. People did some horrible shit to one another. Relationships that were otherwise amazing could end on the worst of notes. That was not how I had pictured things happening with Kline and me. But that was life, right? Sometimes things didn't go as you planned or hoped they would. Sometimes bad things happened to good people. Sometimes you just had to suck it up and move on. I just hated that I missed him as much as I did. I missed his laugh and his smile, and his teasing comments. I missed my big spoon. As I wiped my face and hands off with the towel, I glanced down at my pants and noticed a giant grease stain in the crotch region. Normally, I would have just left it, but that night, I needed to not feel like the most pitiful person in existence. I took off the sweats and headed toward my bedroom to grab a new pair of pants. "Hey, Georgia, what do you think about The Walking Dead?" Cassie asked from the other end of the hallway. "Sure. Why not?" I shrugged. Zombies seemed like a good, safe choice. How could I think about Kline when I was watching humans turn cannibalistic? She started to turn back toward the living room but stopped in her tracks. "Hold up. Are you wearing boxer briefs?" "Ah, fuck." "No," I answered, covering my underwear. Well, Kline's underwear. She flashed a skeptical look. "Fine." I threw my hands in the air. "I'm wearing Kline's briefs because I'm pathetic, and I miss him, and they smell like him." "Smell like him?" She fought the urge to smile. "This isn't funny!" I groaned. She held up both hands. "I never said it was." I pointed toward her mouth. "Yeah, but you're about 2 seconds away from laughing your ass off." "Honey, you just told me you're wearing your ex-boyfriend's underwear because you miss him and they smell like him." "His underwear. The material that literally cradles his balls." "Oh, God," I whined, face scrunching into an agonized expression. This is definitely a new low point in my life. I leaned against the wall, head falling back. I'm so desperate for him that I'll take smelling like his sack over not smelling like him at all. Cassie moved toward me and immediately pulled me into a tight hug. "It'll be okay, Georgie. I promise it'll be okay." I sniffled back the tears, resting my chin on her shoulder and squeezing her tight. "Do you want me to try to call him? Maybe it isn't what you think. Maybe he has an explanation." "Doubtful," I muttered. "He would have called. If there was an explanation, he would have called." I needed to say the words for myself just as much as I needed to say them for her. Her face reflected my misery perfectly. "I just want to forget him, Cass. I just want to wake up and not have to go through an entire day of missing him and wishing things were different." "I know, honey, I know. It'll get easier, but it's just going to take some time." She ran her fingers through my hair. "But you know what? You're still doing your best to move forward. You went out and got a new job. You're not just sitting around and moping like most people would. I'm really proud of you." "Thanks for coming home early. I really needed you." "I will always be here for you, even when you smell like ballsack," she teased, a smile in her voice. "I'll still be here." I laughed and groaned at the same time. God, I know I said they smelled like him, but I didn't even really do a sniff check on these. I mean, Kline is usually a clean, well-groomed kind of guy, but for all I know, I'm wearing a post-rugby practice pair. A quiet laugh escaped her lips. "How about you go take a hot shower while I make those amazing Ghirardelli dark chocolate brownies we have in the pantry? Then we can watch humans turn into zombies and eat one another?" "I really love you." "I love you too. Now, go rinse the ball sweat off and meet me in the living room."
Chapter 34. Kline. A knock at my door picked at my already raging headache with an ice hammer. "Yeah?" I asked, my voice heavily laden with days' worth of heartbreak and aggravation. The door swung open and closed without delay, Thatch starting on one side and ending on the other. "Good morning, my old melancholy friend." My eyes narrowed in a power glare. He noticed immediately. "Right, not the time, I can see." "Definitely not." I shook my head. "You're missing out, Kay. I've got some really fantastic new material I tried out on Gwendolyn last night." I pinched the bridge of my nose and tilted it toward the ceiling. "Please, God, give me patience right now." All right, Thatch conceded. "Not in the mood for Gwendolyn either, I get it." I sighed. I mean, I have a hard time actually getting it, you know? I'm pretty much always in the mood for Gwendolyn. Or Amber. Or Yvette. Thatch. Definitely Yvette. She does the best work with her tongue. I had never been less in the mood for his teasing than I was right now. I wasn't sleeping, barely eating. I missed my fucking Benny. I didn't want to hear about any fucking body, and I didn't want to listen to jokes. Non-existent patience tapped out, I scrubbed through the mess on my desk and shoved the bulleted proposal at him. I'd done my best to outline everything I was looking for it to say, but I was no goddamn lawyer. Neither was he, but he'd know what to do. Wrinkles formed between his eyes as he concentrated and read. "Are you serious right now?" Thatch asked, shaking the paper in front of him and looking deep into my eyes. He'd never looked at me that seriously. I was obviously scaring him. "As a fucking heart attack," I confirmed. "'Kay, just do it," I snapped, rolling my neck from side to side and blowing out a deep breath to calm down. Fuck, I was tense. More so than I'd ever been in my entire goddamn life, and my nerves were shot. If people didn't start doing what I said right when I said it, I was liable to lose my fucking mind. He shook his head disdainfully, but either my totally fucked up head was playing tricks on me or the curve of his smile was growing with each pass. "You are one crazy motherfucker, you know that?" he asked, his lips turned up in a full-on smile. I knew I wasn't making it up now. I nodded a few times before the intensity of his happiness had me shaking my head. "Why are you smiling like a goddamn lunatic?" "Because," he said in another uncharacteristic display of seriousness, "I'm fucking thrilled to see you this happy." Happy? Was he high? I'd never been this fucking heartbroken. Dude, I've never been this miserable. He nearly choked on a laugh. "Yeah, but see, that's the flip side. Crazy in love can only mean one of two things." He ticked each option off on his fingers. "Maniacally happy or butt-fuck desolate. It's one or the other, and it all hangs on the notion of said person loving you back." He shook the paper in his hands. "I admire you. Fucking up, but fucking doing something about it. This is what makes a man. Buried to shit in the weeds, so he takes out a machete." I cracked a smile for the first time in 2 days. "Just make sure it doesn't take me 4 fucking years to cut my way out, okay? I'll have the contract ready by Friday at the latest. There's some red tape, but you can thank me again for stopping you from caving to a structure with a board of directors. If you had, you'd have been fucked." I shook my head. He turned an ear toward me, cocked a brow, and waved a hand in invitation. I rolled my eyes but played along. "Thank you, Thatch, for having the foresight to make it possible to make a last-ditch grand gesture in the name of love without being completely fucked." He bowed slightly, tucking one hand to his stomach and the other to his back. "You're welcome." My office phone ringing had me rounding the desk and meeting his eyes in question. He waved his permission. "Brooks," I answered shortly. "Kline, Kline," Wes tisked in my ear. Jesus, I didn't know if I had the energy for both of them. "This really isn't a good time, Wes." "It never is." True enough. "But I think you'll want to hear this," he taunted. Like a starving fish, I took the bait on the line without question. "What?" "We just interviewed a new employee." God damn, everyone was making it their fucking mission to annoy me today. New conquests from one and new hires from the next. I had no desire to hear any of it. "Wes, pretty little thing. Can't be more than 5'1", 5'2", but by God, she's got a body on her." My stomach jumped with excitement and roiled with sick all at once. He sat silent on the line, just waiting. "You saw her?" "Nope, not me. She's in with the GM now. He wanted me to call and look into her references while she's in there, though, seeing as he liked the girl so much he didn't want to waste time getting an offer together." The words burned in my throat as I said them. "You're a fucking moron if you don't hire her." No kidding. I'd never wanted to slit the throat of a friend before, but I guessed there was a time and circumstance for everything. Thatch looked on as I worked hard to compose myself. Sure, I had a plan, but I had no idea how she'd react. I could very well still be royally screwed. If that was the case, I still wanted the very best for her. Just look out for her, okay? My voice didn't even sound like my own, and Thatch looked away. The big fucking ox couldn't stand it either. You know I will, dude. I nodded at the phone, too choked up to speak, and when it made me think of her, a single tear broke through the last goddamn barrier.
Chapter 35. Georgia. Girl, it's pandemonium here. Where in the hell have you been? Do you even know what's going on? Dean shouted into my ear, not even offering a simple hello or how are you? I yanked the phone away from my face, my mouth contorting in pain. Jesus, he was worked up about something. I could picture him pacing, his body vibrating with the need to tell someone whatever gossip he'd grabbed a hold of. If there was one thing Dean was great for when I was at... that place I'd rather never speak of again, it was keeping his ear to the ground and getting the down and dirty scoop on everything. Give me a minute, Dean. I'm trying to hear you over my ruptured eardrum. I sat down at my new desk in my new office. Even though it was a great job with amazing benefits, and the salary alone had me blinking twice when my eyes scanned the contract, it still didn't feel like home. I didn't have that sense of relief I had hoped for. I just felt numb. I felt like someone had picked me up from my apartment and dropped me off in the middle of nowhere without a lick of instructions or reassurance. But I knew I could step up to the challenge and rock this job. I had learned from the best. A man who had started building his multi-billion-dollar empire when he was a 19-year-old college student at Harvard. Fuck you very much, Kline Brooks. Georgia, he said, ignoring my jab. Listen, to me. Shit is crazy. I think everyone at Brooks Media is losing their ever-loving minds. Okay, that definitely caught my attention. What? Why? Kline's moods revolve around colossally awful and biggest dick around, and not in the good way. I blinked several times, attempting to process that information. Georgie! Hello? Are you still there? I swallowed past the shock. Yeah, I'm here. Can you believe it? Kline Brooks, the man who rarely raises his voice and makes a point to be a gentleman, no matter what, has turned into the kind of guy his employees want to avoid at all costs. Talk about... I couldn't take it anymore. The last thing I wanted to hear was about Kline and his bad moods. Dean? I can't do this, I chimed in before he could continue. The mere thought of Kline had my stomach cursing me for eating a sausage biscuit from McDonald's for breakfast. I just can't listen to this. I love you, I miss you, but I can't listen to anything related to Kline Brooks. Oh my God, he exclaimed. My spidey sense told me something was off with your rash departure, but I brushed it off, figuring maybe you just wanted to see tight asses and spandex all day. And girlfriend? I didn't blame you one bit for that. Hell, I would have done a whole lot of things, emphasis on dirty, that would have made them football boys blush to snag that job. I didn't take the job for the tight asses in spandex, Dean, I muttered. Well, I know that now. I can't believe I didn't see this sooner. Didn't see what sooner? You banged the boss, he sighed dramatically. I am so jealous. Don't be, I snorted in irritation. Kline Brooks might be good in bed, but he's even better at tearing your heart to shreds. Oh, no, he didn't! I literally heard his fingers give 3 quick snaps through the receiver. What happened? One day when I don't feel like throwing up and crying when I hear his name, I'll give you all of the gory details. I just can't talk about it right now. Damn, girl. I'm so sorry. It was that bad?
Times it by about 1,000, and yeah, it was that bad. If I wasn't wearing my new 3-piece Gucci suit, I'd strut my ass right into his office and slug him. That had me laughing. You've never slugged anyone in your life. That's only because I'm a bottom, sweetheart. The men in my life prefer me well-groomed and well-manicured. Slugging would mess up my pretty hands. Wait, you're a bottom? Well, not every time, but yeah, I prefer to be ridden. I grimaced. Jesus, that's too much information for 9 a.m. Pretty sure you asked, doll, he said through a laugh. I miss having my little diva around. Tell me we can meet up for drinks soon. Definitely. And if you're curious and want to know what a certain someone... I cut him off before he rehashed that argument. Nope, not gonna happen. But I will make time for you. Call me this weekend and we'll make some plans. Okay, lover? We'll chat later. After we hung up, I busied myself with the 100 pages of Excel spreadsheets management had sent my way. I was finding out quickly the asshole who had run this position prior to me didn't give a shit about tracking expenses. The franchise would be lucky if their marketing investments broke even by the end of the fiscal quarter. No wonder he got the boot and they offered me the job at the drop of a hat. 3 soft knocks at the door grabbed my attention. Come in, I answered, glancing up from my computer. A young man in his early 20s and pretty much too adorable for words, hesitantly walked in. The breakaway courier logo was etched on his navy blue polo. His hands gripped a thick envelope. Georgia Cummings? He asked, standing in front of my desk. That's me. I got up from my chair. What can I help you with? I've got an urgent delivery for you. He pulled a small black tablet from his backpack. Mind giving me a signature? Sure, I responded, slightly confused. But are you sure this is for me? I wasn't expecting anything today. Definitely for you. I had strict orders to make this my next stop. My brow rose. Really? He nodded, holding the tablet out for my signature. Did they tell you who it's from? I asked, signing and taking the package from his hands. He shook his head and shrugged. No clue, but apparently it's really important. Okay, well, thanks. I scanned the front of the manila envelope for a clue. Only my name and office address were written across the center, along with the words, urgent, open and read immediately. Have a nice day, Ms. Cummings. Thanks. You too, I mumbled. My fingers slid beneath the lid of the envelope, breaking the seal. Still bewildered, I pulled out a thick stack of legal documents and skimmed the first page. Business Purchase Agreement. This agreement is made on Monday, October 15th between 1. Kline Brooks, Brooks Media, the selling party, and 2. Georgia Rose Cummings, the buying party. This business purchase agreement, is made and entered into on Monday, October 15th by and between Kline Brooks, having its principal office of business at Brooks Media, 15 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, seller, on the one hand, and Georgia Rose Cummings, buyer, on the other hand. Buyer and seller are collectively referred to as the parties, and are sometimes referred individually as a party. Recitals. Whereas, seller is the owner of Brooks Media at 15 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, collectively the business. Now, therefore, for and in consideration of the mutual covenants and benefits derived and to be derived from the agreement by each party, and for the other good and valuable consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of which are hereby acknowledged, seller and buyer hereby agree as follows. Agreement to sell. Subject to and in accordance with the terms and conditions of this agreement, buyer agrees to purchase the business from seller, and seller agrees to sell the business to buyer. Seller represents and warrants to buyer that it has, and buyer will have, good and marketable title to the business free and clear of liens and encumbrances. Purchase price and method of payment. Brooks Media, all stocks and investments, and corporations under the Brooks Media name are net worthed at $3.5 billion, along with the ownership of one fluffy cat, Walter Brooks. Buyer's price will include a 10 a.m. appointment at Brooks Media offices on today, October 15th. Buyer will give seller 15 minutes of uninterrupted time to give an explanation to the buyer. Once the 15-minute time period is up, buyer may sign the contract and claim the title CEO and President of Brooks Media, free and clear. I stopped reading, staring down at the words in utter dismay. He was selling, no, giving me his company? Just like that? Kline Brooks was just handing over his company and fortune for 15 minutes of my time? Oh, and he was tossing in Walter to, what, sweeten the deal? What in the ever-loving kind of shit was this? My knees buckled and I was thankful my ass was near the edge of my desk. I gripped the mahogany edge and tried to breathe through the intensifying tightness in my chest. He had really, truly lost it. What did he think this would solve? Did he think I would just fall into his arms because he was worth over $3 billion? That he could just buy me back with money? Fuck him. I would not be bought. Never. He'd messed up. He'd ruined us. Our breakup rested solely on his shoulders, and I was more than ready to throw this stupid, insulting contract back in his face. In person. I grabbed my purse from my desk and stopped dead in my tracks as I reached the door to my office. Well, good morning, Frankie Hart greeted, flanked by a very attractive man who immediately had red flags raising in my mind. I knew his face from somewhere. Georgia, I'd like to introduce you to Wes Lancaster, the Mavericks owner. He's very excited about... Wes Lancaster? I cut in, my jaw practically falling into my purse. And just like that, the red flags turned to puzzle pieces as everything fell into place. I knew his face because I'd seen his picture. In Kline's apartment. He was the Wes in the Kline, Thatch, and Wes trio, which, seriously, did they all have to be good-looking? That's me. He nodded, a handsome smile consuming his stupid, perfect mouth. Frankie's had nothing but good things to say about you. I'm excited to have you on board with our franchise. I just stared at him, speechless. Everything I thought I had earned in the interview went up in flames. I had a feeling I was only here because of Kline. How could I have been so stupid? No one got a call back after an interview that fucking quick, no matter how fast a company wanted to fill the position. Tell me, Wes, did you consult with Kline before the interview or after? I snapped. Obviously, I had lost it. I was standing there calling the owner of the Mavericks out. My boss. I was calling my boss out on my first day on the job. Well, he cleared his throat, visibly uncomfortable. He told me I'd be an idiot if we didn't hire you. I glared at my new boss. It wasn't just because of him that we offered you the job. Frankie showed me slides from your previous marketing campaigns. He told me your ideas, and I loved them. For some unknown reason, he seemed more concerned with calming me down than offended by my unprofessional behavior. Because, let's face it, I was being far from professional. So far, I had snapped at him, glared at him, and taken it upon myself to be on a first-name basis with him. And I knew the reason why he wasn't acting insulted. Kline motherfucking Brooks. Wes caught sight of the contract balled up in my hand. Obviously, we've come at a bad time, and I just remembered I had a 9:30 phone conference. He made a show of looking at his watch. And it's already 9:32. I'd better get moving. Frankie's head tilted in confusion. But I thought that wasn't until noon. Nope, it got changed. Wes shook his head. It was a pleasure meeting you, Georgia, he said, ushering a confused Frankie out of the door. He pointedly glanced down at the contract before meeting my eyes again. I've been friends with him for years because he's one of the good ones. Don't be too hard on him, he added before heading in the other direction. First, Kline Brooks got me to fall in love with him.
before breaking my heart. Then he called in a favor to his best friend so I'd get a new job, before couriering over a contract to sign his entire business over to me. Was this real life? Was he fucking joking with this right now? The shock of meeting Wes was quickly replaced by anger. I strode out of my office and didn't even bother telling my secretary I would be gone. Hell, with the floor show I had just provided my new boss, I'd have been shocked if they'd let me come back. But I didn't even care to rehash that horribly awkward meet and greet in my head. I was solely focused on getting to Kline's office and letting him know how I felt about his offer. Once my feet hit the sidewalk, I hailed a taxi and felt a surge of adrenaline rush through my veins, because I was 10 minutes away from shoving that ridiculous offer straight up his ass.
Chapter 36. Kline. In all the pining and whining you did over this chick, you failed to ever mention she was scary, Wes said into my ear. I rolled my eyes. He'd had to listen to me talk about her for a fucking week. That was it. Scary? I asked. Fucking scary. I wouldn't want to be you right now. Hope bloomed and blossomed in my chest. She's on her way? Yup, as we speak. And she is pissed. I smiled. God, I loved when she was fired up. How long ago did she leave? Oh, about 20 minutes or so, he relayed in my ear as bedlam broke out in the office outside my door. I could see Dean running toward the office through the window, a look of pure glee on his face, and Thatch gave me the nod from the other side just as Georgia burst through the door. She looked like heaven and hell and the sole reason for the constant ache in my chest for the last several days. Hate and love and uncertainty all lined the edges of her face as she warred with herself at the sight of me. I wanted desperately to pull her into my arms and feel the warmth of her seep into the cold of me, but I knew I had work to do before it was even a remote possibility. I steeled my features and rounded my desk, leaning into the edge of it with the calm of a man who wasn't mere seconds away from coming out of his skin. Good, you're here. Thatch slammed the door behind her and held it shut. Unable to resist, she ran to it, testing the effectiveness of all of his muscles with 3 sharp tugs. He didn't budge, one hand on the knob and the other still free to throw her a jaunty wave and a smile through the window. She growled as she turned to me, stomping her foot in the most adorable way, and then made every effort to kill me with her eyes. I put everything I had into not smiling and glanced at my watch. It almost worked. And for the first time in your life, you're on time. She pinched her eyebrows together in question and didn't do it lightly. There was real anger there, harnessed between them. She was raging, and every single piece of her wanted me to know it. I nodded to the tattered remnants of the contract, another victim of her wrath, clutched in her hand. The meeting at 10? I explained with the lilt of a question. It was all outlined in the contract. Right, she scoffed. The fucking contract. What kind of a sick fuck does something as mentally unstable as this? Your company? The whole motherfucking company! She shouted and rambled. An insane person. You've obviously lost all your marbles. Maybe Walter stole them. I don't fucking know. She shook her head, her wild, brown hair cascading and swinging and reeling me the fuck in. A handful of days without her, and she dyed it again. She sure was something. What I do know is that if the meeting is at 10, she glanced at her watch, and it's 9:59, that makes me early. I bit my lip and pressed my palms into the top of the desk to keep me there. Her eyes shot to mine at the jagged sound of my whisper. I'm so sorry, Benny. Her slender throat jerked with a forced swallow. I know I fucked it all up, I admitted, working the edge of my tooth into my bottom lip to keep the pace of my words in check. I wanted to race and ramble like her, but I knew it wouldn't do me any favors. But I'm begging you to listen. Watch. Take it all in. She shook her head and clenched her hands into fists. You don't have to change your mind, I offered, a desperate man clinging to whatever scraps he could get. I want you to. I closed my eyes and prayed as I spoke. God, Georgie, I want you to. When I opened them again, done with wasting any opportunity to see her, I made sure I didn't even blink. But all you have to do is this. Be here for a few measly minutes. At least I'll get to fucking look at you. After that, you're free to go.
Chapter 37. Georgia. I shook my head, staring at the ground. I needed a reprieve from the havoc that pleading look on his face was doing to me. Please, baby. Just 5 minutes of your time. Immediately I looked up, glaring at him. Do not call me that. He lifted both hands in the air. I'm sorry, Benny. I cringed. He knew what he was doing, the clever bastard, and that wasn't much better. Yeah, I spat. Me fucking too. I'm sorry about a lot of things. His face looked pained, but he quickly pushed the emotion down, forcing a soft smile onto his handsome lips instead. Just 15 minutes, and then you're free to go. I promise. Promise? I scoffed. I've heard your promises. They're about as empty as my pathetic heart. He couldn't hide that pain, couldn't push it down like he had before. His eyes creased at the corners, his lips mashed in a tight line. My chest ached as I watched him inhale a shaky breath. I knew I wasn't being nice, and I should have stopped. But I couldn't help myself. Awful words just kept flowing past my lips. Deep down I wanted to throw knives his way until one of them stuck, cutting him as deep as he cut me. I know you're mad, and you have every right to be. His voice was calm and composed, and it only pissed me off more. I don't understand what this is going to help, I spat. There is nothing you can show me that will change my mind, that will make me trust you again. He ignored the tight lines of my body language, back stiff, fists clenched at my sides, and guided me to a chair. He gripped my shoulders, urging me to sit down. Just a few more minutes of your time, Georgia. That's all I'm asking. I sat, but I didn't want to sit. I wanted to be anywhere else but in that room with him. The simple touch of his fingers on my shoulders, his voice soft and caressing near my ear, and those blue eyes, fucking slaying me with their pleading intensity. It was too much. My heart was a rubber band and Kline was pulling too hard. Another glance into his saddened gaze, another tug on my emotions, and it would snap. I would end up doing something I regretted, and I'd be left with nothing. Screw that! I wasn't going to be convinced. There was no amount of begging and pleading and lines of bullshit that would get me to change my mind. I'd stay strong. I'd watch whatever he wanted me to watch, and then I would leave. We'd both have closure that way. Once this was over, I was going to be out of that door faster than I'd barged in. He fiddled with his laptop until the projection screen came to life. I huffed. Did he really have to make it this dramatic? I could have just watched it, whatever it was, on my laptop, even on my phone. He stood behind me, hands on my shoulders again, and lips near my ear. I've only lied to you twice. The first time was when I didn't tell you I knew you were Rose. My head jerked to look at him in surprise and disbelief, a nasty rebuttal on the tip of my tongue, but on the way around, my eye caught on the video playing on the screen. Security footage. It took a minute to recognize the location, but it was Brooks Media's Human Resources. Cynthia's office, to be exact. My brows rose when a crazy person dressed in muddy clothes burst through her doors. He scanned the room until he found what he was searching for. In 3 quick strides, he was at her filing cabinet, yanking open the drawer and fingers sliding through the files. The messy hair, the taut, tight muscles of his back, stretching and flexing, and that ass covered in shorts. I knew that body.
My breath caught in my lungs when the camera zoomed in, moving past his face quickly, but not too quick that I didn't recognize the jawline, especially the way it looked before he shaved, covered deliciously with 2 days' worth of growth. It was Kline. My mind tripped into realization that he was filthy and sweaty because he had come from rugby practice, which also explained why no one else was in the office. But why was he rummaging through Cynthia's files? More importantly, why did I need to see this? I caught sight of the timestamp in the corner. I counted the days in my head. It was a few days after our second date, where he had convinced me to go skinny dipping at 1 UN. It was nearly 8:30 in the evening, and he was going through one of his employees' offices like a lunatic. The camera zoomed closer, showing the file in his hands. I couldn't read the label on the edge quick enough before Kline was opening it, his finger tracing down the list of employees' names. The camera zoomed in again, blurry for a second before giving me a clear view. I watched his finger pause on one name. Cummings, Georgia. Then it slid across the page and came to a dead stop. Tap Rose next. Adrenaline took over. My heart thrashed inside my chest as it furiously pumped the rush through my veins. He knew. He knew. He knew! It was the only thing my brain could compute. He was in front of me, squatting down so we were at eye level. The only other lie I've told you is that I liked you when I knew I was already in love with you. My vision blurred, an unnamed emotion filling my lids. Shock? Happiness? Relief? Love? I wasn't sure which. I was too overwhelmed. But my heart knew what it wanted. It was on an escape mission, frantically trying to pound its way out of my chest, begging to return home. I blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. The room was clear again, and those blue eyes of his, they were staring at me. Intense and pleading and so damn full of love I felt it bursting out of him and into me. He'd known I was Rose. He had known since a few days after our second date. Which meant, when he had messaged Cassie, he'd thought he was messaging me. "Why didn't you tell me?" I stuttered past the thickness in my throat. His hand found mine, fingers entwining. "I should have told you. I know I should have told you. But I loved how open you were with me as Rose. I loved how you never held anything back. You were never afraid to tell me what you were thinking or how you felt." He would think that. For the love of Christmas, we'd had a conversation about anal. I didn't want to lose that side of you until you were comfortable enough to be that way with me. A heavy sigh left his lips. When I sent that last message, I thought I was sending it to you. I wanted to be open and honest with you. He kissed my hand and then moved it to his chest. This is yours. It'll always be yours. A frantic, erratic beat vibrated against my palm. Please, tell me I haven't lost you for good. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to smile wider than my cheeks would allow. I wanted to jump into his arms and never let go. But I was scared. The remnants of the past few days had left a scar across my heart. I never wanted to feel like that again. I never wanted to feel so fucking lost. "I love you," he whispered, his eyes staring into mine deep and unrelenting. "I love you so much. Please tell me you feel the same." No longer broken, his words stitched up that last remaining bit of my heart. "Baby, say something." His voice cracked, desperation highlighting the edges. "Please, say something. Anything, except for no. Anything but no." God. He looked broken and defeated. I hated it. I didn't want him to be so sad, so anxious. I wanted him to laugh and smile and be the happy, charming, adorable Kline I had fallen in love with. "You broke into my company?" I blurted out, trying to take us, back to that place. He paused, eyes searching mine. Your company. I tilted my head, trying my damnedest to hold back a smile. You wanted me to sign the contract, right? He nodded. Yeah, I did. His eyes lit up, mouth quirking up at the corner. But I want you to sign another contract, too. What? He slid a small black box from his pocket and went down on one knee. My hand covered my mouth. What are you doing? You know what I'm doing. He gazed up at me, grinning. Georgia, you're the only person I want to spend the rest of my life with. I knew it from the second you came barreling into my world with your rap lyrics and swollen lips and cute smiles and beautiful laughter. I knew the night of our first date, when you were buzzing on antihistamine and beatboxing about my huge cock, that you were the only woman I wanted, the only person that could make me happy for the rest of my life. I beatboxed? His grin grew wider. Yeah, baby, you fucking beatboxed. It's one of my fondest memories. My cheeks heated. There was no doubt in my mind. Beatboxing took the cake over masturbation camp. God, you're so fucking adorable. I can't stand it. He laughed softly, fingers brushing across my cheek. I can't let you go. I want you, with me, forever. My heart in your hands and you in my arms. That's all I'll ever need. He repeated the words he'd tattooed across my hip. I said that then, because I meant it, and I still mean it now. Happiness and relief and love. So much love. It bubbled up past my throat and urged tears to spill past my lids. And when I smiled, I tasted the saltiness on my lips. He brushed the tears from my cheeks with a soft stroke of his thumb. Georgia Rose Cummings, will you marry me? I inhaled a hiccuping breath, smiling down at him, and then I nodded my head 1,000 times. I was saying yes, 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 over and over again, as he slid the ring down my finger and pulled me into his arms. I love you, he whispered into my ear. I love you too, so much. He brushed his lips over mine, kissing me soft and sweet, until his tongue slipped past the seam and danced with mine. His fingers slid into my hair, gripping the strands and tilting my head as he kissed me deeper, stronger, pouring everything he was feeling into that perfect kiss. Kline Brooks had just asked me to marry him, and I had said yes. Baby, will you beatbox your vows at our wedding? He teased, face pressed against my neck, lips sucking softly. I want a prenup, I teased back. He leaned back, his eyes meeting mine. See? I said, unable to stop the smile consuming my face. I have all this money now, and I own this awesome business, and I really need to start looking after myself. I don't think you're a gold digger, but... He cut me off with another kiss, chuckling against my lips. Does this mean you're agreeing to it? I asked, feigning concern. Because it's really important to me. I'll agree to anything you want as long as I get to keep you forever, he added, a mischievous smirk taking over his mouth. But first, before we get into all the legalities of the money, we've got some more important things to do. Wait, you weren't kidding about signing your business over to me? Fuck no. It's yours. Why would you... But that's... I stuttered, jaw-dropping. Kline, that's ridiculous. The only thing that's ridiculous right now is that we're still standing in this fucking office and not in my bedroom where I can take off that skirt with my mouth. Oh, I said, shocked by the sudden change in pace and my body's quick response to that specific pace. My nipples tightened under my blouse and I was already throbbing in anticipation between my legs. Baby, don't get mad. But you're not going to be able to move fast enough in those heels. Huh? I asked 2 seconds before I was airborne and thrown over Kline's shoulder. Kline! I shouted, gripping his arms for balance. Just hold on, Benny, he said, chuckling as he strode out of his office. One of his hands held tight to my skirt, keeping me covered and safe from flashing the entire office my ass cheeks. This is so embarrassing, I shouted as we passed through the door and into the hallway, where most of my former co-workers were gawking at us. But he didn't care. He was a man on a mission, solely focused on getting us the hell out of there. "Pam, hold all of my calls. I'll be busy for the rest of the day," he called over his shoulder. "But I thought I owned the company," I retorted, laughter spilling from my lips. "I mean, hold all of Georgia's calls. She'll be too busy I reached out, covering his mouth. He laughed against my palm, his fingers smashed against the elevator call button, practically breaking the down option. He didn't waste any time, getting us on and off the elevator in what felt like seconds. And then we were at his car, Frank opening the door. Kline tossed me into the back, moving in beside me and telling his driver to get us to his apartment. He was itching with impatience, adding, "And don't worry about the cops, just gun it. I'll cover the speeding tickets." I loved that he was that anxious to get me alone in his bed. I loved that he was willing to put everything on the line to prove to me he was the man I had originally thought he was. I loved that he had proposed. I loved that he had carried me out of the office like a man possessed. I loved him. God, I loved him. I was so far gone on this man. I felt drunk from it. I moved over to him, straddling his thighs, gripping his shoulders. His eyebrows rose, blue eyes twinkling with intrigue. "I can't wait," I whispered against his lips. "I need you, right now." My finger found the button for the privacy window, shutting it before Kline could refuse. It was just the two of us in the back seat, Frank's eyes in the rearview mirror no longer visible. Fuck, I've missed this. Kline's hands found their way to the hem of my skirt, moving it up my thighs and over my hips. I was afraid we'd never be here again. "I've missed this too. I missed you so much." His heady gaze moved up my body until they found mine again. "You're going to marry me?" I nodded. "You're going to move in with me?" I nodded again, smiling this time. His cock grew hard and strained beneath me. "You mean, I get you every day for the rest of my life?" "Yes," I said, a giddy laugh bubbling up from my throat. "I get live-in Georgia and beautiful, sleepy Georgia waking up next to me and singing in the shower Georgia and dancing around my kitchen Georgia," he rambled, eyes bright with excitement and adoration. "And I get—" I stopped him with my lips, pressing my mouth urgently against his. We kissed until we were out of breath, our bodies instinctively moving against one another. "Baby," he moaned into my mouth. "Not here, not like this. I want you in our bed." But he didn't stop kissing me, his perfect lips never leaving mine. Our bed. I smiled, unable to control the love I had for this man. He chuckled, pulling back to look at me. "What?" I asked, a crazy, ridiculous smile still consuming my face. "I love it when you do that." "Do what?" "Smile while I'm kissing you. It's like you're too happy to control it." "I am." My cheeks burned, the goofy grin still intact. He kissed my nose. "It's like I'm kissing a jack-o'-lantern." I narrowed my eyes. "You calling me a pumpkin?" "Yes." His teeth found my bottom lip, tugging gently. "Baby, Georgie, Benny, pumpkin. Mine. All fucking mine." "Oh, no," I groaned, head falling back into feet. "Not another nickname." "Get used to it," he laughed, his tongue soothing the bite. "Remember, I'm Big-Dicked Brooks, baby. And I'll call you whatever I want while I'm driving you crazy with my fingers, my mouth, my cock." And then I was moaning. My eyes rolled back as he kissed down my jaw and sucked at the skin on my neck. "God, Kline, I ache. I ache so bad right now," I whimpered when his hand slid up my thighs, fingers sliding my underwear to the side. "Don't worry, soon-to-be Mrs. Brooks." I felt his grin against my skin. "It might hurt, but I'll always make sure it only hurts good." Epilogue. Cassie. "Orgy, we need to go," I exclaimed, grabbing our bouquets from the table and moving toward the door. We were sitting in the bridal suite, waiting for the ceremony to begin. "Pretty sure you shouldn't be calling me Horgy on my wedding day," she retorted, her eyes still focused on the paper towel her pen was quickly scrawling across. I stomped my heel, my flower-filled hand going straight to my hip. "Well, you're being a bit of a horgy, considering you're going to be late for your big bridal entrance." She held up one finger. "Hold on, I have to finish these." I walked back over to her, glancing down at what she was writing. "For real? You're writing your vows like 3 minutes before you're supposed to walk down the aisle?" She shook her head. "No, I'm writing Kline's vows." "He's too lazy to write his own vows?" "Talk about a broke-ass motherfucker, having his bride write his vows." "No, we're writing each other's vows." "Oh, never mind." God, you guys are so cute that it literally makes me throw up a little in my mouth. "Ew," she scrunched her nose. "Stop being so gross on my wedding day." 3 hard raps on the door startled us both. "God damn it, Georgie, get your ass out here. It's time." Her father shouted from the other side. "Just a minute, Dad," she called back. "Ah, shit. You've even got Dick mad," I teased. "He's just mad because I'm marrying the man of his dreams." We both laughed. It was 100% the truth. Dick Cummings was in love with his soon-to-be son-in-law. He thought Kline walked on water, and after Georgia accepted his proposal, we later found out when Kline had asked her dad for his blessing, Dick had responded, "Are you sure you want to do that, son? Georgie's a bit of a ball-buster." Not, "You better protect my baby girl," or "If you hurt her, I'll kill you." Nope. He had basically given him an out. Or tried to keep Kline for himself, however you wanted to look at it. "Finished." She tossed the pen down and stood up, fluffing her dress. "How do I look?" she asked, taking one last glance at herself in the floor-length mirror. "Like the most beautiful bride I've ever seen." Because she did. Georgia was absolutely stunning. She turned toward me, pointing an accusing finger in my direction. "Don't start. If you start crying, then I'll start crying." "I'm not!" My face contorted into that awful expression you get when you're trying to hold back sobs. "God damn it, Cass!" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The processional music started to filter into the bridal room, and we both looked at each other with "oh shit" expressions. "Georgia! It's time!" Her mother sing-songed from the other side of the door. "Am I really getting married today?" she asked, bewildered, taking the bouquet of white lilies from my outstretched hand. "Yeah, sweet cheeks, you're really getting married. My little virginal best friend is all grown up, marrying the man of her dad's dreams." She giggled, flipping me the bird in a way only my best friend could pull off in a wedding dress. It was a beautiful dress, elegant mermaid cut with a small train, and it was simple yet blinged out with tiny clear crystals sewn into the bridal white material. Georgia had found it at a vintage store. Big surprise. In Chicago, when we went there for a girls' weekend. It was Vera Wang, which was all Kline's doing. He'd made sure she spent a boatload of money on her dress, refusing to let her come back in the house unless she had drained at least several $1,000s from their bank account. Yes, their bank account. Even though she refused to sign his ridiculous contract and was adamant on keeping her new job with the Mavericks, he made sure to add her to all of his accounts right after she'd said yes. And he'd done this without the cushion of a prenup. If that didn't tell you he was more than sure she was the one, I didn't know what would. Before we walked out of the bridal suite, I wrapped her up in a tight hug. "I'm so happy for you. You deserve all of this happiness and then some." "I love you, Cass." "I love you too. Now, let's go get you hitched," I hooted, opening the door. The wedding party was small, but it was perfect for them. Wes, Thatch, and Will were Kline's groomsmen, while Dean and I were George's bridesmaids. I walked down the aisle with Dean and took my place on the opposite side of the groomsmen. I couldn't help but notice the intrigued yet slightly salacious smile I received from Thatch. I assumed it was my tits doing because my cleavage looked pretty damn fantastic in the little black dress Georgia had chosen for me. And I didn't miss how delicious Thatch looked in his tux. I fucked that jolly green giant for a moment, moving from his brown eyes to the broad shoulders filling out his jacket, like they fucking owned the joint, to the noticeable bulge. Not. I'm the weirdo with a boner at a wedding bulge, but I'm packing bulge in his pants, and then back to his mouth. Man, oh man, those lips look like they could do things to my pussy. Hey, cool your jets. It doesn't count as wedding inappropriate if it's in parentheses. Seriously? I'd thatch that. The quartet of violins and harps Georgia hired for the ceremony music abruptly stopped. I glanced around, not sure what was happening. This definitely wasn't on her schedule. Kline looked toward the side of the room and nodded at a woman with a guitar. She smiled, adjusted the microphone near her mouth, and started to strum a song that wasn't the planned bridal chorus. The crowd stood, turning toward the back doors. And when they opened, there stood my beautiful best friend, her arm tucked into her father's, her mouth morphed into the biggest smile I'd ever seen. Every wedding I had ever been to, while everyone was watching the bride, I always snuck a glance at the groom. When my eyes found Kline's face, my heart damn near skipped a beat. Though a sight far more masculine, his smile mimicked Georgia's in all the ways that counted. He looked like a man who had just received everything he'd ever wanted, and it was obvious that everything was Georgia, walking straight toward him without looking back. I had never seen a man look so in love. The woman started to sing, softly playing her guitar, and that's when I put the pieces together. It was a slowed-down acoustic version of Some Kind of Wonderful, their song. The song Georgia would always associate with Kline. And he'd done it knowing how much that song meant to her, to them. Somehow that sneaky bastard had arranged it on the sly. It took every ounce of strength for me not to start crying. I was overwhelmed by them. My best friend and the man who'd swept her off her feet. They were happy. They were in love. And God, they were so perfect for each other. The world wouldn't be right if they weren't together. As Georgia got closer, she was mouthing the words to the song, gazing at Kline. And when she reached him, Dick hugged them both, and Kline pulled her into his arms. She whispered something into his ear, and he nodded, his face pressed against her neck. And then he leaned back, staring down at his bride, and said, "You're so beautiful." I'm pretty sure every woman in attendance swooned. I sure as hell did. They stood before the minister, hand in hand, ready to profess their love and the rest of their lives to one another. The minister greeted the attendants and proceeded to say nice, beautiful things about the happy couple. He was actually one of Dick's closest friends, which was probably a good thing, considering most of the people at this wedding tended to toss out the F-word more often than not. And when the minister announced it was time for the vows, Dick cheered, "Hell yeah, let's do this!" See what I mean? Good thing he knew the kind of room full of morons he was walking into. Kline pulled a neatly folded piece of white paper from his inside jacket pocket, while Georgia slid the balled-up paper towel out of her cleavage. They handed each other their vows. He glanced down at his tattered version and started laughing. "You finished these about 2 minutes before you walked down the aisle, didn't you, Betty?" "I'll never tell," she said through a giggle. He chuckled again. "God, I love you." "It's not time for that," Thatch yelled behind him. "Vows first." The crowd laughed. "Okay, I guess I'll go first," Kline announced, unwrinkling the paper towel. "Georgia Rose, I promise to trust you even when you deviate from our grocery list and convince me to buy 6 boxes of Dunkaroos and 3 bottles of wine I know you'll never drink. I promise to give you all of the love and support that I don't give Walter. Also, I promise to be nicer to Walter." He paused, glancing up at her and shaking his head with a giant grin. "I'm not saying that." She tapped the towel. "You have to. They're your vows, remember?" He turned toward the attendants, letting everyone else in on the secret. We wrote each other's vows if you couldn't already tell. "I warned you, Kline," Dick shouted toward him. "Ball buster." "Daddy!" Georgia scolded. "There will be no talk of balls during my wedding ceremony." The room filled with more laughter. Once everyone settled down, Kline cleared his throat and continued. "He's a really good cat. The best cat. Man, I sure love Walter." He rolled his eyes, but said it nonetheless. "I promise I'll never keep anything from you, because there are no secrets between us. I vow to love you through the difficult and the easy. I promise to never put you or myself in danger. This includes me never drinking lime juice with my scotch ever again." He winked at her. "I vow to never change from the amazing man that I already am. I promise to never lose my huge, strong, kind, and determined heart. I will never stop teasing you, making you laugh, or flashing smoldering blue eyes your way. I will always greet you with the smile that's only yours. And when it's just the two of us at home, I vow to only wear boxer briefs around the house. No matter what I'm doing, I'll either be naked or just wearing boxers." His blue eyes found hers, his brows waggling in agreement as a few women in the crowd hooted some catcalls. "And I vow to listen, for as long as it takes for you to feel heard. I vow to be your unrelenting cheer squad on the days it feels too much. I vow to pick the important fights with you, especially when I know you're selling yourself short or not being treated with respect. I vow to spend the rest of our lives laughing, smiling, going on crazy adventures, and most importantly, loving each other through the good times and the bad. And if there are bad times, I promise the kind of make-up sex that has your blouse buttons hitting the floor." And on the last sentence, he stared deep into her eyes. "I vow that I will love you, Georgia, every day, for the rest of forever." Georgia sniffled a few times, and I handed her a tissue to wipe her eyes. "Don't cry, tap Rose next," Kline whispered, brushing away a few tears. "You may have written those vows, but I'll stand by every last word." She giggled at his sincerity, but I wasn't used to it, and therefore found myself completely ill-prepared. I dabbed at fresh tears with the back of my hand as she unfolded the paper in her hands. "Kline Matthew, I stand before you today to become your wife." She paused for a second, looking up at him and then back at the paper. "I think everyone here knows that already, but I've got this feeling that you really wanted to hear me say it." She turned toward the crowd and remarked, "I'm not improvising." She turned the paper toward them. "It really says that." Everyone laughed, and he nodded. "Keep going, Penny." She looked back to the scrawl of his words. "From this day forward, I am yours, and you are mine. I promise to remind myself of this most important fact every day, and smile when you do it for me. I promise not to give up or run away when you make the kinds of mistakes that every man makes, and I promise to use my heart, rather than my ears, to really hear you." Sweet cookies and dildos! This guy had a knack for saying the right thing. "I promise to rap my way through our days and beatbox for you each night, because it's times like those when I'm so—" She paused and glanced to the crowd. "I'm so effing adorable you can't even stand it." Her amused eyes met his again. "You really wrote the F word in my vows?" He shrugged. Adorable wasn't enough. She shook her head, smiling, and continued. "I promise to keep you on your toes with my hair and my words, and always stand up for myself with the backbone you love and expect. And I promise to be late as often as I want, because you'll always be waiting. But when it comes to loving—" Georgia stopped mid-sentence, giggling at her groom. "Kline, I'm not saying that in front of the minister. Baby, you have to. They're your vows. Remember." She leaned forward, whispering something into his ear. His mouth twisted into a devilish grin, and he whispered back. Georgia turned toward the attendants. "Please feel free to cover your ears during this part." She cleared her throat, cheeks pink, and said, "I'll come early and I'll come often. because the power of big-dicked Brooks compels me. I knew it! I shouted. I told you! I knew my cockdar wasn't on the fritz. Everyone in the crowd was a mixture of laughing, clapping, and wolf whistling. Once we settled down, Georgia gazed at Kline like she would happily crawled inside him and stay there and said the rest of her vows. But most of all, I vow to love you with everything that I am, no matter the circumstances, because I know from the very depths of my tiny, perfect being that you will be there, doing your best to love me more. And when the minister told Kline to kiss his bride, he motherfucking kissed his bride so good, it made my toes curl.
Thatch. Congratulate me, boys. Kline toasted with a glass of scotch in the air, the happiest I'd seen the fucking sap in ages. His body was here with us, but his mind and his eyes were on his boogieing bride on the other side of the dance floor. The space was fairly small. At least, this room, known as the greenhouse, was. They'd rented out the entirety of the foundry out of nothing more than necessity. Kline liked to think his life was boring and normal and that no one cared at all, but the truth was, they did. They cared a lot. And keeping such an important event completely private was the only way to maintain his happy little bubble of make-believe. That, he said with a slightly tipsy gesture, is my wife. I laughed and slapped him on the shoulder, exchanging smiles with Wes behind his back. I raised my eyebrows in question, and Wes gave me a pursed lip nod of agreement. Go get her, I urged simply, knowing he wanted to be with her 1,000,000 times more than he wanted to stand here and shoot the shit with us. And regardless of what people might have thought they knew about me, that was fine by me. My oldest, closest friend had found it. Found her. Always loyal and loving, I couldn't think of anyone who deserved it more than he did. Benny! He yelled, pulling her attention from the crowd of women around her to him. Make room on the floor. I'm coming for my dance. The wattage of her smile was blinding. I stood next to Wes and watched as Kline danced his way over to her, pulling her into his arms and handing off his drink to the first, unsuspecting free hand he came to so he could hold on to her with both hands. Hands to her jaw and lips to hers. He kissed her in a way that I felt all the way in my stomach. Good God, he's a goner, Wes remarked, sinking into the wall and tipping his drink to his lips. Yep, I agreed, thinking about the vows they'd exchanged during the ceremony. It's nice, I added without thought, because it was. Wes laughed way harder than I thought was appropriate. Jesus! Who are you and what have you done with Thatcher Kelly? He morphed his face into what he thought was a good impression of me and mocked, It's nice, with a wobble of his head. I punched him hard enough in the shoulder that he stopped laughing abruptly. Ow! Fuck! Thatch! Christ! It is nice, I told him again, further delving into the teachings of his lesson. Take fucking note from your most experienced of friends. Multiple flavors of pussy are great, but what our fucking goner of a friend found is better. He looked at me like he didn't know what to make of me. The two of them stood up in front of God and us and committed to each other forever with enough trust in each other to speak one another's words rather than their own. That, motherfucker, is love. Powerful speech performed, lesson conveyed. I felt content with my message until Wes went and fucking ruined it. Jesus fuck. The Foundry must be some sort of Twilight Zone. I don't even know who you guys are anymore, he teased, chuckling into his bourbon. One day, Lancaster, when it happens to you, I will remember this moment. I drained the rest of my drink and walked away. Moving away from the bulk of the crowd, I sat down at a table that was mostly empty. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I thought it might be the tattoo shop, checking in to see if I'd be there tonight, but instead I found a number I didn't recognize. Unknown. She's a lot older than you normally go for, but it looks like you've got a chance. I looked around. wondering what the fuck whoever this was talking about. Quickly, I typed out a message. Me. Who is this? A reply came almost immediately. Unknown. Your mom. I was no less confused, but hell if I didn't fucking laugh. Me. WTF? Who is this? Unknown. The hot bitch at the head table. I looked up across the dance floor as the crowd parted in front of me. Cassie, the craziest bitch I'd ever encountered and Georgia's maid of honor, sat all by her lonesome at the wedding party's table, one leg cocked and her bare foot in the chair beside her. She popped her eyebrows in a mischievous challenge. This chick had balls, sitting there by herself, just kicked back and relaxed with zero fucks given about it. Fuck, Cassie's balls might have been bigger than mine, and that was saying something. Me. How'd you get my number? Unknown. I have my ways. Cryptic. Another message came right on its heels. Unknown. But good luck with that pussy tonight. I looked at her as she raised her glass in cheers and then looked at the area around me. Not even one prospective lay stood out in the nearest 20-foot radius. Me. What pussy? Unknown. The silver-haired cutie beside you. I looked to my left and then to my right, and what I saw had me smiling like a lunatic. Kline's grandma, Marilyn, sat clapping along to the heavy beat of the music and swaying back and forth. She was cute, but she was no less than 85 years old. I looked down to my phone and typed as quickly as my big thumbs would allow. Me. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is Kline's grandma. But I'll be sure to tell her you find her attractive. I shifted my gaze from the phone to her table as soon as I was done, but when the dancing crowd finally moved out of the way, she was gone. Gone from sight and gone from my phone. But she'd found a home somewhere else. Stuck in my head. This concludes Tapping the Billionaire by Max Monroe. Narrated by Eric Michael Summerer and C.J. Bloom. Copyright 2016 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, LLC, care of Jane Rotrosen Agency, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.